And we're live. PKA episode 218.
Woo!
Kyle?
Welcome to the show, guys. Our sponsor this week is Dollar Shave Club. That's dollarshaveclub.com. For just a few dollars a month, Dollar Shave Club delivers great razors and shaving supplies right to your door. Plans start at $3 a month, and signing up takes only 2 minutes. There's no membership fees, no commitment, plus they have a money-back guarantee, so you really have nothing to lose. I think we're all members of the Dollar Shave Club here, and I gotta say, I mean, the razors show up in such a quantity that I've got extra razors laying around at this point.
Not me.
My balls can only get so smooth.
My wife is stealing my razors now. So, yeah, they're real popular at this house. I think my daughter's taking it. Everyone's stealing my razors. Dollar Shave Club, if you see this, hook me up with some extra.
I got plenty. Watch me shave my arm.
Yeah. And
they're so good.
Are you really shaving your arm? Because that'd be hilarious. If you okay. Well, get it on camera. I can't see it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah,
thanks to this amazing shave butter, it's flawless.
You shave that arm bald while I finish this up. So
I will continue.
The problem with driving all the way to the store and getting those razors is they lock them up like they're made of fucking gold. That and lubricant, but we'll get to that later. They lock them up in that little plastic box, and then they stick them in that glass case with a lock on it like it's gold, and then you got to get the guy out of the back, and it's not as embarrassing, obviously, as when you're getting lube, but it's just time-consuming. It costs, I don't know, 10 times as much money, it seems like, and I always mess up, and my blades never fit the whatever kind of razor I've got. I don't know if it's 8 blades or 20, so DollarShaveClub.com has been a real help in my life. And
then I like the one-wipe Charlies. Again, kind of embarrassing to buy in the store. No one needs to know I poop. That's the secret between me and me, right? And by the way, if you're just using dry toilet paper, you dirty American,
He says it's embarrassing,
right?
but he'll give you like a 10-step, 10-minute video on how he specifically wipes his ass and folds it. Like, you start with this, and then you fold it quarter by quarter, all right? Go in with 2 fingers. Make sure you
spit on it a little. Just a little.
A little lube.
Oh.
Yeah. So, like in Europe, they have bidets. In Japan, they have bidets. And Americans have nothing but dry toilet paper, which I have to admit does not put us on the top of the heap in terms of clean buttholes. But now that we're going with one-wipe Charlies and other kinds of like wet toilet paper alternatives, once again, America reigns supreme in butthole cleanliness.
Okay, let's go down the line. I have not tried the one-wipe Charlies. I'm a little embarrassed to use them because for one thing,
do you need a step-by-step tutorial?
No. So the real reason why I haven't used them is because I like I've said before, I only poop in the morning. It's on a very good schedule. I poop and then I shower. So there's really no need for like a special butt cleaning wipe. However, I want to go down the line here. Do you go back to front or front to back? I go front to back.
I go back to front because I feel like it's more effective and there's no vagina to concern myself with.
So
you always go front to back in case of intimate encounters.
Exactly. I don't want shitty balls.
Interesting theory, but with one-wipe Charlies, I would argue that you're cleaner than you started.
I'm confused. Can we say top to bottom, like the top of your back is top and
from balls to back.
Bottom? Okay, I do too. I thought that was normal.
Well, this is your front, obviously, and that's your back. So
yeah, exactly. Front to back.
Okay.
Interesting. Wow.
We all wipe this way. Woody's the only one who goes from his
back to the front.
I
remember when we were teaching our kids how to use the toilet. Like, my wife was like, you always go back to front. Wait, am I doing this backwards? No, I always go front to back. Always go front to back. And I'm like, I go back to front. I feel like I'm way better. He's like, yeah, of course you go back to front. You're a guy, and that's, possible for you. But girls don't have that option because they can get infections and stuff, so they always have to go front to back.
It seems more inconvenient to go the other way, to start from here and go down, as opposed to yanking up.
See, I go between my legs, and I'm doing like a scoop. I'm not reaching around from the back. So you stand up when you wipe your hiney.
Yeah.
No, I do not stand up. I lean.
I don't stand. I lean forward.
I lean forward a little bit, reach back there, just take care of that thing, and I don't even have to look at it or see it or anything. I just kind of wipe and then drop. and then it's just in the toilet and
it's gone.
It's glad we had this conversation because I was thinking today. How long does it take you on? Kyle only has one shit, but how long does it take you on average to take a shit? Because people read, they're on their phone. Me, if I'm in there for longer than 5 minutes, that's a long time. I'm like in and out. I'm done.
Let me just close that Dollar Shave Club. So go to dollarshaveclub.com. Get your discount. There's a link in the description. Make it happen. We love them. They are. I think they're my favorite sponsor. If I'm being 100% honest.
You know, our favorite sponsor is typically the sponsor of that week.
Of that week, exactly. We're not biased unless it's this. It's today.
In my case, it's honestly Dollar Shave Club because I always fuck up the reads for the other ones for some reason. However, with the you were asking how long you could.
Goodbye, Crunchyroll. I'll miss you forever.
As far as how long the poops take, so
15
I'm going to say the actual elimination itself takes maybe, like 2 minutes tops.
Okay.
And that's if it's a really extreme day. Like it's changing consistency. It's just like
it's evacuating your bowels.
Yeah. There's like hard turds and diarrhea and everything mixed in. It's the
entire shit.
It's 24 hours of my consumption, and I don't eat healthy most of the time. So it's
not at all.
It's quite rancid. I flush a few times during my elimination, and during those 2 minutes. However, I will sit on the toilet and read Reddit, Facebook, and I check all my social media stuff, including Reddit. Everything. I'm there, so I could be there for half an hour. I sit on that toilet so long, my feet go numb, and I have to stand up to get the circulation back in them, and then I sit back down and continue.
That's not good for your butthole.
Wow.
Yeah, that's longer than 2 minutes, buddy.
I got an iron ass. I've got an iron ass. Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. The elimination itself, the actual pooping, that takes maybe 2 minutes, but I hang in there for another half hour just in case anything else.
Yeah, because what better place to read than the rancid fucking methane smell surrounding you?
I flush a couple times. Got the vent going on. A heater by my feet.
I have a story I think I've never shared.
Well, hang on a minute. Let's let everyone know who our guest is tonight. We have the fucking wolf. We have told the story many times. Woody has especially of the time we were all pinned down behind that hill with thousands of paintballs raining.
Oh man, back in Nam.
And all of a sudden, you hear this booming voice. I am the wolf! Listen up! And I turn around, and there's this black god standing above us, muscled up and just powerful, with a cowboy hat on. It was one of those cool cowboy hats, too, that had like one side flipped up. And I'm like, I don't know who the wolf is for sure, but we need to pay attention.
Thank you very much, sir. How you doing?
You didn't tell the end.
It's nice to
yeah, that's right. That's right. And like,
I am the wolf. I'll need 12 of you on my right flank, 12 of you on my left flank. On my go. All right, I'm out. Good luck, guys.
And you were right beside me too, Woody.
We're like, fuck, now what? My leader's gone.
We're all thinking like, wipe that shit off. We need you. Like, I'll go in your place. This is Medic! Medic, please. Oh boy, kid.
That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. If you don't say something, everyone just stand still. What can I tell you?
So that's the wolf. What were? Oh, toilet sitting. So many moons ago, I was probably like, I don't know, 27, 28 at this point. So it was a while back. I used to sit on the toilet way too long, and I was, doing that. I'd like bring a laptop with me. Wi-Fi was invented. I'm happy, and eventually I got hemorrhoids, which suck. They're awful. And I don't even fully know what it is, but I guess there's like a vein in your butthole that expands and becomes dreadful. And
infected as well.
Yeah, so mine got like, I had like whatever, some sort of slight mild hemorrhoid or whatever. And rather than chill and let it get better, I made the awful decision to go outside and split wood. Because we had just bought this house, and I was like cleaning. There was like a hurricane that knocked down a giant tree, so we had like cords and cords of wood to be like cut up and disposed and stuff. So I spent the whole day like just working my ass off, one might say.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah. So then it got bad, like really bad. I didn't know that like such a thing could be so awful, and Like the next day I couldn't move. I was immobilized. There was no position, sitting or laying, belly, back, front, whatever, that offered any kind of relief. I went to a proctologist, and like I'm like it's the next morning and things are just getting worse. Like I don't know what's eventually going to happen if left untreated, but I imagine some sort of bloody explosion. And I'm telling Jackie, like, you know, we're going there, and I'm like, honey, run a red light or something. Like,
at that point,
you know, this is a nightmare. And we get to the proctologist, right? And I'm embarrassed by this condition, obviously, right? Like your butt's hurting you. And there's all these other people, right? I'm like 26, I think, actually, as I think about it, because we just bought this house. And everyone else is like 66 in the proctologist's office. It's like, well, fuck, here's the new crowd I hang with. And but they're all fine, right?
These are my friends now.
I have beads of sweat pouring down my face. I'm in so much pain. And we're there like as the proctologist opens up for business in the morning, because we're not fucking around. Like I'm in a huge amount of pain. And the receptionist like looks over the crowd, and there's like, you know, old guys sitting there reading a magazine. Everyone's chill, and then there's me sitting on one cheek trying to manage the pain like someone delivering a baby. And she's like, you can go first. So
that's a good triage.
Yeah. Just didn't want you to bleed on the seats. Just didn't want you to bleed on the seats in the way.
So, dude, I'm like, I like limp back there, and it's awful. And they have me lay on my side, and they look at my butt, which was like, no one's done this to me before.
Well, at least, if I can interject, at least I was wondering how they positioned you, because I've never had an exam back there myself, but I was afraid that it was sort of a bend over and grab your ankles kind of situation. But on your side, like lying on an examination table, that seems much more. Yeah, I could do that. Okay,
dude, just climbing on the table was like it's excruciatingly painful experience. And then I'm laying there and I feel really vulnerable, like, you know, just kind of like waiting. And what he does is he like lifts a cheek up, takes one look, and goes, ooh.
Oh.
You know, yeah, and in like less than a second, he had seen everything he needed to see, and he scheduled me at the hospital for a complete hemorrhoidectomy. And
wow.
Apparently that's an awful thing. So there was like a father and son proctology, like doctor's office, and the son is like, a complete hemorrhoidectomy? Are you sure?
Look at this man's ass. I'm not kidding. He needs it. Look at his ass. It's right now.
You can look at it, but this is the most classic case of hemorrhoidectomy I've ever seen. And he was like 90. And you know, I'm like, fuck, I've got a real issue here. And I'm like, what are we gonna like? I'm like, I'm dying here, doc. And he's like, yo, go to the hospital right now. I'll meet you there. And I don't know what, like, if there was a hurry or something, but like within 20 minutes, I'm on sedatives. And
wow,
I'm fine. Like, fine. Like,
Can I just say I love the idea of a father-son proctologist? I just imagine like if I were part of that team, I'd be like, Dad, we got to make commercials. And it'd be like me and my dad, like.
Each of them grabs a cheek and spreads it left and right, you know, like that.
It should be incest related, right?
Like, we'd both be standing there.
I wouldn't see anyone but my son. I wouldn't see anyone but my dad.
It'd be me and my dad. It'd be me and my dad, and we'd both be standing there, and we'd go, you know, Johnson & Johnson Proctology. We're number one.
The two of you.
We're number one for your number two.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So they get me there, they put me on sedatives, and then they, like, I guess I'm sort of out of it. I wake up, I didn't realize the operation had been done, which is glorious, right? I'm like, oh my God, you know, like, what's my next step? And they're like, that's it. We did it. You know, you're all cool. Because they give you a medicine that wipes out your memory. But the recovery was awful. It turns out that a complete hemorrhoidectomy is one of the most painful medical procedures that mankind knows. It's a very sensitive area. It's dreadful. He did. I had to remove the bandages. Oh my God. I was like soaking in a tub, millimeter by millimeter, like tearing off the equivalent of a giant Band-Aid.
Were there stitches?
Well, now I have to ask, what was the process for shitting like? Because obviously you'd have to like keep it clean, otherwise it would get infected.
Oh my god, dude!
Like, you just shit blood now, and that's part of your day.
Oh my! It's funny you asked that. So, there's a couple things I could talk. One, that's why I had to remove the bandage. I couldn't poop until the bandage was gone. So that process was delayed by like a day or two. And then they had me on a bunch of medications, some of which were like chemical based, and they also had me drinking like a tablespoon of olive oil like a couple times a day just to keep the systems all lubed up. But it was still a really painful, bloody mess. The first couple times, I actually had my wife hold my hand just as moral support to go through this. Now, Jackie and I don't poop in front of each other. Like, that's not a thing we do. We keep the magic alive. But in this case, oh my! And then my toilet has like I want to say like a U shape, like a squared U-shaped walls, like little privacy walls around it, kind of. And I would take my head and on the edge of drywall is like a metal corner so that it doesn't like dent and break and everything if it gets slightly bumped. Anyway, I would take my head and I would press it against the metal corner just to inflict so much pain that I wasn't thinking about my butt pain anymore. Like that somehow helped me cope with just how dreadful it
that is insane.
It is known to be one of the most painful medical procedures that you can have. And then what's great is after I got it, right, like I'd recovered it. And by the way, it took like 2.5 weeks to be able to like walk normally and stuff. Like it was really rough. I missed 2 weeks of work. I've never missed that. Like I've never missed more than a day, I think, in my whole life. But I missed 2 weeks for this. And it was horrible. And somehow like the story came up or something. It's not like I talk about it all the time. Obviously it's taken me years for it to come out here. But I met this woman who had a complete hemorrhoidectomy and a baby like back to back. Oh yeah. Like because babies can cause hemorrhoids. So she had a baby and then a hemorrhoidectomy like the follow-up day. And
well, it sounds like you went through the procedure that women have when they tear after having a vaginal birth, right? So
not a PGI? I think this was worse, man. I really think this is a much worse thing.
Especially just like the maintenance of it, and you're constantly on your ass. You're not on your vagina.
The nice thing about episiotomy is you can take a couple weeks off from sex. You can't do that with pooping.
True.
Wow, when you hurt yourself, you really fucking hurt yourself. Think about all the shit you've broken and hurt over the years. You twisted your ball, you've broken your hand, your nose. You fucking break shit to the next level.
Yeah,
like
I've had more.
It's like, oh, big deal. You stay off your ass for a while. Hemorrhoid goes away typically. Now you take it to a new level I've never heard of, where your asshole falls out.
It's because, like an idiot, I was playing through the pain, right? Like, all right, I've got a hemorrhoid, whatever. I should relax or split a few cords of wood, because what could go wrong? Don't do this, kids.
Hemorrhoids.
I prestige hemorrhoids.
Just go for it.
Yeah, I've got roids.
How do you avoid that though?
What you
like,
do?
What causes this hemorrhoids?
Straining.
Straining while pooping? Sitting on the toilet too long? Those are probably the biggies
Sitting
right
on
there.
bad surfaces like concrete and stuff like that for long periods of time.
I think I read somewhere like working with your hands over your head for a long period of time. Like that can be like, let's say you're painting a wall. But basically, if you get any kind of like, if you have any kind of flare up, it's time to rest. It's time to heal. Don't go painting your house when you've got a flare up. You need to chill.
Wow,
that
sounds horrible.
Yeah, that wasn't in 50 Shades of Grey. The next level pain right there. His asshole was falling down in that movie.
Dude,
Jesus Christ.
Good Lord.
So I don't know if you guys saw that that Reddit post earlier this week, but I finally figured out why my fingers are all crazy.
Wow.
There was another guy who had the same thing. It's called a swan neck deformity. Apparently, it's caused by this ligament on the bottom of my finger being weakened. It's a congenital birth defect. They still work and everything, obviously, but they're crazy.
I've never seen
it. Always creeps me out when you do that.
Yeah, they do.
Oh God! What's wrong with you, you mutant? We should have taken you out back and shot you.
So Kyle, I'm wondering if this makes you more susceptible to injury or less susceptible to injury.
I would say less.
Totally less.
Yeah,
like
Absolutely less.
we used to play that like game in school where like you did this and tried to bend the fingers back and forth, and it was, you couldn't beat me. Like you gonna break them off? You gonna twist them off? That's what you gotta do to beat me because they go like pretty much all the way back.
Like
At this point, Kyle could go to Xavier's School for the Gifted.
I suck at basketball, right? But I have played a bunch. Wolf, I imagine you're awesome at basketball. You know, just cause. No,
you're
no
wrong.
Okay, football. Okay, 50-50 chance.
No. I imagine it's more. Remember on The Office when they were like they were pairing up for the basketball game in The Office, and they got to who was the black character? What was his name?
Jerome?
No.
I swear it was.
Jerome.
I don't think it's Jerome. I can't remember though.
Stanley. They're like,
Oh.
Stanley, like first pick, he wants Stanley, and Stanley gets out there, and he's like bouncing the ball like I don't know, like the most uncoordinated, embarrassing thing ever. He's like,
Oh, that's funny. I worked when I was younger. I worked for Zales Jewelry, and there was this big corporate function in Texas, and they decided to have a dance contest. I was like one of the only black guys who worked at Zales at that point. So the music starts, and like literally everyone in the room just looks at me. It's like,
Well, go on now. This is
now's your time to shine.
well, we're all waiting.
I think, I got a bad knee.
I'm trying to figure out who I was thinking of. I wasn't thinking of Stanley, the guy that used to manage the warehouse.
The warehouse.
that guy. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
I can't remember. It's been a while.
yeah. My office trivia is definitely off tonight. Daryl.
Daryl, that's what I was going
Oh,
for.
wow, you're
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I wasn't gonna remember that
was
one.
good. I had some story I was going into. I lost my train of
Basketball
thought.
fingers.
Oh yeah. So, to me, I would always throw a hand in the passing lane, right? Like that was a big thing, and I jam my fingers all the time. And I wonder, how do people who are good at basketball avoid this finger jamming? Do they just do they have better hands than me, or do they just not risk it all the time? That seems like it sucks. Like you'd let your game performance suffer to avoid injury. I don't know. So Wolf, maybe you can tell us.
Sometimes you see them wearing the tape on their fingers, right? So maybe that helps.
Yeah.
Does that do anything? Like if you jam your fingers, you know.
Did you just jam your finger?
You got two fingers together. It'd be better support.
But I imagine Kyle could just throw them out like they were tools and not worry about finger jams.
No, they hurt.
No,
if
because it's pushing
they
on the
jam, they
knuckles.
really that hurts. I've done that before playing basketball. I'm no good at basketball, but I have played before, and if they get jammed, they hurt. But like if they get bent backwards,
Oh my God! God, you fucking freak!
Like,
Warn us before you do that. Oh.
the toes the
You're
same way.
You're gonna wear that classy suit right there, and then bend your fingers back. Come on now.
Does this make Kyle like one notch down in the genetic material?
I
Right?
think
Like
one notch up.
a notch up?
See, you said it's conformity.
You say that, but it's-
conformity.
I feel like I'm a notch up. I feel like
Oh my
because of this, I'm more attractive to females because this seems like this is an absolute G-spot stimulator.
I was gonna actually say that.
This is a G-spot stimulator, and it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell here, but I've got really long fingers. These aren't the short, stubby fingers that you might see somewhere. These are quite long. These are like 3.5, 4 inches. So
Yeah.
Just go on Match.com with your finger like that. You're good
that's
to
my
go.
profile picture. It's this. It's like, hello, ladies.
I have a really long tongue. Like it's really long and I can like touch my nose with it and stuff like
Do it.
that. Here, I'll try.
Turn sideways if
Wow.
you don't mind, so we can like see the. Yeah, it's
Look at that.
Yeah. So I
You're working
forget.
with Gene Simmons.
Somehow this came up in like a party situation. By the way, if I stretch out a little, I can get a little further. And Jackie's friend, right? Danielle, I hope she somehow sees this. But Jackie's friend Danielle, they've been friends forever since like high school and stuff, and she was like, ooh. And Jackie was like, it was great.
my
Wow.
tongue feels impotent now. I feel like I feel like the guy who goes to the urinal and looks to his left and comes up a little short. You know? That's pretty impressive. I had a friend in high school, and he was a regular-sized guy. He was about 6 feet tall, but he wore a size 14 shoe, and his tongue was longer than yours. It was shockingly long. Like it was like he was like it was like ridiculous. Wow. And I was just like, that's cool. I wish I could do that.
Are big feet a deformity?
Are big feet a deformity? I don't know.
Because you brought up that man's foot.
Well, it was just unusual that he had size 14 feet, but he was shorter than me, I thought. Like,
there's a guy and I went to high school with, JD Allegro or something close to that. White guy, Italian guy. But he had a reputation throughout all of school for having a gigantic cock. And I never saw it, like I can't confirm or anything, but supposedly it was like over a foot.
I saw it. I saw it. It was.
You weren't even born.
You weren't even born. And actually, this is a good way to segue into my hemorrhoid story because
that's awesome. Yeah.
That's how it happened. It's more like 13 inches, I would say. Shocking.
It was a baker's
full mast.
Yeah. See, that's where the drinking the olive oil comes in handy for the movie.
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen a lot of cock. Yeah. Throughout all my, I've been on a bunch of different swim teams, a bunch of different hockey teams. Like, I played a lot of sports. And, dude, I don't think the sluttiest of girls could hang with me in just how many different penises I've seen.
If you had to throw a number out there for case study purposes.
Gosh.
We're talking a dozen?
No. Get it? No. It's deep into the triple digits.
This reminds me
triple digits. Yeah. Hold on. Triple digits.
Have you guys seen Horrible Bosses 2?
Jesus. Yes.
There was a time where I played on 3 different hockey teams. That's a good 75 cocks right there.
So, in Horrible Bosses 2, Jennifer Aniston is like a sex addict, and there's a part where she's explaining to Charlie Day why she wants to fuck him so bad. She's like, I have a mental trophy room of cock. It's huge. And I want to put yours right up there.
See that dusty spot right there? That dusty spot right there? Yeah. That's for you, the only man to ever say no to me.
I don't think I've seen that many, but I remember there was a guy in high school who also had the enormous cock, and he liked to show it off. And I just remember one time we were in the locker room, and there was a guy sitting on the bench. There were like these benches, I don't know, and he was straddling the bench, kind of facing me, and Giant Dick McGee walks up behind him and flips it over his shoulder. Oh my God! There's a cock coming down this guy's shoulder down to like here, and it starts here, and this guy's pubic hair. This guy, he's 8 inches at least soft, and it's high school, of course. So in high school, I was smart enough in high school to be like, why would I want that giant dick? Most of these girls have only had sex with 1, maybe 2 other people. Do you think they want like a giant 13 and he was like, yeah, I ain't been able to fit it in nobody yet, but one day. Exactly. No one can take your enormous cock. Like that's too big at that point. Like when you hit it hard and you start your vision starts to blur, like it's too
passing out.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I have seen the elusive gigantic Asian dick.
That's bullshit.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's true. I was like, fuck it, guys.
Yeah, I haven't even seen it on there. Jeez.
He was a shower, dude, and dude, shower is totally better than grower, right? It's just that's what you want to be. So there's this concept of shower and grower. I think everyone knows this, right? Some guys, like, you could be an 8-inch erect guy, but flaccid, you're like 2.5 inches or something. Or you could be an 8-inch erect guy, but flaccid, you're 6 inches. That is totally better. There is no situation in which you want to be a grower, right? Like
I could think of.
I'll tell you 20 reasons why it's way better to be a grower. Why? No. Okay, the only reason it's good, I'll tell you one reason it's good. If you get pantsed in school, that's it. Otherwise, how is this apple? Why are you walking around showing off your flaccid cock to people?
Don't judge me.
But like, if I'm running, if I'm doing any physical activity,
What if I'm
like, I don't
fighting a
want to have
wild
this.
animal?
You have this giant thing swinging in your pants now because you're a fucking shower. You know.
I feel like I could properly contain the beast, right? Like, there's plenty of underwear models out there where that can get done, right? You wear your what are the popular things now? Like the boy shorts, they're like half boxer, half thigh tight, whatever. Yeah, dude, there's plenty of underwear, not brand. What am I going for? Styles that can handle your shower. But you know, there's just.
But why is it better now to be that over that? Because like, I gave you the only instance.
Maybe you don't exist in the same world of cock display that I do, right?
Well, fair enough, you're right. I'm not just walking around.
I've seen well over 100, maybe even 200, 250 cocks out there. There's that many people that have seen mine. Be cool to be a shower.
In that, yes. In that
what you don't want is for them to look down there and see a button on a fur coat. Like,
and then you're like, hold on, no, this isn't accurate at all. Give me a second. Come on, give me a second.
You don't want
I'm gonna show you. You'll see.
Let that me again.
Sir, we're at the bus station.
It was cold! It was cold!
I was in the pool!
You've never heard of shrinkage?
That was one of the best episodes.
That was a great episode.
Everybody knows shrinkage.
I don't know how you guys walk around with those things.
It shrinks? Yeah, it shrinks.
That's a classic episode, man.
He's like, do women know about shrinkage? She's like, with laundry?
Oh my gosh.
All right.
That was a good episode.
A few minutes of good writing. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, for several years and decades. Great writing.
Wait,
now that's
like
the downside.
So, in my opinion, Seinfeld was a good show, and I've made this case so many times. But I feel like the acting was amazing. They took ordinary scripts, and if you think about George Costanza's performances with his over-the-top, you know, like, or whatever it is he's saying.
And him and Kramer and...
Yeah, and Kramer, and like, they were taking ordinary ideas, shows about nothing, and acting out like, just crushing it. Home runs every episode with the acting.
You are alone in that opinion. Every, like, professional... There's so many articles out there about the incredible writing of Seinfeld. It's so well written. I saw Stern interviewing like one of the main writers was a lady. I can't recall her name, but she was on the Stern show the other day, and she was talking about like the Chinese restaurant episode she wrote, and like he was bringing up some of his favorite episodes, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I wrote that. Oh yeah, I wrote that." Think about the episode where George has dick shrinkage alone. That's not like as funny as that is. The other 3 or 4 timelines are equally funny. You had George. So George's girl that he's with at the time, who's like saw his tiny shrunken penis. She is what is it when you don't eat shellfish? Kosher.
She's allergic. Yeah.
She's kosher.
Oh, no, kosher. Yeah, you're right. That's right.
And like Kramer's like, oh, that's nice. You know, there'll be a special place for you in heaven. Yeah. So. Meanwhile, Kramer goes out and steals lobster out of this lobster fisherman's baskets. He steals them and cooks them up. George puts them in her scrambled eggs, so now she's no longer kosher. It's over. You know, there's no like taking it back.
I would argue all that is fairly stupid and not interesting.
There are so many different angles to that writing. That's why it's good.
Your Kramer impression, like, oh, that's nice. There'll be a special place for you in heaven. That is stupid if it's not delivered the way that Kramer delivered it. Right? There were only a couple actors in the world who could have pulled off each of their roles. The way that Seinfeld was always kind of cool and unexcitable, the Elaine's character and Kramer's character, George's character, even when they brought in parents and stuff like that, the casting was great. I even like Newman.
Oh, I love
Newman. Newman's great.
On that show. But it's a combination of amazing writing and good acting that made that show that good. You can't have amazing actors and bad writing, and it would be a good show still.
The writing was so good, they wrote the show into the show.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm glad you liked it.
This is where we disagree so much. I think it's some of the best writing that's ever been on TV. Yeah, I love it. I can still go back and enjoy those.
The show's so good, even after Kramer went on his N-word rant. I still love the show.
Oh
yeah, it's a shame that You know, Jerry was like, "What the fuck are you doing, Michael? I'm trying to sell DVDs out here, and you're going on
We
a
have
rant."
syndication. Don't you fucking do that.
Oh, Kramer doesn't get any of that syndication money. That's all Jerry.
That's all Jerry, man.
And George, not George, not the actor who plays George.
Yeah, not him.
What's his name? Who's the creator of the show?
The guy from
Larry David.
Larry David. Yeah.
Larry David is trying to defend how much money he's worth on the Stern show. He was like, it's not that much, and Stern's like, well, it's like $1.5 billion or so. That's exaggerated. And I'm like, so what? $1.25 billion? What the fuck off, dude? Stop trying to act like you take the lion's share.
I didn't like Curb Your Enthusiasm though. That never really got me.
I could never get into it.
Yeah.
It's just too awkward.
I just don't like Larry David. Maybe just his writing.
Yeah, it's one of those shows. I tried.
Seinfeld's amazing. If you could have a show that you just pull an episode at random and watch it, and it's all from start to end, it's all right there.
That's why it syndicates so well. Sorry to cut you off, but there's a lot of shows where you kind of watch them in sequence and they're good. How I Met Your Mother, I think, falls in that, but you can't watch that out of order. Seinfeld, you can watch any episode anytime and still get a kick out of it. Everybody Loves Raymond's pretty good for that too.
Oh yeah, I love Raymond. You know, if you're on Netflix and I'm still watching Seinfeld when I don't need to, that's a good show.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Love it.
Is Seinfeld on Netflix?
Yeah.
It is?
It is on Canadian Netflix.
Canadian Netflix.
It's not on there, really?
We just got Friends, so.
Yeah. And MASH.
Oh, yay.
Seriously, wow.
Woo.
Hey, I love MASH. Right? I'm an old dude, so.
Yeah, I used to watch MASH in syndication on late night on Fox. So yeah, I think I've seen most of that. That's a good show. I didn't understand what it was about at the time I was a kid, but I still liked it.
The season finale for that has the record for most views watched.
I wonder if it still does.
Well, it won't be beaten because no one's watching network television on that level anymore. You've got Netflix and stuff. The stat was only eyes on television.
Do you know how
another
many
interesting thing about now it's so divided, right? Now, something like Breaking Bad may have a hugely watched final episode, but they're gonna air it multiple times, so people don't always watch it at that one time. Yeah. And it's divided amongst 100 channels. Whereas back when MASH was on, there were 4 channels.
So when you do comparisons with that, is it also sports events included and stuff like that?
I don't think so.
No,
I think
the Super Bowls have
I sent you a link. MASH is number 1. Roots is 2.
Roots? Wow.
Roots was big.
Yeah, 1977.
Yeah,
it's funny how a lot of these are from a while. There's a Friends in 6th place.
Home Improvement is on here, which is funny.
That was a big show.
Home Improvement. I loved Home Improvement.
Was it? That one also syndicated pretty well.
I'm actually surprised the Cosby Show is number 9. I thought it was higher than that.
That was the biggest sitcom of the 80s. That was huge.
Was it?
That was huge, man.
I'll put this on the screen.
It really didn't grab me.
There's nothing here in the last 10 years.
I preferred the one with the Urkel, Family Matters.
Are you serious?
I did too, if I'm being honest. I didn't personally like the Cosby Show. I thought that Family Matters was much funnier. I remember one episode Carl hurt his back, and it was it was hurt so badly that the only way he could stand to even exist was to be hung up by basically the back of this vest he was wearing. So he's hanging from a door.
Oh yeah, the back of the door. Yeah.
Urkel comes running through the door, and the door swings, and he goes into the wall. That show was great. It got a little weird toward the end when
he cloned himself.
Urkel gets a time machine, and he turns into.
Cool and
I think that was all to make the actor happy, right? The actor was really. He was totally not happy with playing a nerd. He kind of went over the top in how cool he was, and when that show ended, he was saying stuff like, "If you ever see me do this play this character again, then kill me," because obviously it's a plea for you to do that.
He suffered from screech anxiety.
Yeah, he didn't like being that character anymore.
Did I do that?
It was great though. He had a catchphrase. There was an Urkel doll. I don't know if you guys remember the Urkel doll.
Is he rich? And when he's like, you know what? I didn't like the job toward the end, but at least I don't have to work.
He was the host of a game show for a while too.
He can't do anything else though.
He hosted a game show.
If I had to guess, I would say because Family Matters went on for 7 seasons maybe, something like that. I would guess that like he got a contract renegotiation toward the end. They probably hooked him up because he was the star of the show by the end.
It's a really sweet deal if you can work from like 13 to 20, and that's it. You live 80 years, you pull your weight from 13 to 20, that's 7 years, and you get the other 73 years to play.
Well, look at what's his face from Supernatural. That dude's been working on television nonstop for like 20 years.
Yeah, Dean.
Yeah.
But he wasn't as big
soap operas.
Soap opera for 10 years, and then he, did Supernatural for like 11 now.
You know which soap opera?
Days of Our Lives.
Days of Our Lives.
Yeah.
I was gonna guess Days of Our Lives because it's the only one I can name.
Yeah, and it makes sense when you hear that because you're like, yeah, he's way too good looking to be fighting werewolves.
Yeah, it's scary though because to be typecasted as Urkel forever could screw you up in here, man. Like Screech. Look what happened to Screech, man. Like I was watching the TV movie of that show, Saved by the Bell, and saw the stress that he was going through trying to be, trying to be taken serious, but he'd go out in public and people call him Screech. Like that would drive you crazy after years.
Yeah, I think
him.
I've seen him do. He's done some reality stuff. I think he did a porno as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have a huge dick? I'm pretty sure Screech has a big one.
Dustin Diamond.
Let's see who wants to see Screech's dick.
I'm down.
You know I do.
I mean, Woody's just gonna add another ticker to the 300.
Yeah.
One more.
One in a sea of cocks in his head.
3 digits already.
What head hurts?
Checking Kyle's Google foo.
So he has a sex tape. Screech has a sex tape. Yeah,
that's scary.
I'm having a hard time finding an image of it. I'll keep working though.
I'll race you.
You could watch the video, take a little screenshot. Whatever you gotta do.
The highlight of my week was when the porn star said that she liked me on her Twitter.
Did she?
Yeah.
Which one?
Mia Khalifa.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with her body of work.
She's like the #1 star now.
Is she? And she likes you?
Yeah.
Oh, I know who she is. She streams.
Yeah.
She streams on Twitch.
She's like, since the Lisa Ann quit, apparently, she took her place as #1 or something like that I was watching.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, shoot. Shame she didn't live closer.
Yeah, I saw that Lisa Ann quit. I follow her on Twitter, actually.
So do I.
Have you ever
And
seen
Instagram?
That Nailin Palin porno?
Classic.
It was great. So great.
Everything she does is just Oscar material.
And they're making fun of all the stuff that Sarah Palin had said about being like right next door to the Russians, so she's like fucking these Russians in the porno. It's great. It's great porno. Nailin Palin. Nailin Palin
from my backyard.
I didn't actually. I didn't actually listen to any of the dialect in that, but yeah, I get you. That was my ultimate reason.
I'm not
to watch
finding
it.
Screech's penis. It's pretty tough to do.
I'm not either. I see some screenshots of him in a bathtub, or something, and he's like he's like making an O face, but like.
Oh jeez. Can't say I'm not disappointed.
Yeah,
I am gonna say I'm disappointed. I was expecting a dick, and.
Oh.
Well.
And.
No, Woody has found Screech cock.
I don't know. It was listed as
If anyone can.
Does anyone know his tattoos? Can we confirm if that's him or not? It's not him.
Nope.
That's not impressive.
Nor is that him.
That's not even close to him.
Yeah, that's like yeah. Well, oh well.
Well, we saw a dick.
Maybe someday.
We always got that.
Yeah. There's a light at the end of the tunnel.
I've been looking for a Game of Thrones trivia game because I thought that would be great, but I can't find. All of them are so easy that I'm just like filling them out as I go. So it's
You
just
can listen to the audio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me
Do
too.
the trivia game again.
See, I can tell you what happens, but I can't remember the names.
I can remember 85, 90% of the names.
I'm doing better with the names now that I'm going through the audiobook, because you hear them so much. And
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
I'm 15 hours in to the first book, which is about halfway.
Let's see where I am. I am.
I know, I can't hang with Kyle. I keep thinking, like, originally my goal was to catch up to him, but the gap is just spreading.
Yeah, I'm a book ahead of you. I'm at 17 hours, 50 minutes, and book number 2.
I'm
so
jealous.
Kyle, do you listen to it on like headphones or do you use like a speaker?
I put like earbuds in and listen to it on my phone, or I've got the discs as well. It just depends where I'm listening to it at.
I've been driving at least an hour a day, so I listen to it then, but that's not enough to keep up with Kyle.
Yeah, that's
No,
insane.
I listen at least 2 or 3 hours a day, something like that, because I listen to it the entire time I'm in the car, and like I was in the field like yesterday, like driving a tractor and like.
Tell me more about this tractor and what were you doing? Well, you were putting in fence. You're cheating on me in your fence installation.
I was.
I got fence to put in, and you said no.
So you do fences?
Yeah, sure. It does fences for other people, but I need a fence, and suddenly it's I don't do fences.
I accidentally shot my dad's fence down, and like I had to,
You can't shoot a fence down.
How do you? No, you can't accidentally shoot a fence down because you were looking at the fence for a good enough amount of time to mow through wood.
Oh, it's a barbed wire fence. So like all the strands of barbed wire got clipped by bullets. It's kind of in the background of those.
Is anyone
trees
buying this bullshit?
Okay,
no.
okay.
He's helping with the fencing project.
Wooden fence I can buy, but barbed wire?
Yeah, he didn't accidentally shoot down several things of barbed wire. No, his dad needed help in the fields, and Kyle was there for him. I need help
Absolutely
in the fields.
That or Kyle's John Wick and he's shooting fucking razor wire with bullets.
I can shoot a wire in half from it. Yeah,
I could
do that.
definitely
But I'm doing
shoot
it
a wire in
accidentally.
fast, just not with the first bullet.
I actually enjoyed that one.
But yeah, I was driving the tractor, and I got my thing on. I'm listening to Jon Snow. He's up
Do
there.
you know anything
fucking,
about the tractor? Was it the model of the tractor? Quite curious.
It was a John Deere front end loader. It's a
A compact utility tractor of some sort.
It's
Do you know the number?
pretty good sized one. I don't know the number. I'll get it tomorrow. It's medium size. I don't know. It was like $45,000.
Right. That's a big tractor. Of course, if it's John Deere, that's like the size of it.
Yeah, that's the junior model.
Yeah, I know, right? They're so expensive.
Everything's like automatic. Like there's lots of controls and it's fancy. That's a pretty nice tractor. But I had shot this huge pile of television, so I was scooping them up and putting them in a trash pile.
I was
cleaning up
wondering
my little
how you
shooting
cleaned
range.
up after yourself. Because you're like, at one point you're like, I don't do that. I just consider it like gravel, part of the pavement. That's the brass or whatever. And it was like, but it's got to accumulate at some point. Like you'll go out and
You've got to go somewhere.
He buys like 18 toilets, 24 TVs, and like stuff that doesn't just disappear by bullet impact.
Yeah, this gravel is very hazardous to your feet. It is broken porcelain and broken glass.
Yeah, there's like mercury all over the ground.
Oh my
that
god.
smoke from old TVs coming out.
Latex paint everywhere.
Oh yeah. Yes, it was a pretty big mess. There was all those TVs and there was a big pile of concrete blocks all smashed up. So I was out there, But what I was getting at is I listen to it anytime that I've got. Like I don't listen to it when I work out though. I don't really get pumped listening to Aria, starve in the wilderness when I'm working out. So I don't listen to it then. Pretty much any other time.
Doesn't make you want to do cardio.
Not at all. That paintball is what's making me want to do cardio because I've been thinking back to like a couple other times that I've went and played and my legs will just be shredded by the end of the first day and like the second day I don't even want to play.
It'll do that.
I got to get my cardio going this time. I'm doing squats and deadlifts and running a couple miles a day. So I'm gonna get in shape this time. I'm gonna have some fun.
Your body will thank you for it. I tell you that much.
Yeah, so I know that you guys out there, I'm speaking to the fans now, my listeners, all you wonderful people out there in listening land, however you're listening or watching to this. I know some of you sometimes like to give a shit because we come up with these ideas for fun things to do, and sometimes they don't.
Perfect timing.
Yes, sometimes we don't even talk about them.
Yeah, fuck it. Skip it.
Pan out. I have.
By the way, you froze right there, so no one heard anything. But sometimes we're full of shit.
Okay, well let me pan out. Let me start over, and I'll do it a little bit quicker. Sometimes we come up with really fun ideas, and they just don't pan out, and it's usually not from lack of us wanting to do them or us putting effort forth. It's just not feasible when we get down to the nitty-gritty. This time, however, we're going to do the paintball event. So we're going
Nice.
to do it. We're going to do the PKA/FPS Russia paintball event, or in sometime in April, I think. That's a little bit tentative, but it's like 90% for sure. We're going to do it at. Help me, Wolf. Is it Paintball Explosion?
Paintball Explosion, and I believe it's Dundee. No, it's not Dundee. It's outside of Chicago.
Yeah. Now nothing's definite so far, but it's going to happen one way or another. We haven't nailed down the exact day or anything, but
it's the home of the real-life Nuketown field.
There you go.
Yes.
Can we look at the Nuketown field? We could watch. We could watch a little bit of Wolf playing on Nuketown to get a look at the map.
Oh, they have no idea what they're in store for.
And that way we know we're not going to get like a copyright strike. We got it right here.
Oh, I'm thinking. I like that.
I'll help.
It's funny.
That's great.
I'll hear from fans, and they'll go like, "Hey, that building's supposed to be this little bit this. The angle is off a little bit." All right, really now? Really? The hell out of here.
Wolf, which one of these? Which one of your videos would you recommend to show off Nuketown?
Ooh, that's a good question. I've got 3. There's Nuketown Battle Part 1, maybe.
Did you do a real life chopper gunner? Are you shooting out of a helicopter at people?
Yeah, actual helicopter. You didn't see that video yet?
I haven't seen that one yet. I've watched a bunch of them, especially over the last.
We hired a helicopter and we did a flyby over Nuketown.
That's perfect. That sounds perfect to me. All right, let me link you to that.
It's kind of hard to see it from that angle, but it's still a very cool video, bro.
All right, Kyle's linked it up. Okay. So the way we do this is usually we all queue up at 0, and then we say 1, 2, 3, play, and we do our thing. Is this one you want to queue up at 0 or some other time stamp?
I guess you can. It depends how much of it. It's only 4 minutes, so it's your call.
There's a link in the chat. Did you see it?
I got it.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, play.
When you see the map, you'll see they really pay attention to detail. You may not be able to see like the mailbox and stuff from the air, but like when you get down on the ground, every little thing is almost exactly like how it was in Call of Duty. It's really cool. I'm looking forward to getting down there and like it's gonna be a weird feeling to like physically be somewhere that I've been so many times virtually. So
I had that once. I played. Oh, and I didn't have it. Do you remember at that COD event? They're like, we're gonna have Scrapyard in real life to play paintball.
That was horrible.
There wasn't Scrapyard at all.
I heard about
junk everywhere.
You're like, how is this Scrapyard?
Yeah, there's no fuselage. It was not good.
Not even close to it.
It was not. And they had the zip line. I remember like, and people were out there playing paintball. I didn't play. Like I love paintball.
You didn't play? I know we played. I know I played with Woody. We were supposed to play again't Freddie W, but
I played well. Hey, look, Woody'sGamertag was in the kill feed on this thing.
Hey, look, Juice fucking dug you. Look at that.
Yeah, whoever was getting the kills had a Humpet Clan tag. That's great.
Yeah. So maybe it's Wolf who's going to get a copyright claim.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how you got there.
So what happens if you get shot and you're in the chopper and you parachute out?
I don't think paintballs can get through the wind tunnel that the chopper created.
Yeah.
We're pretty high up, bro.
This is great.
Did you get any kills from the chopper?
Apparently I did, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Can you imagine being on the ground and getting hit on the top of your head in the middle of the forest?
Oh, that sounds terrible.
There were a couple of WTF moments from what I hear. Because they said we were just shooting film, but no, it was live. It was crazy. I wanted the fast jump out personally, but they wouldn't let me.
Oh, that's so much fun.
Put a rope down and just go.
Oh yeah, as you can see, I'm trying to see which fields. I don't think it's Nuketown yet.
That's the they have the field used to be an amusement park.
Oh.
So there is bumper car house that we play in. Like there's a whole bunch of weird different buildings that you play in. It's insane.
Huh.
Yeah, and it's hard to do sound from that because the chopper was so there's nothing to
Oh yeah.
increase that sound. It was like, my goodness gracious.
What is this split video?
Yeah, we had a couple of cameras going at the same time.
See, playing around with the editing.
You got to, brother. You got to.
There it is.
Poor children down there. Just look up. Why is it coming from the sky?
Oh yeah, I could see you were just on target a second ago. Yeah, you.
You know what? That's one of the myths about paintball is that when normal, I guess, people think about paintball, they think of Billy or Tommy's birthday game or birthday party, and it's like when you go to these big games, though, it's like adults, 90% adults and a couple of kids. Oh, and we get like 2,000 people, RPGs, tanks, smoke grenades. We have radio comms on everybody. It's crazy.
It's adults, but it's often young adults, right? Like I would say a lot of the players are between 20 and 35.
Between 20 and 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
A very split mix in that.
Yeah, even our local field never had like kids coming out and doing their birthdays. It was like you were 17 to 37. That was the range at the field.
Yeah, and probably because it hurts to lose. Like if you suck at laser tag, big deal. Like you're all right. You'll be fine. If you suck at laser tag, yeah, I got beat. Whatever, Mom. Can I have Tostitos? But if you suck at paintball, oh man, just filled with bruises. So after Living Legends event, I took this. I pulled my shirt up and I had all these like welts over me. Nothing that you guys haven't seen before. And I put a photo of it on Facebook just to show all my bruises and stuff. And they pulled it down for nudity.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I was wearing the shirt. I like pulled it up to my armpit, and it was too much skin for Facebook.
You got a hater out there. That's what it is.
Wow, that's impressive.
A hater. I have one hater. You're adorable, Wolf.
Can we be nice?
Can we take a look at this next video because it's on the ground. If you skip to 7, I timestamped the video or not timestamped, but I did the thing.
Oh yeah, you did.
Great. So like this will give you an idea of on the ground, and you'll see immediately that this is Nuketown. What the fuck?
Are you ready?
That's 744.
Yeah.
744.
If you click on his link, it should take you to that.
Yep. I'm
ready?
Good to go.
Set. Play.
So like you can see, this is the back of Nuketown. You can see like the lattice work there.
That's a die down, by the way. Very cool gun.
Yeah, these guys look like you, Wolf, but they're not you. Are you on the same team?
I'm actually wearing a helmet camera right there, and I am their general.
I see.
Yeah.
So look at that. It's immediately you're like, oh shit, that's Nuketown.
And it's clean. Does it still look like that? Do they keep up with it?
They keep up the cleaning, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the mannequins in the building are shot up, but they're still there. But you can still see the colors of the buildings.
There are a lot of people on this one wall.
You have no idea.
It should really be like a 12v12 or a 6v6. It's like a 40x40. Nuketown's small for that.
No, it was insane.
That's what we'll do when we get there. We'll be, depending on how many people show up. I figure we'll get a couple hundred, but we can break off into teams. We can do whatever we want. We could do a tournament on Nuketown if you wanted, where we broke off into like 6-man squads and did 6v6.
Can we request that the fans act like recruit bots on combat training in Nuketown?
You want to hear the crazy thing though? When you play Nuketown in real life, you play the same way you play the map.
I don't doubt it.
Except for jumping out.
Well, you can't jump out the window though, right? Yeah, I was like,
they actually put up bars so you can't do that.
The first time I played paintball, I was an adult. Like I'd played COD before I played paintball, and it didn't take me long to figure out that a lot of the same things work. Like right, you sort of want a head glitch, off the things. You want to lower the amount of like target that the enemy has to shoot at. You want to move from position of cover to position of cover. Like a lot of the basics in COD are also true in paintball.
But the funny thing is that you'll get gamers watching my paintball videos, and they'll say, "Oh, that guy's camping." and when you get out in real life and you hear those shells hitting the wall right beside you, it's a whole different ball game.
Oh. I would like to agree with Wolf here, but if you skip to, it's not this video.
It's not this video. We know.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Wolf takes a nice little sit down moment during the video.
I'm gonna find it. One moment.
I did that in the real game too, buddy. I did that in the video game too.
I love it, and that guy walks right under you.
He walks right up.
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, girls do play paintball, by the way.
They do. What do you think the ratio is? 1 in 20?
Oh, frig.
Oh, I think it's higher than that.
It's about, yeah, it's probably 1 in 40.
Yeah.
1 in 40? Okay.
And then if you want to think in terms of hotness, well, then that's where the unicorn factor comes in.
I think
there's
a certain
hot ones out there.
Yeah.
There are. Oh, there are.
They're out there, of course, yeah.
When we go hiking, they called it trail magic, right? Girls that would be like, you know, a 6 at the mall or like a 9 on the trail. You're like, oh my God, she's so cool. Look at her, she actually hikes.
That's how it works.
That might exist in paintball too. You know.
Now, Kyle, do you see my vest float out there?
Yes, I like that a lot. I'm gonna.
Okay. Everything there is functional. Like if I don't, some kids say, "Oh, they just want to look cool like that." No, I've got a radio pouch. I've got magazine holders. I don't have it on this video, but I have a aqua pack in my back, and the hose comes over my shoulder to drink when I'm out on the field and everything.
Yeah.
So everything I have on, everything we wear out there is functioning. It's not just for looks.
I would need that if I was to play a big scenario woods ball game, because nothing's worse than hiking a mile uphill, getting shot, and then having to turn around. It's why I really hate the big scenario games. Like we played at Travis Air Force Base, and it was mainly a walking simulator with shooting in between.
Yeah, I've told this before. The first time I played at Living Legends, the team I was on was much, much better than the other team. And that's not to say I made it that way. I mean, the teams are like 700 versus 700 or something crazy like that. But what that meant was that my team had the other team pinned down in their spawn. And every time I got shot, walk like over a mile back and then back again. It
feels like that, man.
It feels like it. Are you kidding? It's not an illusion. It's like a mile or so. It's like, oh yeah, it does feel like a mile. Yeah, because it's a mile. It's really far.
But notice how the different angles you can use shooting under the bus. It's just like the video game, bro.
All right, so if we go to this video at 5 minutes and 23 seconds.
Okay.
This is a little campy.
Okay,
let's see. Are we ready?
I'm not hating on it. I would do the same thing.
No, hold on. I lost the link.
It's still there on the right.
Yeah.
So when you hang out mouse over in the top left, there's a little blue square. It'll bring the chat.
Oh, copy that. Yeah, I'm good.
Copy that. A little paintball talk.
I am queued up at 5:23.
Yep.
All right. Ready, set, play.
So, yeah.
So this is the back steps. This is the back steps on Nuketown.
Yep.
Engage right here.
Mine's like a slideshow. I'm sorry, audience. I'm getting slow frame rates. But
I actually got somebody. We shot each other. I got him first. But it was, you know what? You're damn right I camped there.
It looks really effective. You get a couple guys.
But you know what? It was actual tactics because they were closing in on our building, and we had one guy covering the front window, one guy covering the stairs from inside, and I had to cover the back.
Yeah, that's what I thought probably happened.
I gotta say, there's a part I think in the same video too where you start leaning over the balcony over here.
Yes, sir.
That's great.
Try not to hit someone in the top of the head, and Kyle and I would have been like, "That's where." Because we want to teach them a lesson so they don't come back here again.
We were watching that, and I was like, Wolf's a really nice guy. He's a really nice guy. I bet after he shot that guy, he was like, tough luck, man. Next time you'll get me. Don't worry. But I'm up there like, come on. The top of it.
Well, there's some of my videos you'll see me. I'll be in the woods and I will surrender people without shooting them. And I'll tell them because they'll walk on top of me and I'll say, you know what, buddy, just come out. I don't want to shoot you this close. And they'll be thankful.
I'm honestly afraid to do
You're a better person than us.
A lot because they still have the option, it seems, in some games. So they'll be like, you're like, surrender, and they're like, nah. That's what I do. Yeah, I will never surrender. You're not gonna make me unless you barrel tag me and I just have to walk off the field. Like if you go surrender, I'm gonna try to draw and shoot you and like roll or something and get out of there. I'm not gonna surrender.
Let's play on different teams next time. See if I get you in a surrender situation. Let's see what happens.
Nope. Prisoners in paintball.
Yeah, this is where I'm shooting over the leg.
That'd be cool. Now that would be a serious scenario game if they were prisoners. It's like, dude, I barrel tagged. You're coming with me.
There have been games like that, brother. Now notice the way of shooting now. You can't do that with a hopper on top. You can only do that with a mag fed.
That's true. Yeah, this gun he's got is a die dam. Oh, well, the gun he was using there is a die dam. I'm getting one of those. It should be here Monday or Tuesday, something like that. I'm really excited.
It shoots both magazines and hoppers on top.
Yeah, and that big box rotor on the bottom. What'd you say? 320 rounds?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna buy like $200 worth of first strike rounds.
All I can say is this: just be ready, because carry that loaded around.
I've got I think I've got, let's see, 5. I've got 10 20-round mags, and I'll have that 25-round box mag that's all first strikes. So I can't wait to get on Nuketown and just fucking lane the side of that thing. There's gonna be it's just gonna be 4 people off the break. I'm really pumped for this thing. Like,
Kyle
I'm doing
says he's going to be destroying children.
Children will be bleeding at this event.
There will be blood.
It sounds bad when I say that, and I don't want anybody to like get afraid and be like afraid to come play with us because Kyle's going to hurt you or anything, because you've got enough padding on it doesn't really hurt. But when I started playing paintball, I myself wasn't. It's like this. It's like this.
What a liar.
When
if you have enough padding on, it doesn't hurt.
Kyle's like, no, you should totally come out. It doesn't hurt. You're so full of shit.
Such a liar.
It is really going to hurt.
Let me try and tell them how the pain in paintball works. It's like getting hit with an elastic band. It only hurts for like 8 seconds, and then your adrenaline is pumping so hard,
exactly,
it's gone after like 10 seconds.
So imagine an elastic band that leaves a bruise that lasts 15 days.
And you'll be bleeding possibly. If
with a little blood possibly.
It depends on your body type, I guess. See, I'm a black man, so the bruising doesn't show up as much.
That's a nice one.
Tactical advantage right there.
When I first got my Tiberius rifle like 3 years ago, I think it was one of the earlier ones. I think I got like serial number 174 or something.
Oh my gosh, crazy.
And maybe one. I got 2 of them, but I just had got it. I never had shot first strike rounds, never had done mag fed, and I didn't really play with it in the event. But we did a video that we called like the human firing range, where I got my buddies to go out there and stand, and I'm talking to the camera. I'm like, this is a Tiberius. This is first strike rounds. Look how accurate this thing is.
I remember when you shot that.
Oh man, one of those guys out there. He was one of Kitty's friends. He was a paintballer that she'd known for a while, but he volunteered to be part of his firing range, and he was like, "Come on, motherfucker!" He called me a pussy or something. I shot him in the collarbone with a first strike round at like 20 yards. The blood ran down halfway to his belly button.
Yeah.
and I wish that Taylor were here. Taylor couldn't make it tonight.
Dude, can I tell this? What happened after that?
You were on the receiving end. Please go ahead.
So what happened after Kyle shot this guy in the collarbone, and like everyone like took a break, and he had a white T-shirt on, so the blood was like a really big, or maybe he had no shirt on. I forget, but you could really see the blood. And after that, everyone was like lining up 60 yards out. like no one wanted to be close. But I got close. And then go ahead. You were talking about Taylor.
Yeah, you took it. Oh, Taylor might have said something. And I was like, I said to the camera, I'm like, I'm gonna shoot Mercadurker in the hand. And I like
because he's doing
real
this
carefully and shot him right in the hand. He's just Those first strike rounds are impressive. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on that die, and I'm gonna make a video with it, just showing like the accuracy and stuff. I'm gonna do like an accuracy test with.
Yeah, it goes double to 3 times the distance of a regular paintball.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And I've been watching that Pistol Pete guy's videos, and he's sniping people out at like 50 yards and stuff. It's great.
But again, you got to be patient to take those shots. This is not a run and gun type of situation. You know what I mean? Like. It's not, and there's no quick scoping in paintball. You gotta.
Well, I feel like you could do both. I feel like you could put the hopper on. The cool thing about the dam, you could put the hopper on, have your 200 balls there, have your mag with your your first strikes.
Yes, sir.
You can rush in, going 3 full auto with just regular paintballs out of your hopper, and then just quick switch over.
Switch it over. Yeah. That's what I do.
It's really fast to switch over. I don't think I'm going to be able to run a hopper because I've got a pretty cool camera setup I'm using. So you've got the GoPro looking straight through the scope, so you can see the crosshairs and it magnifies. You really need that with that first strike stuff because sometimes the targets are 30 yards away and you can see the impacts on them. It's going to make some cool videos.
And you can also get couplers for your magazines. You know that, right?
Yeah, I think I'm getting some of those. I hope they sent some couplers. I hope. So.
We'll talk about that. You can't do them too tight.
Yeah, what's a coupler? How was a coupler? Magazine coupler?
What do you call it? You know in Call of Duty when you had two magazines taped together for a quick reload?
Yeah.
You can do that with the paintball gun.
Oh, it's a coupler. It's like a clip that holds them two together.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's insane.
Yeah,
I'm smart.
I can't tell you how pumped I am about this. Like, I was working out like a couple hours ago, and I'm on the elliptical, and my ass is burning, my thighs are burning, and like I've got it jacked way up on the ramp and the resistance. It feels like I'm walking through mud, and I've got my backpack on too, and I'm just holding on to the stirrups or whatever, the handguard, and I'm just like, those kids are gonna pay. If I'm going through all of this, it's gonna pay. Like I got done working out, took a shower, went outside, got my Tiberius pistols. I'm like, I'm really gonna have some fun. And everything's getting cleaned and polished. I'm getting my jerseys out. I'm pumped for this thing.
Yeah,
it's gonna be great.
It's gonna be a different ball game. You got a full loadout on, brother.
Yeah.
It's.
I've got a Geo. I've got a. Get this thing.
That's pretty speedball stuff. No, this is different. If you're holding a mag-fed marker, full-on battle rifle, two-handed run, that's nice and light, but.
That's what I was asking. That's why I'm flipping it around. So you can,
exactly.
When you pick one of these up, you will be the first thing you say is like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" This is so light and so like they scraped out every little bit of aluminum that they didn't need. Everything that's here is here because you need it. This thing is so freaking light and it sprays so much paint. So it's a whole different play style though. Like when I rock this, I'm going in with 200 balls in my hopper, another 8, another 1,600 on my back.
I want to play against a lot of rental guns. I think that would be ideal, right? Like if I can shoot a good like 20 balls per second and they shoot 1 ball per second, I'll be fine. No elliptical. I don't need that. It's pay to win paintball. Here we
just
go.
put a case of paint in the back with Woody by the corner, and he just sits with a box.
Yeah, I'm landing.
I would like.
I really hope we get a lot of fans to come out for this thing. We've done 3 or 4 of these events. I know Woody's done 2 or 3. I think I've done maybe 1 more than he has because I did one by myself like 3.5 years ago.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
And it's so much fun. Like, if you're looking for some interaction with us, quite frankly, like it's a really good way to get it done because we're basically hanging out in a big group, and we're all hanging out playing paintball together. So we talk and joke and.
That's where I signed a guy's boobs at a paintball event.
Yeah.
That was
there you go.
It's a service he offers.
This is the diadem.
See, that is so insane.
It'll take an AR buffer tube, right? So you could use standard AR stock.
Standard AR parts. I've got the canted sights on it. I use the EOTech for long distance. Tac light.
What kind of 45 sights do you have?
These are can't remember.
I got some nice.
I have my glasses. I can't even see it. But you know what? For close quarters, they're good. I don't even know what brand they are.
Yeah, those are great.
High-end sights are a waste of money on you, Wolf.
I don't have my glasses on.
I can't tell.
These are prescription scopes. You understand?
Now this one was a different one.
I don't know.
Jesus Christ! What is that? Is that a battery?
Is that a grenade launcher?
It's a grenade launcher. This is my old A5 with the silencer-looking thing is actually makes the paintball go. It's called a flatline. It makes the paintballs go farther because it twists them as they go out. The grenade launcher we use like Nerf launchers to take out paintball tanks and stuff.
Yeah.
This by itself with no ammo is 15 pounds.
Have you ever shot someone with the?
But I mean, you're saving so much weight with a carbon fiber barrel there.
Well, the little things that count.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying, Kyle, what?
Have you ever shot a person with the grenade launcher?
By accident, yeah.
Yeah. I've been shot in the ass with one at point blank, like one of the big, like bazooka-looking ones.
I was there.
They hurt a little bit, but it was funny. And then he turned around and let me shoot him in the ass. It was a good trick. That was fun.
That was funny. Your
Hard,
reaction.
hard to wipe that one off and cheat your way.
Now, this is a little bit off topic, but I was just realizing because you mentioned that you couldn't read what kind of site there was going on there. You strike me as a guy who is a little bit older than you look.
Yeah. How old do you
So hey, don't
guessing game, everyone.
Guessing game.
All right.
So I reserved.
I just had my birthday on February 9th.
I reserved the right to go last because I came up with the topic.
Woody goes first then because
I'm going to say he's my age. I'm going to say he's 41, almost 42.
Okay. I'm going to say 37. Price is Right rules, by the way.
Now, I'm saying this not because you... First of all, I think you look like you're like 32.
Yeah. If you said 32, you'd be like, yeah, right, that's it. It's fine. But
And I know the audience can't see... Show him, Wolf. Show him the guns. Wolf is... Wolf works out a little bit in his spare time.
A little bit.
But I'm going to guess 43.
Hold on, what did Woody say?
41, almost 42.
41.
Okay. You want the answer?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just turned 45.
Wow,
45.
really? Jesus.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Paintball keeps you young.
Oh my God. That's remarkable.
What's in that drink?
What is in that drink? What do you got there?
What is in that drink? Is that pineapple juice you're drinking there?
It's orange juice, buddy.
Orange juice, okay.
Yeah, with
For the
fetus.
record,
The only reason
placenta in there too.
the only reason that I bring it up, and the only reason that I know that you're older than you look, is because I see the gray in your goatee.
Right there, yeah.
I know it because I've talked to him. I know I've spent enough time with him. I've heard him talk. And you're divorced? Is that right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and that was a while ago. And it's just like, he's got too much life experience to be 32.
Yeah, I had heartbroken. Started life over. Stopped going to the golf courses. Started playing paintball hardcore. Lost 50 pounds. And,
Were you overweight?
Yeah, I was a typical office dad going to play golf. I was topping at 229.
Okay.
Sound like
And how tall are you?
5'10".
5'10".
Yeah, now I'm 180.
This all sounds like fiction just looking at you, though. It's like, yeah, I was an overweight father who played golf on the weekends when I had my time off.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like,
telling you, bro.
What do you do
Now
for a living
G.I.
now,
Joe.
Wolf?
What'd you say?
What do you do for a living now?
I do a couple things other than being a paintball god. I work on music videos.
Oh, that really?
Yeah, I do work with a director named Lil X, now Director X, and we do like all of Drake's videos, Usher's videos. Oh, wow. If you look on the video by Drake, from the bottom, started from the bottom, now we're here. You can actually see me in the dance floor with a camouflage hat.
I've seen you.
As they're dancing through. So, yeah, we do that.
so
do
you
behind the
can
scenes
dance.
So what's Kanye?
Hey.
Like? What's Kanye? Is Kanye as silly
Nicest
and
guy you'll ever meet.
because I've heard Aziz Ansari talk about how comical he can be at times.
He's the nicest guy you can ever meet, bro.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
that's good. That's good to hear. I've heard all kinds of fun stories about him. You know, you always hear like the crazy stuff, and everybody wants to throw him under the bus. But I've also heard some really fun, quirky stuff. Like Seth Rogen said he ran into him in like a hotel lobby, and Kanye was like, "You want to hear my new CD?" And they were like, "Yeah!" And they like took him outside. They got in Kanye's limo. Kanye starts playing the track on his laptop. There's no vocals on the track. Kanye starts rapping. He starts rapping to it right there. And they were
In the limo.
The interviewer in the limo. Like he's got the music, he's got the beat, he's got the hook, everything. He's got it right there on his laptop playing. But he's rapping to Seth Rogen and his wife in the limo. And the interviewer asked Seth, he's like, "So how long did you stay there? That could be awkward." He's like, "I don't know, till he was done, like an hour and a half." He's like, Kanye's rapping for me personally right now with his new album. Of course I'm gonna say.
I'm not gonna leave. Yeah, well, I've heard stuff like that. Like he went to Jimmy Kimmel's uncle's wedding or birthday party, something like that, for no reason. Like he wasn't asked for it. He was in town and said, "Hey, Jimmy," and he showed up at his uncle's birthday party. You know what I mean? And it's weird because he does such stupid things in front of the camera sometimes, and it's like, and he says it in his songs that I'm an idiot and I'm an asshole. Like he says he knows he screws up. You know what I mean? And it's like, when you hear the struggle that he went through to get where he is now, that's why I remember him back in the day when he was, doing tracks with John Legend in the basement and he was nobody, and no one would give him a record deal because he didn't look like a rapper. No one would invest money into him that frustration for 15 years before you make it big is insane. You know what I mean? So I see him acting like an idiot and stuff like that, and it's like I feel bad for the guy because I'm like the only guy in the room saying that he's actually a nice guy, but no one else could ever see that, So there's only so much that you can do to help people, but shoot, it's like when you get popular, people type stuff on Reddit, they have no idea who you are, what you go through, and I never mind you guys. Even I get some of the weirdest stories told about Wolf that I hear about later on. I'm like, oh my god, seriously.
Are they true?
I wish.
Did that child really die that day? Did he? Where's he buried, Wolf? Where's he buried?
Is he in your backyard? Seriously?
The honorable thing.
But yeah, man, it's my lifestyle is very, and single dad. Going to music video sets, flying out to paintball games every other weekend. It's a little crazy, but it's awesome.
Oh, what's cool is when Wolf is your general, right? This is how it goes down. We'll be at some big event, and there's two generals there. And like the first general will come up, and they need to give a speech to all their people. So they like whatever, there's 500 guys to a team, and one guy comes up and says, "All right, I'm really honored to be your general, and we're all gonna have fun out there." And go get them, boys.
Really vanilla.
Right? And it's you're like, and then Wolf comes out there, and he's all dressed in like military garb or like a calf deep duster, and he gets up and we're gonna kill. It's like the fucking scene from Braveheart, and everyone out there is like, man, I wish I was on his team.
They may take our lives, but they will never take our freedom. It really does pump you up. And for credit, he will scream the whole weekend until his voice is gone. The last day, your voice is gone every year. Every year. I don't know why they let anybody else be the general anyway. I really don't. I'm not gonna call any names out, but I remember you weren't the general one year, and I was like, this guy fucking sucks.
Yeah, right.
You know what? Honestly, it's hard to be a general, man, because even though paintball is just a game and everything, when you guys are out partying and stuff and going out with Paul and those guys, I'm in my hotel room with maps and plans and charging radios and assigning radio chatter. Like this is literally a planned out strategic chessboard for that weekend.
Next time we play, I want you to take me under your wing, because here's what happens to me every time I play.
Okay.
Like, I have a good time, and what I usually do is break off on my own. I like to flank, and my dream, of course, is always to walk up behind a large group of people, and I usually get it done. I'll usually get it done, 2 or 3 times an event. I'll come up behind like a dozen people, maybe more, and I'll get to spray them all down, and usually they got a medic right there, but I got my kicks, right? What I want is to have a fucking radio, and I want Wolf to be like, Kyle, where are you? And I want to be like, I'm in section R7. Yep. All right. Well, the objective marker is about 500. I want you to tell me. I want something to do.
Okay, we can do that, buddy.
Because up until now, when I play these scenario events, I don't really enjoy them, to be honest, because there's so much walking, like we said. And when I'm out there, I'm just shooting people. But if it was like, if I could get back to the reload station and be like, yeah, I shot 12 people and I captured the objective.
You got this.
I got this. That would be great. Because I'm just out there, like 90% of the other people are, unless you're fucking. I know Mike rolls Tech PB like they're fucking militia.
Yeah.
When
he doesn't stop.
It's Mike from Tech PB rolls a squad out, and those guys are Mike trains for reals.
Yeah, he does CrossFit.
He does CrossFit for that. He's doing wind sprints, like he's getting in shape, and he knows how far it is from like on the final battle. Yeah. He knows how far it is on the final battle from spawn to the hill. Yeah. And that's his distance. That's what he's practicing at. He's sprinting that in his goddamn gear, getting good at it. So when Living Legends comes around, he's ran that distance at max speed hundreds of times.
And he's huge.
He beats everybody there.
Yeah.
Everybody. He gets there and he mows as many people as he can mow down, and then he walks back, gets back in there, and he's ahead of everybody. There aren't, Mike's an older guy too. He's in his 40s, but there's no teenagers out running Mike. There's no 20-year-olds out running Mike because Mike wants it bad.
Yeah. I was actually in awe when I saw that.
Mike's kind of got the kind of. I don't want to say that I don't play dirty. I don't shoot people. I'm not gonna aim for your crotch or anything. But let me preface what I'm about to say with this. When I started playing paintball, I was myself a child, and I was playing with other children. I used to wear a shirt that said I shoot children for fun, just to piss the other parents off at the speedball field. Because it's what I was there for, I loved it so much, just sprinting down the lane in the speedball field, just running past them, shooting people in their ribs, and they don't even know I'm there. I love that so much. But now I'm a grown-ass man, right? I'm closing in on 30 here. I can't wear that shirt anymore. I look like a lunatic. I can't tell people that, yeah, man, I'm going because I want to shoot those kids with my paintball gun.
Give me the shirt. I'll wear it.
I made the shirt. That's how insane I was. That's how insane 17-year-old me was. I got iron-on letters and made a shirt. It was outrageous.
Were they like the puffy, fuzzy 70s letters that you ironed on? That's what I'm picturing.
No. It was clean. It was clean. I went to Walmart.
You went to
letters.
Oh, Walmart. Okay.
Yeah, Walmart has good ones. I didn't even know what iron-on letters were, but I wanted a custom tee, and there weren't all these. There wasn't a spread shirt back in the day, so I wanted a shirt that let the parents know what I was there for. But now I'm a grown-up, so I can't be like that. But I'm still a child in here. I promise you.
If you're not, it sucks.
I'm still a child in here. I'm still that 14-year-old version of me that like drools over the thought of going in the woods with a bunch of other guys and we're gonna shoot it out for reals. I love that shit. So
that's the thing about getting older, man. While you might heal a little slower or whatever, your sense of self hasn't altered at all, right? You're laughing at the same immature jokes. You're I don't know. Emotionally, you're the same you were 10 years ago. You're just.
I've actually found more of myself playing this game than any other game. I feel bad for other guys who are my age and they're stuck to be doing grown-up stuff. You know what I mean? It's crazy out there. And trust me, I don't go to bars for people my age because it's sad. It's like, oh my God, the guys and the guts out of here and the gold chains open, and it's like, no, I'm sorry, I'll go hang out with the 20-year-olds. I'm good. You know what I mean? This game.
And I feel like Mike has a similar aggressiveness, and I don't know how. That's the only way I know how to describe it. It's an aggressiveness. It's kind of a. I'm the way, if you've ever seen the movie Cobb, about Ty Cobb and the way he played baseball, that's how I play paintball. I'm not gonna slide into. Now I won't slide into you with my cleats, and I do wear cleats. I won't do that to you like Cobb would do. But I'm going to play the game as hard as I can play it, and my goal, because it's paintball, is to shoot you with my paintball gun. And that's what I want, because that's what I love. I get such a thrill when when I see that paintball break on you, and you go, ah! I love that shit. I remember being 14 and shooting my friends' dads and being like, I'm gonna shoot you. I'm going for the ribs every time. I don't want to shoot you in the mask. I'll wait and pick my shot. You're getting shot in the ribs, old man. You're going down. All these 35, 45-year-old dads were out there, and I'm 14. I weighed probably 100.
Doing the Matrix.
Matrix stuff. I always wanted to do that move where you do the cartwheel while shooting the gun. But I've never had the upper body strength or the coordination to do it. And my dream is to just not do it in a real game, but just get the camera set up and just get that cartwheel going like Keanu Reeves and just have the paintballs coming out in slow motion as I'm upside
down. We need to do that video in a mocking fashion, right? Have you sit there and shoot while the camera rotates. We did it, Kyle.
Hold that pose. That's the thing I love about this game is that it's funny whenever sometimes you go to a field and some kids who haven't played before and they're gamers, and, they played Call of Duty or Battlefield 4 hours long before they come on the field. Oh, I'm gonna do this to you and this to you and this to you. Game starts, and all the guys talking the most game are hiding in a corner. Their little sisters are like destroying the field.
I like to
get. What I mean?
My favorite thing. One of them. I keep saying that a lot, but something I enjoy a lot at the scenario events is to find one of those kids who's like we'll insert, and I remember we inserted one time. We were pushed back pretty far. They had taken Bedlam. They'd come over the hill. We were in Armageddon, kind of pinned down, and you insert, and like you're already there, kind of ready to fight the enemy, and there's this like 10-year-old kid, like way in the back, like no danger of any. He can hear the paintballs, but he certainly can't see players. And I'm like, hey man, you want to have some fun? He's like, yeah. I was like, come with me. Let's go have some fun. and I take
I've
this
seen him do this several times. He really does do this. He'll grab like a random stranger. They're not even fans or anything. Just like, hey, you know That's what? Awesome. Come with me. I'll take you to the front.
Yeah, and I'll take them out in the woods, and we'll go around. We'll try to flank some people, and those kids will for the first time, they're playing paintball for real. And like now you're up here in the shit. Like this is where it goes down. That guy's shooting at us, and so are all those guys over there, and so are all those guys over there, and they're raining in on us, and we're gonna crawl because they can't hit us.
Yeah.
And when we get to that building, they're all fucked, little man. Come on. and
I guarantee you, he'll remember that forever.
Oh yeah, they always at the end, like when we went to shot, I'm like, was that fun or what? He's like, yeah. I was like, just remember, it only pain's just for a few seconds, but glory lasts forever, little man.
I want to see the wolf version of that, right? Like he comes up, he grabs the little kid and says, "Hey, you want to have some fun?" He takes him to the front line, gets popped. Oh, I guess you're on your own now.
You're on your own.
Sorry, kid.
Well, I had a whole plan and everything for you, but not now. So
let me tell you one story though. I was playing with this kid named Woody, and we took a platoon up through the forest, and we were going up the left flank of Bedlam, and there was about 20 of us in this group, and we're crawling at least 20 yards to get to the bad guys and everything. And all I know is that something happened, someone spoke too loud, and Wolf ends up getting shot. And all I hear is Woody's Gamertag going, shit, I think I just got Wolf shot. Sorry, man. Sorry, Wolf. Sorry.
I was doing the commentary back here. Okay, my bad.
I'm going. It's like, but it was fun though, man. It's like we got in there. But yeah, I always do that. I always take newer players, and they think that I'm like sometimes bigger than life is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's like no. You come with me on this mission. You're coming with me. I'll get like a 13-year-old kid, 62-year-old guy, and he'll come with me. And I don't want to sound cocky or anything, but they'll like I'll see them run to their mom, and they're like, I played with Wolf. He got me. You know what I mean? And and it's like. That's what it's all about, man. You just get them involved.
Yeah. It's fun to play with Wolf because he's willing to lead, especially if there's a big thing where there's like 100 people here and 100 people there, and you're like, I'm not quite sure what to do. And the second I pop my head out, there's 600 paintballs coming at me, and Wolf is like, this is how you handle that. And he'll do it.
And
just tell him, you cover here, you watch that, and
either flank or people that are currently scared and pinned down. You know what? If 15 of them rush at a time, then whatever, 10 will break through.
Yep, exactly. It's not about being, the toughest guy or whatever. It's just about having fun and making sure.
Yeah.
My job is to make other people have fun. You know what I mean?
And paintball is a game where you get to decide how much fun you're gonna have. Like that kid who was standing back, he just wasn't gonna have any fun, to be honest. Like at the end of the day, he might not even get it. He probably wasn't gonna feel like he got his money's worth because he sat way in the back. He didn't shoot anybody. He probably didn't even get shot. But if you get up in the front, if you flank, if you run, if you sprint, if you're always the guy who you're in such a hot zone that every time you peek out, it's coming from everywhere, and you just come back down and laugh at everybody like, they all want it. They all want it. Like it's just like, yeah, man, like fuck those kids. Like, you got a grenade? You got a grenade? Yeah, fuck him. and what I was getting at.
Oh, go on. Sorry, keep going.
What I was getting at earlier about the aggressiveness is like Mike has that same kind of aggressiveness. I've seen him play with a 50 cal gun playing rec ball. And so here's the deal: the 50 cal holds a lot more. How much does it hold in a hopper?
About
three.
About 350 to 400.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 350 was what was in my head.
To explain to the fans, essentially, 50 cal is smaller than the 60 cal, obviously, so you can fit more ammo on your person and in your hopper.
And laning is when you just shoot a solid lane of paint where the enemy, in a well-trafficked area, highly trafficked area. And Mike is laning these kids in rec ball, with a which some people might look down on. But I'm just like, fuck him up, Mike. I love this. He's just like... He's pouring the paint in. He doesn't even give a shit. He doesn't need two hands to shoot. He's shooting a lane. And you just see kids just out, just walking off the field with their Tipmans. And that's what I live for when it comes to paintball.
And then every now and then you're on the other side where you're getting laned. And it's like, stop. Enough is enough. I've been shot.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Well, Mike has a good theory about that, and it's that the worst thing you can have, even worse than someone think they're getting hit too much, is someone who feels like they're not part of the game. Mm-hmm. So if the worst thing you can do is patronize someone and say, you know what, you're new, we're not going to be hard on you, we're not going to, because you're going to, that person's going to leave that game saying, that sucked, man, I wasn't even challenging. I mean, I just, you know what I mean? Like, they want to feel that adrenaline pump just like we do.
As I mentioned the difference between sitting all the way in the back and being all the way in the front. Yeah. But you can also have a shitty time right there in the middle. You can be 10 feet behind the guy who's doing the cool shit, and you're just kind of popping at people, but you're about 20 feet too far away from the enemy, and so they can dodge your paint base. They see it coming, and they just, they're behind a wall, and they see your paint coming, and they go, oh.
Yep.
And, you've got to get up there because paintballs go 300 feet per second, 280 at some fields, and that dramatically slows down after 10 yards, 20 yards, 30, and 40.
Once you get out of that effective range, it's no, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, I see, and especially like a final battle, like people, they won't even sprint. As soon as they say go, they'll just arc them up and start shooting.
I hate that.
I hate that.
I love that.
I
hate that. You know why I like it? It's. There are so many paintballs. It's the show. It's the show. The final battle, that first 10 seconds to me, isn't about playing paintball. It's about a display of paint. It's
Watch it rain.
You know the scene from 300 where they're like, we will darken the sky with our arrows. That's what happens in final battle. And
I'm fighting in the shade.
Yeah, then we'll fight them in the shade. And just, you've got, whatever, 500, 700 people on either side, shooting at 20 paintballs per second, 24 paintballs per second, something like, Mike, that seems too fast.
It's like 10.
All right, 10 per second, yeah. So anyway, but there's a lot of paint in the air, hundreds of people shooting 10 per second, and you look up, and you don't always even see paintballs fly with your eyes, but you're like, wow, this.
You'll see it. They come to, if you've ever been in a hailstorm, it's like that. They are landing everywhere. And breaking on the asphalt and all around you. And I'm always, one of the things that bugs me a little bit is I'll be walking around because I know I'm out of their range, basically. It's a safe zone. I'm just standing out in the open. I'm looking at these guys like cowering behind stuff. I'm like, come on, man. Come with me. Let's have some fun. And like I want to go up there and hit a slapstick. I want to go up there
and
light someone up.
Is when it so I'm up at the very front. In Final Battle, I'm always one of the guys like on the hill doing the thing. Or if I'm not on the hill, I'm just right off the hill. But usually on the hill. And I get shot in the back. I get shot in the back a lot.
Because they're so far away that they don't even know their own trajectory, and they're not clearing the hill. They're hitting us in the back. Now that just that turned me off to the Final Battle. Last year, the last one I played in, to be honest, I played for maybe I shot my load. That sounds funny. I shot shot my load all 1,600.
I put one more in my cock column.
Yeah, and,
I saw
it. and I just walked out. I was like, I'm not a big fan of the Final Battle, just because of that. I would like it more if maybe if it were fewer people and it was more tactical and there were more people were going for the slapsticks. Because if you're not hitting a slapstick, you're not really playing.
No, if you're on the hill, you're playing.
If you're on the hill, you're playing. Because you're playing defense for your slapsticks, but. There's no way those guys down there in the buildings or the guys way back in Armageddon are going to hit me before I can hit that slapstick. When I hit those things, I pay for it, and so does everyone else who hits one.
Yeah.
And just for the audience's benefit, you run to the top of a hill, and it's a wide hill, and there's probably 30 or 40 people laying on each side of it with.
More than that.
Yeah, you're right.
At least 1 to 200.
Yeah, just lying on their bellies because, you know, if you peek your head up, then you clear that horizon, you could be a target.
Yeah.
Yep.
But when you run to the top of the hill and you hit that slapstick to get a point, you're going to get shot, and it's not going to be once because there's so many people just waiting for a target that they all come up and they start shooting, and before the first one breaks, there's at least 200 coming at you. They
in the
won't
air
hit
already.
You.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't all hit you, but you'll get shot 15 to 20 times like that.
And you're getting shot by your own team trying to cover you, too.
Yeah, if you're going to hit slapstick, just know you're going to pay for it. And the bruises are going to be pretty bad because it's close range. It's 10 yards, and there's so many people shooting.
The most I've ever been shot, it wasn't even a year I played much. I filmed it. I stood on the hill with a camera on a Steadicam pretty much the whole time. And it was like being a ref almost. Just got shot.
Refs started cursing at people and throw your shit at them.
The refs, I'm told, are like they don't care about being shot anymore. They're just past that. They compete. Yeah, so there's different positions for the refs to be, but on the hill is where you take the most abuse. And they do it seniority based. The guys who have really been around and who can get any position they want choose the one where you get shot. They take the hill.
Yeah, and those refs paintball refs are usually just there to call people out, to you know, be there in case someone's not being honest about being hit. And sometimes you just don't know. You're wearing so much gear, and you know maybe you're shot on the back. You can't tell. You know,
or
paint check they call it.
Yeah.
So, but the refs on the top of the hill, they're a safety precaution because you'll see it many times. Someone will run to the top of the hill and they'll dive to hit that slapstick, and they'll fall and their mask will come off. And those refs will dive on top of that guy like Secret Service agents to protect him from getting hurt. And it's cool to see. I've seen it many times.
The thing about Living Legends and the final battle is that the one thing you cannot capture on camera is the sound of all that paint flying in the air. It is the most intimidating thing. It's like a brutal rainstorm.
Yeah.
And it's just intimidating to be on top of that hill and just the sky is filled with paint, literally, and it's crazy. Like Woody said, it's darken the skies with paintballs, and it's the most amazing thing. And when you go and play at Nuketown, a paintball explosion, and if we do a final battle, and there's enough, you get to hear that while you're inside one of the buildings, and that is the most intimidating sound ever. To try and look out a window, and you've got a few thousand paintballs coming in the window, and you're trying to head glitch it as they're trying to come. Oh my goodness gracious! Let's watch out. It's crazy, brother. Crazy.
My entire goal on that is just going to be to slowly inchworm across and get behind them. not going in the house. I'm going on the sides where the car is, where the bushes are.
It can't happen. I'm sorry.
I'll make it happen. I played Pump. I can maneuver around and not get seen. I will make it happen because that is so fucking fun.
It's a small map, man. It's like the video game. Nuketown is so tiny. It's like it's not been in
you
many
gotta
spots.
Doug and take the remote control car paths on the outside of the fence.
If they've got Titmans, it doesn't matter if I'm 2 feet away because that ball's not gonna hit me.
Do we do
UAVs now in the games, right?
We ready? I feel like we've been paintball talking for 2 hours.
Yeah, new topic?
Yeah. Do you got one? Or you want one?
Always Sunny? What are you gonna talk about?
We could talk about it. I have 2 topics, really. One of them, It's Always Sunny, so I just stole that from Chiz, but it's mine now. And the other one is that, I don't know if you saw that video of that Russian guy, going out in the frozen lake to save his dog, but that's pretty cool.
I haven't seen it. Mine is, it's a question that we're going to pose and talk about.
Ooh, I like that.
You want to do that one?
Please. I'll get the dog thing queued up for afterwards.
Okay. If it weren't for modern medicine, how would you have died and at what age?
Well, oh my God, Woody have died on so many fucking things at this point.
I'm just trying to figure out the first
blood,
one.
You know, like, God, where do you start with your extensive history?
That's funny.
Think about it. If it weren't for medicine, how would you have died and at what age? I'm trying to go backwards. At 17, I broke my arm. I think that would have ended me.
Really?
You don't think?
bad. Well, it depends what kind of fracture it was. Or whatever.
It wasn't a compound fracture, but it was both bones in this arm. So like the whole thing was like flappy, and it had like another wrist or another elbow wrist.
Maybe the maester could have just put some boiling wine on it or something, and
a little milk of the poppy.
Yeah, a little bit of
compound would definitely probably kill you because it'll start pulling blood there.
What'd you say? The hemorrhoid?
A compound? No, a compound fracture would kill you because it'll start pulling blood.
I think you bleed out, maybe.
I'm trying to think of like bad things.
Trying to think.
Never had to go to the ER.
2 years before that, there was the testicular torsion. I don't know if that would have killed me, but.
Oh my god.
Well, see, if we were with current day, they'd have hacked your balls off to solve the problem, and you would have bled out on the table.
I'd have been a eunuch.
You know, I'm trying to think. I haven't had that many like serious. I've had a lot of concussions, but that's usually just there's nothing to do for that. You just lose a few.
Let's think. Well, you've had a lot
points and move along.
But you've had several illnesses because I've done nothing to go.
Oh
to
yeah. 3 years old, I had scarlet fever.
Oh, pneumonia.
Scarlet fever.
Wow. What?
Wow.
What? That sounds like some Oregon Trail shit. Were you trying to force the river? Is that how you got it? You fell in the river? How did you get scarlet fever? Were you in the Amazon? Were you a missionary?
I don't know. It's funny.
Sex with an African prostitute? Like, what did you do?
My medical history for years, they would ask, like, have you ever had, like, what's wrong with you? What things have you had? And, like, doctors for the decade would be like, ooh, scarlet fever. You never really see that one. I don't even know what it is, really. I had it as a little kid.
Did you have scurvy, too? Jesus, Murphy.
That's why Wolf is drinking all that orange juice right there.
Arrgh.
Mine would have been pneumonia. I had really bad pneumonia when I was a baby.
Well, I almost drowned.
That's not, that's not a medicine thing.
That's not a medicine thing. You just need some jackass to punch you in the stomach.
Scarlet fever is a bacterial illness that develops in some people who have strep throat. It's almost always accompanied by sore throat and high fever, common in kids 5 to 15 years old. It was once considered a serious childhood illness, but antibiotic treatments have made it less life-threatening. Yeah, I used to get strep throat shucks. That was part of the reason I missed so much school as a kid. I would get strep throat constantly. We would have, I'd be at the doctor, and we'd have strep throat tests taken, like just on a whim, and they'd be like, "Yeah, what do you know?"
Positive.
Any random day, I probably had strep throat.
Did they have the measles vaccine out when you were a kid?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that would have been a big one.
But at the time, I think it was long before I was a kid. I think that existed. I think it came out in like the 40s or something.
Yeah.
But not everybody got it. Like now it's
right.
now everybody gets it. There's a big, I guess, people on Tumblr talk about who doesn't, but.
I don't think I would have died. I think I'd still be here, even without medicine.
No,
I might be in the same boat, knock on wood.
I fractured my ankle one time, but I think if I just stayed off of it, it would have been, they fucked it up at the doctors anyway. I mean, like I don't want to go into that whole long story, but I didn't get the best medical care to begin with, so I think I would have been better with like some Indian medicine man, they do how they get the smoke going? They got like a smoky piece of like herb, and they're just like, they're blowing the smoke on you. Like that would have been better than what this assholes did to me. So I think I would still be here.
You never had a bad fever or anything?
Well, I'm sure I've been sick a few times, but I don't think it was ever like life-threatening where like I had to be
hospitalized.
Yeah, always.
Mine's definitely scarlet fever. I would have died at 2 or 3. Something like that.
Pneumonia. I wouldn't even have made it to 1.
Pneumonia.
Really? You had pneumonia that young?
Yeah, and I was traveling planes before I was 1 too, so I was really rolling the dice.
Yeah.
I had pneumonia
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't think you should be taking your kids on flights, and I had pneumonia on the flight, so.
Our kids, I've always. So Jackie's family lives in New Jersey, and one of their social contract when we moved down here was that Jackie, I would really support her in her drive to maintain a relationship with her family. So yeah, she was flying all the time. She flew when she was pregnant. They put her in first class and then just kept flying as the kids were born.
That flight is what, an hour? 2 hours?
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, I was
too
flying
bad.
from California to Spain, so.
Oh my god.
That's a bigger flight. Yeah.
Like 12 hours of travel.
That's a lot of air pressure on
on a little
unborn baby.
Yeah, where the soft spot is really being affected by the pressure. Yeah.
Well, that's good then. So you've got a passport then.
I've got 2 passports.
Well, that's good. So that way, when we go to Chicago to play paintball, you won't have any issues since you've got your passport.
Oh yeah, no, because we're traveling internationally to the island of Chicago.
Wolfsman of it. We had a friend and he thought a passport would be required to fly to Chicago
my gosh.
And we laughed at him for I don't know, going on 3 years now, I suppose.
Yes, he should be laughed at on a regular basis for that.
But Kyle, do you want to talk about your first flight and how that went down?
Did I do anything I shouldn't have?
What did you bring on the plane?
I remember my first flight was delayed by
It was with Kitty, right?
Yeah, it was Kitty. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. I didn't fly until I was 25 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
Kyle didn't fly until he was 25. Despite having coming from a fairly wealthy family, he didn't really fly around much because I guess the farmers never go anywhere. And
no vacation.
Farmers don't go anywhere.
They don't. They work every day. So his first flight, I guess he was meeting Kitty in Chicago. But because he had never flown before, he was like, I don't know how to handle this. I don't know what to do. So Kitty flew to Chicago from Hawaii via Atlanta. Process that.
Oh my god!
Wow.
and then she went and just basically you see the signs on the ceiling. This is how it does, etc.
Yeah.
And what's funny is so that you'd think in a flight he'd get it, but because Kitty was there to guide him, he kind of just didn't pay attention to how it's done or
It wasn't until maybe a couple. At this point, I think I've probably had 50 flights.
At this point, you're a veteran.
I got a medallion with Delta now, but it took a while because it's kind of like if you've ever been driven somewhere multiple times, you don't pay attention to the drive and the path. But if you drive there twice, you got it. It was like that. Someone was taking me, so I didn't really pay attention at all. And there's a few steps, especially with the updated security in the United States.
Yeah, the check-in and the security and the luggage, the things that you're just supposed to know, like which bags can fit in a plane and which bag can't, and gate check and stuff like that.
That wasn't even international.
Do you think Wings could pass as a Spaniard? Because I got extras. We could hook Wings up right there.
Like a secret agent over there?
Well, the 2 of them are expired. One American, one Spanish, and I had to.
They don't put holes in it when it's expired.
No, they do. It's cut right there.
Yeah.
So, would you guys like to watch this 30-second video of this guy saving his dog's life?
But of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
I linked you to it. I'm queued up at 0. I read this guy was Russian on Reddit, but I don't know.
That doesn't look like Russian text at the bottom of the video.
It doesn't. It looks like Arabic, but
little.
That doesn't look at. That doesn't make sense either, though.
There's no water.
Are you guys ready?
Kyle, have you ever been in frozen water?
Yeah. I've fallen through the ice before.
Where?
In Georgia. It was a winter, and there was this swampy type area where the water was maybe 2 feet deep, 3 feet deep, and in some spots it was deeper. There were pools, and it was all frozen over with ice that thick. And we were kids, maybe 13 or 14, and just walking, 12 or 13, I'd say. And we were walking on the ice, just having fun with that. And the ice broke, and I fell on my butt, and the ice kind of declined down, and I slid down into the freezing water, and I had to roll over my belly and crawl back out. My friends drug me out. I had to walk 2 miles soaked in freezing cold water.
That was smart though.
When I was 9 or so, we were jumping around on a frozen pond, right? And I guess in full idiot mode, we were jumping on the pond in an effort to see how strong the ice was. Let's see what it takes to break through. And sure enough, my buddy cracks the ice, and it didn't make a little pinhole, like a shelf broke off, and he slid into it. And then we discovered that it was only belly button nipple deep. You weren't gonna drown, you could stand. in this pond. So he gets up and he's soaking wet, but we're having such a good time. Now that the ice is broken, it's like, it's fucking awesome. So we're just like breaking more ice and breaking more ice. And then I fall through and now we're both soaking wet. We're wearing like winter coats that are like, I don't know, like giant maxi pads filled with fluid. I need a better description than that, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, and we're just like both filled with like big bulky clothes, as wet as could be. We've fallen through the pond in like every place until the whole surface is roughly broken. Like there's no more ice to break. We're pretty much swimming in ice water at this point. And I got sick enough that I lost my voice, but there was a school dance that night and I went anyway. And I could hardly ask girls to dance because I had no voice. That's my ice breaking story.
That's not bad.
Wow, man, growing up without internet really left few options on the table. We broke all the ice in a lake and swam in freezing water. And it was awesome.
Good old days, man.
Damn. It's right up there with pushing a wood block and pretending it's a truck. Now kids go crazy if their phone doesn't have Wi-Fi. My God.
Wolf, weren't you telling us it's freezing up there?
It is, man. It's about minus 32 Celsius.
What are you drinking now? You swapped from orange juice. What is it?
Coca-Cola. It's the hard stuff now.
Okay.
Minus 32 is a ridiculous temperature. So is that your low? Or
not yet. It's supposed to get colder tonight as the night goes on.
What happens at minus 32? Like, do your eyeballs freeze? Like, what happens?
Dude, it's not outer space. Jesus, Murphy.
It's pretty much outer space to me. It's in North Carolina.
When I was a kid, we went out and played street hockey at minus 30. Every day. I grew up in Winnipeg. That was like the cold snow belt area.
Did anyone get like snot frozen? Any of that?
Every day.
Wow.
You didn't even notice it after a while. Like, I remember, that's the days when you wore bell bottoms and they would freeze. Solid bells on your ankles.
So that's negative 25 Fahrenheit for all you Americanites out there.
Jesus.
Sorry. Yeah.
Once I was in the Boy Scouts as a kid and we were going camping. Might have told this before. And we were going camping, but just like the trips are scheduled so far out that you can't plan around the weather. And sure enough, it got freezing cold, like bitter cold. But to us, freezing cold is like 5. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but what, negative 15-ish? I don't even know.
No.
But
well, maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Call it that. So my mom worried all weekend long. She was scared to death that we were gonna die in this like freezing cold camping. But the people who owned the campsite realized that it was too cold to go camping, and they put us in a log cabin with like a stove and everything.
Oh, cool.
All weekend long. We were just like chilling. We were playing ice hockey, stuff like that. And she thought we were in the snow. It's much better.
Ready for the video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, play.
So the dog had wandered out there and fell through. And he's walking.
He's not wearing anything. He's smashing the ice.
Smashing the ice.
His dog?
Hammer fist. That's his dog. Hammer fist all the way to the middle of the pond. Or the lake or whatever.
You know what? You gotta be hardcore to do this.
Why is my video lagging?
God, this music makes you so sad.
Yeah. I'm to a cry.
The dog doesn't make it in the end. What was that at the end? Did you see that? Like at the end, there's a snippet of a store.
Do you know? I don't know if you get these warnings where you live, but what happens here? This thing happens a lot where people's dogs fall through the ice, and 90% of the time, the human dies and the dog makes it back to shore.
Wow.
And they say never go rescue your dog like that because the animal will always get out before you do.
Right. That makes sense, but
not in this case.
No, well, it's Russia, man. The rules don't apply.
Yeah, Mongolia, we're the exception.
Yeah, no, but it's ridiculous the amount of people die for that stuff. I mean, I'm a dog lover too, so I probably would have done the same thing.
Yeah, what do you do then? Like, because if it broke through the ice and it's just stuck in a hole, like
it's hard to watch.
I guess you could break the ice and be like, "Come on, let's go."
You call the fire agency, fire department.
I guess.
If anyone has a solution for my jumpy video when I play this, let me know. This is to the viewers.
How many tabs you got open?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe 8.
Mm.
Like not a lot. Man. I could close it. Maybe if that's related, I'd be happy to fix that. And I've got a decent CPU with 3930K. I've got a Titan video card. And I can see all the stats. Neither of them are working hard. It's just stuttering.
I can see your old case back there.
Yeah, I made the switch. I put it in a rack-mountable case for when we move to the new house.
Very exciting.
Yeah. When's it going to be ready? Sorry. I know how renovations happen.
Yeah, so you're familiar. We're targeting this month. I think the painters are gonna be here Tuesday, and unless it gets pushed back, that's the thing. The painters will come in like an army and just blast it, and that's one of the last steps. Okay. But there's other things to do here and there before then. We'll see. But today I yelled at my builder a lot. Like,
wow.
Go on. Well, also, did you get an estimate for your shop? The
last time I heard, you fired like 2 carpenters, right?
They were electricians, but yeah.
Electricians, sorry.
So what happened is that the builder, the general contractor, he's a professional guy, he's wealthy, and I trust him, and it's all cool. He's not going to rob me. And he's like, Woody, I'm picking up doors tomorrow. I'll be there at like 7 a.m. I usually get there between 8 and 8:30. And it's like, I could get here at 7 or whatever. I'll just give him the password to my garage door, which gets in the house and all that fun stuff. So I give it to him, and immediately he says it out loud. And it's like, oh, that's the password to my house. And everyone's ears perked up, like, huh? And I'm like, Ed, don't say it. And he's like, whatever, it's fine. So I get to the house this morning at 8 a.m., and there's like 15 people in there. But Ed's not around.
Wow.
Ed's not there. And I'm like, who opened the door? I was like, where's Ed? And they're like, I don't know. And I asked someone, where's Ed? And then he had to go to some other site to do like an inspection. And so he gave the password to Jamal, who I had.
Oh, my God.
I didn't know Jamal. He's a really good guy. Based on, because I talked to him a lot today. But prior to that, I had really only like seen him. I did all the talking. He just listened. We talked about which doors needed to be swapped out and stuff. And it's like, you gave the password to my house to somebody I don't know. Like, what the fuck? And to make matters worse, like, I'm especially sensitive to this. Like, as a kid, we got robbed a lot. And like I confronted the burglar, and I had night terrors for a decade. I slept with a knife under me for a long time, just like as a way to protect myself, because I had nightmares and night terror. I'd wake up in a cold sweat. The dream was always the same guy. I'd walk through the door, I'd see him, I'd be paralyzed in fear and unable to like yell or move or whatever. And him letting people, like giving out the password to my house to people I don't know, I was like really sensitive to that. So I'm yelling at him. And there's a way to deal with me, right? Like, the right thing to do is to say, I'm sorry, man, I didn't think that through. And
own up to it.
Yeah, own up to it, and we'd be diffused. It'd be the end of that. But instead, what he's doing is trying to tell me that it really wasn't that big an offense. You know, like, Jamal's cool. Don't worry about Jamal. And I'm like, fuck you. How can you give the fucking password to my house out? He's like, Woody, you need to calm down. Because I'm obviously the guy who fucked up in this situation. You need to calm down. Jamal's all right. I've had Jamal on all these other sites. Ed, do you realize what you fucking did? It's like I gave you the key to my house, and you instantly made copies and gave them to all your friends. What the fuck? And like, this is like not an exaggeration. This is how the conversation went. And it wasn't until later that, like, you know, I sort of came clean. I told him about like my history and the night terrors and the decade and the knife under the bed and all that stuff. And he's like, oh my God, I had no idea. Yeah. It turns out his girlfriend, who happens to be like an ex-Playmate model, his girlfriend had the same thing, and she used to sleep with a knife under her pillow, and he became much more sensitive and kind of.
Did you change the password?
Not yet. Not yet.
Well, it doesn't make sense to change it until.
That's kind of it. It's like, well, the cat's out of the bag now. Might as well let them in until they finish their job. But,
well, you don't know. They might just start cutting beams for no reason when they get bored.
They ended up fixing that first class, but yeah, that's the thing that happened.
That's insane, man.
But yeah. So I was like full on screaming, and like I don't scream at people that much, but it's like I said, man, and it's
wish
just
I could have seen it.
That particular like the whole you need to be more tolerant of my mistakes, like. That's
complete dismissal.
Yeah, and even like hours later, right? Because this was on the phone, I was yelling at him. Hours later, I see him in person, and he did the sort of the same thing. Like, Woody, Jamal's cool. This is Jamal. You know Jamal. And I'm like, Ed, you're going about this the wrong way. You need to be saying, I fucked up. But instead, you're saying, you should forgive me, and like you need to let it go. That's what I said. You need to let it go, and it's like no. Step one. The I'm sorry. That's all I'm looking for here. Some sort of like I'm not gonna do it again. I see it, but the whole like I didn't make a mistake. You're reacting. You're overreacting over nothing. Like then now we have more to talk about. Now we have to figure out whether I'm overreacting over nothing. If you say, my bad, I gave out the password to your house to everyone, then we can move on.
If he simply said, so I'm sorry, step one, then you can get past it because it's not going to happen again.
Right.
But if he doesn't acknowledge that, then you're going to be under that same fear that it's just going to happen again because he doesn't realize what he did.
Right. I don't consider this to be a problem. I like dude. I've had some shitty subcontractors on my thing. That was part of my yelling at him. I was like, Ed, I've seen your fucking judgment in subcontractors already, and it's piss poor.
Damn.
It was a long conversation, and it was loud.
Yeah, you have to start recording these for documentation purposes.
Yeah, I'm telling you, right? You need evidence.
Yeah. Well, evidence and entertainment. I mean,
but it all turned out well in the end.
Is this the guy who had the family health issues?
I'm not sure who you're thinking of.
Your general contractor has the worst hand dealt to him.
Yeah.
Is that what we're discussing? You had like a blowout with him today?
So Kyle stepped away. But what happened was he was getting to he said he was coming at 7 today. And because I trust him, and that's so early for me to get there, it's like 30 or 40 minutes from my house. I gave him the password to my house, like the garage door opener. And then he gave it to the subcontractors, and that was a big violation for me. And
yeah.
Were
they?
They had a mariachi band in there and everything.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. When I got there, no, it's not that he gave it to every one of them. I don't know how many he gave it to. I think he gave it to more than one, to be honest.
You give it to one, you give it to all.
Yeah, you give it to Jamal. Jamal's giving it away to everyone.
They're all sharing it. Like I'm sure one of them has a cousin who could probably use some of that cool stuff in your house.
Right. Yeah, I literally keep like a golf cart and a go-kart in the garage with the keys in them.
I'd love that go-kart. That'd be so much fun.
I like the golf cart at least as much. Dude, I have the trash can carrier for my golf cart now. I freaking love it. So I had to modify it a little bit to make it longer because usually a receiver hitch is the last thing on your car, and in my case, it's not. But here. Check out my golf. Let me make sure I'm not sharing anything. No, this is how I carry golf carts. That's a golf cart, and this thing is the trash can, and it goes in my trailer hitch. They're the neatest thing. Yeah, and then I drive it to the curb.
That's genius. Yeah. So what I used to do when I was it's one of those big dumpsters, right? One of the big black heavy-duty ones. Is that what that
trash
is?
Can?
Yeah.
It's just a trash can.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I didn't mean
like 3 dead bodies.
The big. So we had one of those when I was growing up, and my parents' driveway is very long. It's over a quarter of a mile, I'm saying. It's asphalt, and it's downhill, and then uphill, and then there's the road. So I would usually drive a vehicle and drag it, with my left hand.
Yeah, and hold on to it.
Yeah. So I had done that many times. Okay, I do it every week that the trash has to be taken down there. That's
you never made
job.
Mistakes. You didn't dump it.
Not once.
Okay.
Strong, like bull. So I hop in the Pathfinder. I got my trash can, and it's a freezing cold night. I'm in a hurry. Like I'm just like, fuck, let's just do this, because there's not gonna be any time for the heater to warm up. Like this entire drive is gonna be cold, and I know it. And the door's gonna be open as well. It's freezing cold at night. And so I grabbed my trash can, got it right here, put the car in reverse, Start going in reverse, and the driver's door, of course, is open. When it goes over the trash can and is ripped off the And so from then on, I didn't have a hard time dragging it down because there wasn't a fucking door on the car.
Oh my god!
Wow.
So my private drive. So I've got one drive that's asphalt. That's nice, like you described. I have another driveway that's crappy. It's like potholed. I think one day it had like gravel on it, but that's long gone, and it's awful. And I aspire to like put nice gravel on it and make it nice again. But even that's a different kind of awful. It'll be like pulling it through snow, right, with that deep driveway gravel. So this thing will be great no matter the condition. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's very nice.
Yeah.
I wish that I had been as ingenuitive as you are and come up with something like that. Perhaps I would not have ripped the door off that 2001 Nissan Pathfinder.
Well, I wish that I had a garbage man who came to my door and took my maggot-filled trash off of the side of the house.
Dude,
yeah, man, you really that's slave labor. I mean, he cleaned up all that trash.
No, so you know what? That's when you get a hot girlfriend.
Does she clean? She carry maggot-covered garbage bags?
No, she you get it's like extra garbage. Stands on the step with the negligee on, the heels, waves. Guy runs up the stairs, gets 4 extra garbage bags, take them out to the truck.
So I have a super garbage man. Let me tell you about this guy. All right. So I live out in the country, middle of nowhere, as you might imagine, and there is city trash service, but I have a gravel driveway. And dragging that dumpster down to the end is just not going to happen. It would be awful. Like it would be physically hard. Like it would be a chore to get that thing down there. It'd take half an hour. So I had trash service for a while, but I was just not getting it done. The trash was piling up, and I'd have to haul it off myself. So I had to hunt down a super garbage man. I needed a guy who would drive to my house once a week, all the way down my driveway, come to my door, and take the trash that's piled up there and take it away from me for a fee. And I was looking high and low for this, and it was going to be expensive. There was one service that would actually give me sort of a miniature dumpster that was like the size of this couch maybe, and I was going to be like $2,000 to start things off, and then we'd go monthly from there. It was absurd. It was like, what is this shit? I just want my trash gone. How do I make this happen? And I found it. This guy is like his own personal trash service. Basically, he's like, hey, you want somebody to come get your trash? All right, then.
Wow. That's
$20. Cool. I was like, well, how much, man? How much? And in my head, I'm like, name your fucking price, bro. It's like, I feel like a slutty girl, like, you know, with no ride home. I'm like, I could maybe, you know, I'll do anything he wants. He has me at his mercy. He says, $20 will do it. And I'm like, a week? And I'm completely serious. He goes, of course not a week. A month, you know, a month. I just come. He goes, I'm just gonna come once a week, you know, just once a week. And I'm like, is there an option for daily trash service? Shit. So he actually does. He comes all the way to down the driveway. He gets the thing and takes it away. And the thing about it is, I've had this issue where this neighborhood dog has been coming up and ripping these bags of trash apart.
Kill the dog.
And there will be maggots and rotted meat and just the grossest, trash that you can imagine. It's refuse.
Yeah.
Everything's covered in coffee grounds and like raw chicken juice, etc. So it's nasty.
Lovely smell.
And I'm looking at this awful mess, and I'm like, shit, I gotta clean this up. This is the thing I hate doing in the world the most. It's cleaning up gross stuff. Like this is below me, quite frankly. Like I don't, look. I didn't just say that like it's below me to do my own dry cleaning. It's below me to clean rotten meat up out of my yard.
Sadly, that's directly my level at my house.
And I think you guys have a low opinion of yourselves if any of you don't think that you're above cleaning up rotten meat out of your yard. You all are. All of us in this call are, So, but I had to, right? I was like, tomorrow afternoon, I'm gonna go to my dad's house and get like a hay fork or something, and I'm gonna get this thing done. The garbage man shows up at like 6 a.m. when he's not supposed to, a day early. He cleans it up for me. bags it all up, and I mean every bit. I mean, there wasn't like a tampon wrapper or like the gross, like some dirty like dog shitted toilet paper. Like he got every scrap, every little bit of like filth he could find. My yard looked cleaner than before this whole thing
started. There's like twigs and leaves cleaned up.
Yeah, he's done that twice now. And it's not that I leave this mess to him. I would never do that. I felt shitty about it, and I tipped him. I gave him $40 last time he came around. I felt shitty about it, but he shows up like a day early when the dog happens to rip. It's like he knows. It's like he's coming by checking on my garbage in his off time, and he found that there was
He can sense it. He can sense it. Oh,
he's a Jedi.
He's got someone doing recon.
and he's the best. And
Hal needs me right now.
yeah,
I'm gonna get my boy and drive up. Something's wrong right now.
And he's just the nicest, sweetest guy I've ever met. But that dog ripped my trash apart for the third fucking time. This time Kitty actually cleaned it up, so now the dog's got to go. The dog's got to go. Yes. I'm hunting the dog at this point. Now I'm done. Now I'm a dog. I am a dog hunter now. There's no question over what's going to happen to the dog. I've already decided. I'm just waiting on him to come back.
How did you find this garbage guy?
I honestly don't remember. I think maybe my dad recommended him, or he's a friend of a friend, or something like that. To be completely honest, and I only say this because I'm positive he'll never listen to this. Yeah. He's a bit slow-witted. Not that you'd ever notice unless you had a long, in-depth conversation with the man. Then you kind of pick it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I recently came to the realization that he thinks that I'm some sort of a crackpot inventor, and that's what I do for a living. Because he thinks I'm like Doc from Back to the
Future.
He thinks I'm an inventor. He thinks that I'm coming up with all this crazy gadgets, and that's how I bought this house and these cars and all this stuff. And let me tell you why. Because when you come to my house, I've got gadgets sitting around. I have this personal tank vehicle. It's called a
shredder.
A shredder. It's a shredder like DPV or something. And basically, you stand on a skateboard, and it's got a gasoline engine. You've got a throttle that's connected to the base by a stand, and it's got 2 rubberized tank treads. It's a ridiculous toy. It's awesome. Just like a silly man toy. The thing's very expensive. So he sees all these toys, and he sees I've got these big ballistic gel torsos outside and stuff, and he asks me about them occasionally, and I'll tell him, I'm like, oh, well, this is ballistics gel. It replicates human flesh, and when I shoot it, I can determine what a bullet would actually do to human flesh. It's good for people who want to buy defense ammunition. Oh, okay. And there's piles of spray paint cans because I shoot those a lot. He thinks that I'm an inventor, and here's how I know. Because when I paid him last time, I gave him the extra $20 or whatever, and I apologized profusely for him cleaning up my mess twice for me, and I'm like, well, see you later. And he's like, you know what you need. I got an idea for you. Now you just get right on this. If you want to or don't, I don't want nothing. I don't want nothing. I'm just come to me. So keep in mind he brings his grandson with him on these trash pickups to show his grandson what working is like, and that there's a hard side of life. And he has in the past said, you need to be like this man right here. Use your mind. You don't want to work with somebody like me. Because he's jacked. His arms are bigger than yours from doing the trash thing. And I commented on it, and he's like, he tells his grandson, don't listen to him none. You don't want big arms, you want a big brain. He goes on about this. So he's telling me, I got this idea. You're going to love it. So last night we was over at the house, and little Daniel, he's got that R2-D2, beep, 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 and that thing's running around there. He loves it, and I started thinking, they ain't got nothing that goes and flies for a minute and then lands back down. Now, that'd be a good toy. Now, if you could make that R2-D2 toy where it'd go and kind of hover a little bit and then land, you got you $1 million right there. I literally went.
Blow his mind next week.
I literally was so embarrassed for both of us that I went, that's a good idea. Turned around and left. I'm pretty sure that if you had to ask him right now what he thinks I'm doing, well, he's probably working on that R2-D2. He seemed excited. I'm telling you, I told him. tore off right then. He's out there
You should just bring him in one day, show him episodes of Mythbusters, and be like, "You see that show? I build all the props for that show. I'm in the background of every shot. Those are my gadgets."
No, you should have.
Millionaire.
He thinks I'm Bill Nye the Science Guy or something like.
You're Elon Musk to him. That's what you are, building your rockets and shit.
Nice. After he gave you that idea, you should have gone, "Great Scott!"
You gotta show up with a drone next week. You just gotta. I made it.
Yeah, in my head, I was like, "This guy's never seen a drone." I was like, I should go buy one of those $100 drones at the fucking flea market and just blow his mind.
You can freak him out.
Oh man, there's a lot of people like that. They live in their own little communities and they're not really aware of the outside world so much because they don't have internet and maybe they don't even watch TV. And this guy's one of them. He's a really interesting character.
There's no time for that. Only trash.
No, and he really is like he's maybe, I'm gonna guess he's late 50s, early 60s. He's got full white hair, but he's still got it all, and he is just built.
Is he clean shaven?
He's clean shaven. I hooked him up with DollarShaveClub.com. You guys can go there right now. DollarShaveClub.com/PK. It's only, the plans start out at $3 a month. But you don't want to skimp with this. We're talking about pennies here. You want to step it on up. I believe it's the $8 range. That's when you get the really nice razor. And the
middle one is a lot better than you might guess. Like you probably had them all. I know I have. The dollar one, it's Dollar Shave Club, and you get cheap. It works. It'll do the job. And if you're budget oriented, that you want. The middle one though is as good as anything there is, and then the top one is
it's wonderful.
The bomb.
The top one, you can start shaping your beard. You can get that Tony Stark effect.
Hey, start right now. It only takes less than 2 minutes to sign up. DollarShaveClub.com/PK.
And there's something about those razors. I don't know if it's like that little if there's a gel coating going on or something, but no matter how vigorously or how much of a hurry I'm in when I'm shaping my pubic growth down there and my testicular area, I never get a nick or a cut or an ingrown hair or anything like that. And I used to always have I'd have like bumps and stuff going on in certain areas, and that's unseemly.
You don't want to explain that at the beginning. No, it's razor burn. Calm down.
Yeah, you don't want to be explaining razor burn on your genitals because you have to explain it or keep the lights off. Either way. So DollarShaveClub.com/PKA. You don't have to fight the pharmacist. You don't have to get You don't have to drive anywhere.
Why are they locked in that cabinet? Kyle, you hate people. Do you want to go talk to some jackass? Like, hey, can you open the plastic prison for the razors?
I want as little social interaction as possible. Sometimes, I got to say, I've been working on that for years now, and at this point in my life, I go days without seeing another human, and it is incredibly wonderful. It's just so nice.
It's so like fulfilling.
Yeah, it's
Kyle
wonderful.
is like me in that I know all the humans I need to know, so I stop now.
Yeah.
If you're a stranger, stay that way, bitch.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You don't need them cluttering up your phone and stupid conversations. How's your day going? I don't care. I don't care.
I really hate meeting new people. Like, you've got to be really fucking interesting to
and the guy
join
working
the team.
The guy working at CVS operating the fucking prison for the razors isn't that interesting, to be honest. There's the reason he's working that particular job. It's not his career.
Wow.
See, and I don't have to introduce people to Kyle anymore, so I don't have to tell them not to look him in the eye. So it all works out.
Yeah. Dollar Shave Club really is a pretty cool deal because I mean the blades just you're not having to renew them. They just show up.
Look,
just
I got
every
them right
month.
here. They just show up right here.
Yeah, show them that package. That package is kind of cool. It's like I like receiving packages because at this point in my life, no one buys me anything for Christmas. So packages are as close as I come to Christmas anymore. And yeah, look at that.
And they're not black socks, so you can actually use them.
I mean, this nice little tiny bar of soap box right here, all nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's the blades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And get the one wipe Charlies. Once again, America will lead the planet in butthole cleanliness.
I cannot vouch for the one wipe Charlies.
Oh,
but,
they're the best. Yeah, don't let those bidet douchebags have a cleaner butt
You'll
than you.
impress all the dogs in the neighborhood.
Wait a minute. Wait. Time out. Woody, don't you have a bidet?
And I'm a douchebag. point set match.
It all works out.
Hey, what's the restroom policy at the construction site? Are they allowed to use any of your restrooms?
Wait, say that again?
What's the bathroom policy for all of the construction crew at your place?
I don't have a policy set, but I'll tell you what. The bathrooms are running out of toilet paper, so someone is dropping deuces in there, and they're gonna stop soon because we haven't been.
Why waste the paper when there's a bidet right there?
The bidet is not attached. It's been removed for painting.
I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Now, you get all bent out of shape when somebody cuts a structural beam, drills a hole in the wrong spot, doesn't have a level, but you're letting these filthy motherfuckers shit in your house.
I feel like that's unavoidable. Like that's
you got a porta potty. You bring a porta potty. It's a construction site.
Porta potty, yeah.
They're renovating your house.
My dad had a rule. Like there was this guy that used to work with us named J.D. Hancock. He was very unseemly looking individual. Okay, all of this man's teeth were rotted out of his head, like worse than you know who. Like they were missing. This guy would get a hot dog for lunch. We often went to a hot dog stand for lunch, during our lunch break when working with my dad. And we would all get hot dogs. He'd get his in a bowl so he could cut it up with a spoon because he couldn't chew it. Very disgusting, alcoholic, kind of almost hobo type man. He knows he's not supposed to shit in my dad's house. My dad's told him he's not allowed to shit in my dad's house. One day, he's cutting the grass, and Dad's not there. Mom's there. And he knocks on the door. Says, hey, could I use the bathroom? And she says, of course. Use Lamar's. And he shit in Lamar's toilet. And he shit on his toilet seat.
Oh, wait, how did he do that? Was he hovering?
That is not the first time I know of him shitting on a toilet seat. There was an old country store not too far away that we used to go for lunch. That's where the hot dogs were. And the lady who owned it, her name was Rebecca, I believe. And she was an older lady in her 50s, very nice lady. She cooked the hot dogs. They were delicious. She had a bathroom in the back. And we were all allowed to use this restroom, but it was sort of you used that restroom the same way you would use a friend's restroom.
Mm-hmm.
If you peed on the toilet seat or on the rim or something like that, you got some toilet paper and you cleaned it up beyond reproach.
Unwritten rule.
JD shit on her toilet seat too. And somehow sat on it and smeared it about a bit. Then he came back out. Keep in mind, in this old country store, there's a big table, lots of chairs sitting around it. We'd all sit around it, eating our hot dogs and talking, and, it's a store, so anything you'd want is right there. It's kind of a cool environment. We're all sitting there hanging out talking. Now, JD wasn't allowed to sit with our group, of course. He had to sit by the...
He sat with people that shit on themselves.
He sat to the side by the video poker machines, where a spot usually reserved for children. But you didn't want to eat. We didn't want to watch him eat, man. I'm telling you, it was like watching a pig munch on slop. It was very disgusting.
Oh man.
So he gets up. He's I'm gonna walk on back here and use the bathroom. So he goes back there, uses the bathroom, comes back. Nobody thinks anything about it. Until Rebecca goes back there. I suppose she was also going to use the facilities, and she came out and she let him have it in front of about 14 of us. JD! Yeah.
Like a puppy.
What? Like he didn't know. He just shit on somebody's toilet. He's like, you shit on the toilet, JD. That's what. Now you go back there with that bleach and this scrub brush and these paper towels, and you clean that toilet until it's spotless.
Which is appropriate.
You never come in here again.
Because I don't want the hot dog maker to also be the toilet cleaner.
Fair enough.
There just shouldn't be people shitting on the seats of toilets.
She made this grown-ass man go back there and clean his shit, and we were all just like, nobody laughed. It was not a funny time.
No.
Now, back to your father, though. He fucked with Lamar's toilet. So
I forgot about that.
What happened to this gentleman?
He used his toilet. So Dad didn't hit him, but he cussed him. He did what Dad calls it scolding. He said, it happens every now and then. It used to be a beating when he was a younger guy, but these days it's mostly scoldings, it seems. And you might think of scolding. Well, my mom scolds me all the time when I don't do my homework. Nah. When he yells at you, his lip kind of curls up. And his face gets red, and he starts pointing, and he starts moving around, and you're like, I didn't know he could move that fast. And he's getting a little aggressive, like maybe he will do something. And he really tears you down to the bone. He really rips you apart, and he threatens you. He lets you know that, like, unless you apologize at this point, it might get physical.
Dude, this is very much like what happened with my general contractor today. At one point, remember I said I walked up to him and wasn't apologizing? He offered me a chicken leg from KFC, and I offered to punch him in the face. That was my counter offer.
Fair trade.
So he basically just cussed him out and explained to him that he was never allowed to even cut the grass. He's like, that job's over now. You can never cut the grass again. You're gonna have to work over here on the farm and do the other stuff. And so, yeah, he never did hit that guy. That guy was a serious alcoholic though, and it like really. And one day we were changing light bulbs. And he was on, up the ladder, hundreds of light bulbs. And JD hits the floor, goes into a seizure. I've never seen that before. I'm like 12. My dad is more afraid of this than I am. He's like, oh, he doesn't know what to do. Yeah. I don't know what to do. And we stand there and like looking down at him. He's just fucking stroking out. He's seizing up. He shook for maybe 90 seconds, came to, he had a little blood in his lip from biting his mouth a little bit, and like, that was it. After that, Dad fired him. Dad was like, I can't have you over here like with like spinning blades and shit and farm equipment, and at any moment you can drop out. So he hired a new guy. He hired Chuck. Not much of a step up, really. Chuck was my mother's age, 42 or so at the time of our meeting. And yet he looked like he was in his late hobo 50s. Wow. There's a difference than, Yeah.
He
was in his hobo 50s. Long, black, shaggy hair, greasy, filthy, pockmarked face. Very, I don't know, just looked like it was gross, like dried up and nasty from years of smoking hand-rolled cigarettes. His fingers were yellow, like just stained yellow from those cigarettes he'd always smoked. He drank Red Dog beer and the cheapest vodka he could buy. His greatest skill was he could calculate the cost of alcohol to a T. If he had $1.02, he knew exactly what it took to get to that bottle of liquor. If he had 13 cents, he knew exactly what it took to get to that tiny bottle of liquor. He always knew. He'd come around. You got 37 cents?
Wow.
I'm like, why don't you just take $5 man? What the hell? 37 cents? Like that's not even worth my time handing you to you. Like, yeah. Like it was just absurd, and he always knew. And so I mentioned that my dad never hit JD, never got physical with him ever, even though JD was very bad at his job. He would drinking on the job, passing out drunk, that sort of thing. So Chuck also had a bit of a drinking problem, you might say, and he lived at the end of my dad's farm's driveway in a trailer with another man named Jeff who was crippled from polio, and he was way too young to be crippled from polio, you know what I mean? It was like, how white trash are you? And they had Jeff's girlfriend, I guess you could still fuck, who was very pregnant, and I remember one day they had seen her trying to like induce labor by sticking a vase up there in the front yard. Classy bunch, okay? Just so you know. So, what Chuck's job, pretty lower tier kind of job, if you can imagine. It's picking up the dead chickens from my dad's poultry houses every day, because there's 120,000 total. Every day, a percentage just die, and you can't leave them in there; they'll rot, and that causes disease, etc. You're not supposed to. Someone walks the entire perimeter of this thing. It's a 5-mile walk a day, and you pick them up, you take them out. That's Chuck's job. Chuck wasn't doing a good job of this, and so as you can imagine, just like my disgusting garbage, there are rotten chickens in this poultry house, and that's a no-no. It's not good for business. You're not allowed to do that, despite what you see with all the like animal cruelty stuff and those horrible horror scenes you often see from PETA. Like, for the most part, like, those farmers are kept really under control, and like, you can't do that. There's rotten chickens in there, though. My dad sees this, and he's like, Kyle, go get Chuck. Tell him he's going to have to finish his work. And I'm like, okay. No, excuse me. He said, you can either go get Chuck, or I can go get him, and you can tell him what he's got to go do. And I'm like, think about it for a minute. I'm like, Well, that second one is definitely the more awkward situation type thing. I'm like, well, I'll go get him. So I drive down there. I say, he's drunk as fuck. I'm like, hey, Chuck, Dad wants you to come back over to the farm. He's got something he wants to talk to you about. Okay, so I get Chuck, take him back up there. I'm off to the side sitting on a bucket.
How do you get him? You have like
in a truck. I drive a truck down there. It's literally a quarter mile away. Just zip right back.
Okay.
So we're standing there. My dad's standing there. I'm sitting on a bucket, and he tells Chuck, he's like, Chuck, there's rotten chickens there. You're doing a shitty job. You can't do that. You know you can't do that. If you can't do the job right, then you shouldn't be doing it at all. He says, you need to get in there, and you need to finish your job, or you're not getting paid this week or any more ever. And Chuck said, well, if you don't like the way I did it.
Oh, no. He stopped right
there. Stop.
So you froze it. If you don't like the way I did it, carry on.
If you don't like the way I do it, then you could just do it your damn self.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Nothing happened between him saying that and Chucky's on the ground. I'm not sure how it got on the ground. I don't know if it was a push, a punch. He was just on the ground, and Dad was kicking. These weren't like the bar scene in Goodfellas kicks where you're like stomping the guy's face in and really trying to ruin him for life. Like, he was kicking him in the ass with a big size 13 boot on the other end.
Steel
Like
toed, probably.
50
That's
pounds
almost
of
more
him.
insulting at that point.
Right in the ass crack every time Chuck would make it to his knees. Bam! And you could hear it. It was audible, and I'm just watching him kick him, and every time he kicks, he adds a little retort. Pow! I don't think you'll like the way I'm going to do it, Chuck. I'm sorry, Lamar. I'm sorry. I go, pow! You going to be sorry by the time I'm done, Chuck? You gonna get in there and clean that shit up? Yeah, Lamar, I'm gonna get in. And he's crawling toward the place where the dead chickens are. He's going after him now. Get in there! Get in there! He kicks him 5-6 times. He kicks his ass until he's like in the building, and like he gets up and goes back to work.
Wow.
It's as close to someone beating a horse into like giddying up as you'll ever get with a human being in this day and age.
Get your ass beat to a monologue.
Chuck was a real character. I have one more Chuck story if you'd like it.
Please.
Oh, you know I do.
Yes.
Please.
All right. So, as I mentioned, Chuck lived near the end of the driveway of the farm in this trailer with his polio-stricken friend Jeff and Jeff's baby mama. The county took the baby, so I guess it's still a baby mama though. Even though, yeah. So he lives down there. Well, eventually, believe it or not, someone like Chuck can even rub themselves raw on someone like Jeff. And Jeff decided he didn't want Chuck around anymore. He kicked him out. So, Chuck's getting paid at the end of it's the end of the day. We're done with work. And Chuck's telling Dad this. And Dad's like, well, you know how it is. And just leaves it at. He's like, it's basically like, every man for himself out here, brother. You're not coming to my place. That sort of thing. And so Dad tells me, he says, take Chuck to the bank, pay him, then take him to, and then if he wants to go to the liquor store, take him there too, and that's what he told him. And I'd done that before. I'd go to the bank, give the business card, get him his cash, pay him, take him home, whatever. So I take Chuck, we get his cash, it's like $80, it was a couple days' work. Take him to the liquor store, and he comes out and he's got. I'm sorry, don't let me fuck this up. So. I drive Chuck down to the end of the driveway, and Chuck says, hang on a minute, I need to get a few things before we go. Could you drop me off at whoever's house that's just down the road? And I was like, yeah, I'll do that after the liquor store. Sure, I'll do that for you, because he's been kicked out, right? So he throws all of his shit in the back of my truck. Trash bags of clothes, trash bags of shoes, and 4 television sets. He had 4 of them. Don't ask me. I didn't ask him. 4 television sets loaded up in the back of my truck. Bank, liquor store. He comes out, brown paper bag, and a ginger ale. And I'm just about to tell him, hey, man, no drinking in the car, right? No drinking in the car. I'll get you to where you're going. But I see that he's just cracking open the ginger ale. So back up, I'm driving. And he tells me where we're going. It's like 10 minutes away, and I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't sign up for this shit. Like, this is bullshit. All right, fuck, I'll drive you there. So I'm driving there, and I look over. He's got a pint in one hand and the ginger ale in the other, and he's going, glow.
Oh, wow.
He's two-fisting that shit, chasing it down. And there was no point in stopping him at this point. I would rather him have an empty bottle of liquor than a half-full bottle of liquor, so I just shook my fucking head, and I was just like, what the fuck are you doing, man? You're cracking that shit open here? I'm like 17? Like, this is not going to do I'm the one that'll get the fucking open container charge. I get him down to where he's going. It's these, like, pretty crummy apartments, pretty seedy, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't stay there. I wouldn't want to. And, he says, right there where we're going, man, but I ain't allowed down there. So, how about you drop me off right here, and you go down there, it's apartment 4B, and ask her if Chuck comes stay. And I'm like,
oh my gosh.
Okay, well, I've come this far, Chuck. Chuck hops out of the fucking car. I drive down there. Knock on the door. It wasn't really a door. It was kind of this metal gatey thing. Kind of a cage, more of a bar door. Blang, blang, blang. This disgusting woman comes out, like 240 pounds. She's wearing like a house dress, I suppose you'd call it. Like,
a nightgown?
Yeah, basically like with the buttons, and I can see a little titty like between this button and this button. Like they're like her tits are so big that they're like between this button and this button. There's some titty showing.
Oh, wow.
And it's not good titty. And
it's not good.
All titty, good titty.
Like what?
Same voice too.
Good afternoon, madam. There's a Chuck Gabriel who sent me calling, and he would like to know if he could come stay here with you forthwith. You tell that son of a bitch he ain't never allowed back down here no more. I'll shoot his ass. You tell him, man. You tell him he comes here, me or Donnie, one, will shoot his ass. Very well. Chuck hops in the fucking truck. Chuck hops in the truck. He goes, how'd it go, man? I was like, I don't think it's going to work out, Chuck. Like, well, I guess I could go stay at Mama's old place. And I was like, where's that? And it's actually about where we started this whole journey. So I'm driving there. I assume that he means he's going to go live with his mother. No, his mother's in a nursing home. There is an abandoned house with no electricity, no running water, no utilities of any kind. And to this day, that is where Chuck is. I can take you there. Gosh. I can take you there right fucking now. He's in there laying in a sleeping bag, asleep, stoned out of his fucking gourd. I got 2 or 3 more of these. One night he knocked
playing
over
the show through a speaker. Like I swear I hear an echo.
Yeah, someone is a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's coming through on Wolf's End a little bit when I speak up too loud.
Really? Okay, I'll
maybe.
A little.
It's not too bad. So one night, like I said, no electricity. He knocked over some sort of oil lantern they had as light and set the whole fucking place on fire. But it didn't burn the place down. It just sort of scorched the room, like everything, all the fat, the curtains, the whatever, the blankets on the floor, all that shit burn up. But there wasn't enough to catch the wood on fire and really burn the place down. So the whole room was just scorched. So for months afterward, Chuck was also scorched from the soot. He was sleeping in the sooty floor. He looked black. He was filthier than he ever was, and that's saying something.
My father's room was like that growing up.
Oh.
It was, yeah. Dude, your stories are so much better than like my dad's story. Like my father had an alcoholic working for him, but he felt bad for him, so he sent him to rehab and paid for it until he was rehabilitated.
Boo! Good person. Boo! He should have beat his ass. He should have beat the alcoholism out of him.
Kick him in the ass until he did more 1040s.
Besides the Cannon housing projects, Chuck is also banned from going in the local grocery store. His side of the story was that they were giving him old food back in the deli, and when they got caught giving it to him, they lied and said he was stealing it. My side is he was probably just stealing that fucking food. But in any case, Chuck is not allowed back at the grocery store nearest his home. So I see him riding his bike around town all the time. He wears this little war cap.
How did he lose his awesome job though? Because you
What
didn't
awesome job.
working for your dad.
Oh, let's see. How did it all end? What was the last straw? Oh, Chuck took my dad's Kawasaki Mule, which is, I don't know, $8,000 ATV type thing, and ran into his buddy Jeff's trailer drunk, wrecked it.
Oh, he
It's
wrecked the
like
mule.
a golf cart. It's like a golf cart. He ran into
like
a trailer.
a sturdy golf cart.
The
more
green.
sturdy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He crashed that fucking thing into a trailer, and it's like all plastic on the front, like a big bumper, and there's a hood that pops up with storage inside, and all that got cracked and fucked up, and that was the last straw. Yeah.
Wow. That's messed up.
Yeah.
That sucks.
The guy with polio in this century was more productive than that guy.
One more. Chuck was hospitalized for a gunshot wound.
Self-inflicted.
Chuck's side of the story is
I'm gonna guess the caliber was 22.
close.
38.
380?
I think it was a 22. It was either 22 or a 25. And here's his side of the story. He was sitting on the porch at that abandoned house, which is a good deal off the road, I'd say, 50 yards maybe. And he says someone was driving down the road, he heard a gunshot, and he was hit.
Here's the luck.
Here's the problem with all that, though. The bullet is in the roof of his mouth.
Wow. That's a hell of a drive-by shooting.
I don't know if he was. I don't know if he was
Now, did it go through his chin, or was it just the roof?
Yeah, he shot through the palate of his mouth. I think he missed the tongue, and it was stuck in the roof of his mouth.
Suicide or carelessness?
Oh, it's hard to say. It's Chuck. One more. This is the last one, I promise.
You got dude. I got time.
You could just be trying to clean your teeth with it.
He was driving his bicycle. Keep in mind, it's like an old Schwinn bicycle or something. Like, it's not a cool one. It's got fenders on it, right? He's driving his bicycle down the road, and he claims that someone came out of nowhere and ran him off the road. He was probably just high and stoned and drunk and crashed, but broke his fucking leg in the ditch on a bicycle wreck. And this is not the kind of guy who can afford to be immobile.
No.
The hospital knew him as a prescription pill abuser, and they wouldn't give him anything for a broken leg.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
No,
What
good
would they
on
have done
them.
in
Good on
Canada?
them.
I will say this though: anytime my dad gets some nasty liquor or wine or that big someone gives him some booze that he doesn't want, puts it in Chuck's mailbox, it just gets gone. Chuck doesn't. Chuck must think it's the liquor fairy.
Liquor fairy. Don't kill yourself. Here's some more booze.
One more, and I swear to God, this is the last one. This is from my dad's point of view. I wasn't there for this one. Dad goes to this abandoned house one time to pick him up for work. He hadn't seen him in a while. He's standing on the porch, kind of knocking on the door, and he hears a voice from inside. And it's not Chuck's voice. He says, "I see you out there, you big old son of a bitch. I got something right here for you. I'm gonna kill you this time." And Dad's like, "I'm creeping away at this point." he's like, "And you hear this guy in there? Just come on in here. I got something for you right here, big boy." He didn't know it was Dad. Apparently, somebody had been coming down there and just beating him up. They were some neighborhood punks because they are right next to a bad area who just been coming down there and beating them up. And
Wow.
Chuck's buddy's in there with probably the same pistol that Chuck accidentally shot himself with, ready to blow somebody away. Dad was like, "So I don't think I'll go down there no more." And I'm just like, "You sent me last week." He's like, "You take care of yourself."
Wow.
Chuck.
That's amazing. My goodness.
He might be better than Rickety Cricket.
He's a lot like Rickety Cricket, I swear, a lot like that. I would get him to come. I could totally get him on here. I don't want the man in my house.
You don't
I
want
want
him
him.
No, you don't want to start that.
Yeah, if you guys could go some kind of a remote, you get on location with Chuck.
We'll go to a library. They got Wi-Fi there.
You go to a library.
Wow.
What's that?
Gracious.
Yeah, Chuck. I think that's all the Chuck stories I got, though. Chuck was a cool guy. He's still alive. I don't know why I'm giving him the past name. He looks dead, but I think he's still around. I see him every now and then, still wearing that Confederate cap and riding that bike. Always got a brown bag of something.
We had a guy in Ocean City. I know him well or anything, but there were a couple crazies, and my favorite was Pluto. Pluto always wore like a banana hammock, you know, that like tight little guy swimsuit that you can wear, and he carried plastic bags full of something, and he rode on like a big beach cruiser type bike. And he was just all, I don't know, I saw him every day driving around town in his banana hammock with a plastic bag and ride on his beach cruiser. We had another guy, they just called him Sock Man, but apparently he was a nudist, but he got around the nudity laws, this is in Ocean City, New Jersey, by just putting a sock on his junk. And he would literally just have like a tube sock with a ring around the top, walking around the beach, you know, bare-assed, with his junk in a sock.
Hilarious.
Respect.
Yeah. Oh, he wasn't it. You know, it wasn't a body you'd want to look at. But
unfortunately, you did not get to add that cock to your mental collection.
Yeah, Woody was like, this close.
He's like, oh, it's slipping. It's slipping. Oh,
The cops are over there hassling the guy, giving him a hard time. Woody's like, let him go!
You see this dusty spot in my mental trophy case?
That's where the sock man's cock is.
This is for you. It's all for you.
Oh, that's great.
Wow.
Chuck sounds like a Greyhound bus kind of guy.
Wolf, what did your dad do?
You want honest truth? Okay, you want to hear some crazy stuff? Speaking of dad, my dad took off when I was 5.
Oh, I forgot you're black.
Thank you.
Just kidding.
Oh, man.
That was good. Holy crap. But, the crazy thing is, he lives in Guyana, which is South America, and my mom raised 3 boys on her own.
Wait,
so,
is Diana a country?
Guyana. Yeah, it is.
Guyana. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah.
So he left when you were 5?
When I was 5, and yeah, my mom raised 3 boys on her own, and last Friday I find out that he died.
No way.
Yeah, and they buried him on my birthday on the
Jesus.
How crazy
All right,
is it?
so I'm curious about this because something similar happened with my mom. Her dad ran out on her when she was young, and we found out that he was dead, like, you know, when I was a child. How did you feel? Because my mom was like, good riddance.
How did I find out?
No,
How did you feel?
Oh, how did I feel?
Like knowing that he was gone.
It didn't. It was kind of bugged me, but it didn't. It was like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a.
Well, I guess I should add on top of it, like my mom's dad was like abusive to my grandmother, so like he was a real scumbag. So they were happy. They were like, oh, he's dead in Dallas, great. We won't be going there.
I can go a step further with my dad.
My mom's not sad about it. Like, she was surprised, but it's like, and my mom's like the church lady, right? So she's like, I mean, she didn't curse him or anything, but.
Your parents, Kyle, found out that he was dead and thought, I guess that's, you know, like no big deal. My parents, my dad and his mom, they found out that my dad was still alive. This is years ago, and they were bummed. They were like, oh
really?
Yeah,
Your grandfather, you mean to say?
Yeah, this is my grandfather, not my dad. But yeah, they were like, you know, like, fuck, he's still alive, because they were trying to make a Social Security claim, like perhaps when he was dead, they were survivors. I think they never got divorced. He just ran off, and she never got remarried or anything. So they had a right to like Social Security income. Yeah. And when they found that he was still alive, they're like, fuck, not dead yet.
Yeah, my mom never remarried either. My mom was like, it's old school like that, right?
I guess. I'm trying to think. I guess she was Catholic. Maybe that was related to it. She was Irish. She was like literally Irish. She came from Ireland.
My grandmother on my mother's side, she was married twice, and she had 2 daughters by each of her husbands, or she had 1 daughter from each husband, and both of them turned out to be alcoholic, cheating, abusive guys.
Wow.
So after
were they Irish too?
They were. No, but you're getting kind of close to where I'm heading with this. My grandmother said that she didn't want any more white men. She was like, I'm done with white men. She found her. So my papa, as I called him, was Honduran. She married a Honduran man, and quite honestly, I think she was just trying to find a man that she could physically intimidate, because Papa's a little guy. Papa's like 5'5", 150 pounds.
Wow.
Hardest working guy I ever met. Worked for years at like a lumber company. They dropped lumber on his finger one time. Took like, that much of his finger off. He didn't take the day off. He didn't take the day off. And like it was a place where oftentimes they wouldn't let you retire. They'd fire you when you were getting close to retirement age. But they let him retire, which was like a big shine of like respect apparently around there. But anyway, she was like, no more white men, no more white men. That hadn't worked out for me, so she got herself a Honduran.
Found a pretty good man, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Amazing guy. Yeah, great. I mean, it was the only grandfather I ever knew, because my grandfather on my father's father was an abusive alcoholic bootlegger.
Wow.
So
Jesus.
He was always in jail for the bootlegging, and meanwhile my grandmother's always trying to scrape up enough money, even though they're poor as fuck, to like get him out of jail. Mm-hmm. So it was just scumbags and more scumbags. We come from
some pretty trashy genetic stock. Yeah, I had a substitute grandfather too. So my father's father we covered. He ran off. He beat the wife and whatever. And my mom's dad died. He had cancer when she was in high school. So that grandmother remarried, and he became my Uncle Shirley. And I didn't really catch the whole thing, but he had us call him Uncle because it made him younger. So he wasn't Grandpa Shirley, he was Uncle Shirley. And he was just really cool. Like he was an engineer, he worked for RCA. He had a John Deere riding lawnmower. He used to let me ride it and stuff when I was like totally incompetent to do so. And he was a good guy.
I thought you were going to say he called him Uncle Shirley because he was calling her Bruce Jenner.
Yeah, I thought he was a transsexual. I was like, does Woody have like a transsexual in the family? Have I been making these tranny jokes for years? Is he holding like some deep-seated hate for me because I'm so anti-tranny? Or I'm not even anti. I guess I'm pro-tranny, really. But
no, he was total guy. He was kind of a dad, really. Like he liked grilling, he liked lawn care, he liked, whatever. He was just like a dad type of guy.
Good.
No, that's part of the reason why I'm such a dedicated dad is because I didn't have one, so I guess it kind of works out in the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my dad always said like he kind of spoilt me at times growing up, and he always said he was like, I didn't have anything growing up. No, my Christmases were like an 8-pack of crayons if I was lucky, and like some years there was nothing, and like seeing the fucking holes in the roof and shit. So like if I wanted something, or he. Not too extravagance, I suppose, but if I want a car, or a rifle, or something like that, I got it.
Yeah, stuff works out, brother.
I don't want any fucking kids though. This line is stopping right here. No further. It stops here.
Yeah, a better man than you have been taken down by childbearing women.
Oh man,
you could show up to your wedding wearing that.
I mean, you got a good 12 years left before I say, yeah. Kyle's decision's probably permanent.
One of my favorite qualities in a woman is that she be pro-choice. So
hold on, I'm gonna make that my new Skype signature.
Because there's Plan A and there's Plan B and there's Plan C. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go about this, but I think the line will stop here, and I'll just leave it at that. It's just.
I joined up for ChristianMingle.com, but I'm not getting any response.
Well, that is in my bio on there. That's probably why.
Pro-choice.
There's
wow.
I used to not like kids when I was young and single, and then I found, quote, the one woman, and after, like, I can't imagine not having them. And it's like, it just, trust me, I used to go to, like, movies, and when I was younger, in my 20s, and you watch a movie and someone loses their child, and I'll be like, they could have another one. You know what I mean? So, like, you turn like a whole 180. And
yeah, if I had a similar thing, except it was babies. Like I used to see like infants, right? Like I got that kids were people, but I didn't get that infants were people. And I'd see like detective shows like CSI or what's the one where Law and Order.
Victims Unit.
Yeah, SVU, but I was thinking of Law and Order in particular, like the standard one, and like an infant would be murdered, and I'd be like, is that big a deal? Like,
people are horrible.
It wasn't like a whole person or anything. It was just a little baby. Like
so awful. I've never had these thoughts. Fuck it. Those 9 months and whatever.
Yeah, right.
Months
the kid was only 2 months into life.
You didn't invest that much time into it. You still got baby stuff
Yeah,
in the
you
house.
can start up a new one. You're 11 months away from being where you were. Dude, just give the guy like a probationary sentence. He only killed a baby.
The do-over.
Do-over, yeah. They're going to make a big deal out of baby murder.
I kind of see where you're going with this. I think you're swaying me. You're all fucked up. You're all fucked up.
I've never thought that.
You know? I think you're swaying me a little. I think that maybe the sentence should be greater the closer to the peak of life the person was.
I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
So you have to kill like 30 under 1, let's say that. 30 under 1.
If you kill a 25-year-old man, he's in the prime of his life. He's out. That's when he's,
that's what I'm saying.
Sexually active. Probably he's out of college. He's earning money now. He's in the world. You take it. You're taking. He's right there. He was right on the edge of really getting there and being a man.
Yep.
So how many infants equals that guy? Like
30.
30.
But a 6-year-old. I mean.
Now, how about the other way, Kyle? I think we're onto something here, right? I think we're making solid. What if the guy's like 76 years old, right? What are you really taking from him? A little bit of drool on himself?
Ways. It's the peak.
I agree. Yeah, it's a bell curve.
Yeah.
It's a bell curve.
The bell curve.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're reaching a Logan's Run territory right now.
I'm serious. I feel like if let's say you got drunk and you were drunk driving and you ran over a 99-year-old man.
No big deal. That's like not even a moving violation.
Why was that guy even Why was that guy even out and about walking? He should have had a caretaker with him.
I should sue them for letting him out at night. I should sue them.
Roaming the road like a real person.
Rolling around minding my own fucking business.
You screwed up my suspension.
That walker is still stuck under the undercarriage. Like I can't.
Maybe if the tennis balls were secured properly, he wouldn't be in the middle of the road before you hit him. Okay.
And so I just don't see that being that bad. Now I think they would tack on like some kind of bonus sentence because he was right at 100, and that's kind of a milestone. It would have been cool to pull off, but like I just don't see that being as bad as doing the same to What if you did the same, ran over an 18-year-old high school kid? Man, he was right there, right? He was about to start the cool part of life. He was about to go to college and start really enjoying himself. He was transitioning from child to man. He was in the peak of the another one of the cool parts of life.
Mm-hmm.
His life away. But then you got like this 4-year-old snot-nosed motherfucker over there, and he's gotten dirt mixed in with the snot. He's got a dirty snot streak lip. And his
he hasn't had the common sense to wipe it, so it's just dried.
Yeah. He's just sitting over there, and you can tell by looking at him. He's
not going to amount to much, right?
Yeah. This guy's a ditch digger, right? His dad's a ditch digger. I can see it. His dad's head is literally shaped like a fucking lumpy potato. Like he's got 2 lazy eyes. Like this guy's going nowhere. So,
just Darwinism waiting to happen.
So I'm just saying, if you were like backing out of your parking space too quick and your bumper hits the kid in the head and he's out like a light and it's over, game over, I just don't think that's as bad as if you were to take out that high school kid.
And going back to the restarting thing, it is easier to pick up and restart if you lose a 6-year-old. If you've worked your ass off, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get your kid to graduate high school, and then someone takes it out, it's like, well, fuck.
I like where you're going with this.
I'm not restarting this shit. We're not having kids. We're done.
I think
we'll adopt an 18-year-old and just fucking pick up where we left off. I mean, at that point, you're going to be 50 trying to get this kid through high school.
Yeah, there's got to be some Russian 18-year-old.
You've already got the soccer club membership.
Yeah. An 18-year-old girl from Thailand or something.
Yeah. She'd be really happy. She'd just pick up.
I've never thought about that before, but let's say you were a parent, God forbid, whose 18-year-old son was killed in some sort of like a wrongful death type situation. I don't know. Maybe they sentenced the guy to 5 to 8 years. That seems like something that could happen. I think he should have to make financial restitution to the parents for
it was they killed an investment.
Yeah. They've spent all that money getting this kid to 18. A lot of parents, if you think about it, you should be looking at your kids as kind of a retirement plan. I know, a lot of people. Your kids are the
you
ones
laugh,
who,
but it's true. They're the ones that are going to take care of you at the end.
If something happens, maybe you get Alzheimer's at 60, and it's kind of downhill from there. You need your kids there to like come in there and pitch in and take care of stuff. And like your kids really are an insurance but you take this guy's 18-year-old kid, like you took a lot away from him. There should be some financial restitution there. I think a couple, maybe $1 million. I think $1 million would be the number if it was if we were just strictly speaking on
it's a good number.
Yep. Of it, not
like garnish wages for life.
Yeah, that's what you'd have to do. You do them like they do those child support dads. That's all. I feel for child support dads big time. I know. I feel like sometimes it's just to excess, and I feel like sometimes like these guys are paying like $12,000 a month or something, like wealthy guys,
well,
obviously.
That's a lot, yeah.
And like the wife is taking it all. There's tons of situations like that where like lots of money is being paid, and the wife, and it doesn't take that to raise a kid. Like,
did you see the court
case? Out of him.
Did you see the court case of the guy who's in court right now, who's being made to pay child support even though he's not the father?
Yeah.
No.
How insane is that?
That is insane. What is the scoop there?
Essentially, he was with this woman like 15 years ago, and they recently got a DNA test done, and it proves he's not the father, and they want him to continue paying child support and pay for the child support he didn't pay in the past, even though it's not his child.
No,
because they'd already made a judgment that he was required to pay it, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the legalese bullshit that
I take
all
all that money each month and I get the best fucking lawyer and get out of that lifetime.
And here's another crazy part to this story, though. The mother of the child put his name as the father randomly because she wanted to get welfare payments.
Wow.
How old's this woman? Because we could take her out. It wouldn't even fucking matter, I bet.
Is this recent? I want to Google it and see.
This is going on right
story.
now.
Oh,
yeah, it's
okay.
going on right now.
I'll be right back.
I can't remember names or anything.
Pee again. I've drank like, I drank a gallon and a half of water today. I'm serious about getting in shape for the paintball thing. Those kids are gonna pay. They're gonna pay. Oh, I'll go right back to fucking Burger King after
right after the game.
Yeah.
Waffle House specials.
Yeah, but
eating
my
competition
Waffle House
that night.
specials are so delicious. I get the hash browns with everything on them, so it's gravy and chili and cheese and jalapenos and sautéed onions and diced tomatoes and onions and jalapenos. Wow. And I get a triple order of hash browns. It's a pound of potatoes.
Pound of potatoes.
And then they put the chili in the gravy. My mouth's watering now. All right, I'll be right back.
Go pee, because I got to.
Handle that. Yeah, it's the most insane case, and there's actually a lawyer from a high esteemed law firm who just signed on with him to do work pro bono to help out this guy.
I wish I don't have my arms quite around the scenario where, like, all right, so the woman gets pregnant, the guy doesn't want to keep it, and the girl does. Doesn't it seem like it's just a tricky
you
spot.
made a commitment. You knew what you could have taken precautions to avoid this situation. You could have put a condom on, asked her to be on birth control. There are other options out there. It's on you,
Yeah.
Just like driving behind the wheel, you might accidentally kill someone. You didn't intentionally mean to, but you're responsible if you get behind the wheel.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for guys who get into that.
I saw a case on Reddit, so it might be total bullshit. But basically they were having sex, and he had planned on pulling out, and instead she wrapped her legs around him and held him in.
Oh, that's bullshit. That's an old wise tale that's been around on the internet forever.
Yeah,
the joke is the guy's fucking her and she wraps her legs around him and goes, I want to have your babies or whatever. That's the old wise tale that's always been on the internet.
Yeah, I can't see that happening.
No, somebody gets punched in the face if that happens in real life. Hey, better the assault charge than the lifetime of raising a child.
Yeah, that scenario was one where I think you could claim rape. No?
Oh, I think you could.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're wanting to leave.
Did someone say rape?
Like a fairy, he's back.
You click your heels 3 times and say, I want rape, and Kyle will show up.
Yeah, I think you can claim rape.
I've got my wine coolers.
Wine coolers.
So what were you talking about with the rape? What actually?
Have you heard the old wise tale? Woody read a story on Reddit, but I know it's an old internet wise tale where guy's fucking a girl and he's gonna pull out, but she wraps her legs around him and says like, "I want to have your babies" or whatever, and could you claim rape in that situation?
No, you couldn't claim rape because she didn't forcibly penetrate you, and you were already fucking her, so you'd already engaged in copulation. So no, you couldn't. You got no legal ground to stand on there. But you should be enough of a man to.
But you're wanting
get
to
her off of
leave.
you.
But you're wanting to leave, and she's entrapping you.
Like, I consider going the other way, right? Like, I guess you stop when they say stop. That's the deal. And if you don't, I guess it's rape. I don't know, because I wouldn't want a woman to change her mind midway and then claim rape. It's like, well, that doesn't seem fair.
Right. So why can't it be? Why does it have to be a double standard? If the guy wanted to stop, like I'm not feeling it right now, or
he didn't
whatever.
want to stop. He just wanted to pull out. There's a difference.
There's a difference.
But he wanted to pull out to prevent a situation from happening, and she was preventing.
Oh, we took care of that situation right then and there. Anyway, it's
Well, that's what I said.
It's
What is
Plan
this?
B.
Some sort of like, is Plan B cunt punch? How do you take care of it right there?
Plan B is the name of the.
Plan B is the pill you take. Plan A is cunt
Kyle's
punch.
got like a fucking plunger on her vagina. Get this.
No, you take the wire. You take the wire coat hanger, buddy. God, you gotta get it right.
Plan A is being stronger than your girlfriend, I suppose.
That helps.
Plan C is the stairs. Yeah.
Plan B is a pill that you take, the next day.
Plan
And
D is the car.
Yeah, I mean, after Plan B, if she says no, well, then she might just have a couple accidental slip and falls.
Plan
Yeah, we've
E
already
is
established-
red wedding style knife to belly.
Oh, God. that is such a brutal scene, man.
I love watching reactions to that. I have so I've seen every episode of Game of Thrones thrice now, as they would say, and so I've gotten to watch reactions of people watching the Red Wedding the first time and watching the Red Viper of Dawn's duel with the Mountain. I got to watch all of that stuff with two different people for their first time, and it is wonderful.
See,
It
Red
is
Viper
so
one
nice.
wasn't as shocking. I feel like most people should have seen it coming to an extent.
The Red Viper
He's
one is
monologuing.
so bad. The Red Viper one is so bad because we all know what Game of Thrones is. We all know how many times it tears our hearts out. And here was a moment where a guy that you love, and you love him, he's so lovable and such a wonderful character that he'd only been in like 5 episodes, and you already loved him as much as the guy people who
Great
did
spirit.
season 1. You were like,
The
this
actor
guy.
crushed it. I'm not at that part in the book, but I'm told he doesn't play a major role in the book.
Yes, I heard the same.
Are you watching the TV series, Woody?
I'm caught up
yeah.
on the TV series. I'm also listening to the audiobook.
Okay.
Yeah, we each just started the audiobooks sort of recently in the last week or couple weeks. So, but you love this guy, and he's got a reason to be there fighting. You killed my sister. You murdered her.
You murdered her. You raped
You
her.
raped her.
sister,
You murdered her
my
children.
Say it.
Yeah.
Say it. And not only does he have, not only is he a lovable guy, a likable character, he's also a badass.
Yes. And he's just.
cool. He's just suave and
He's
cool.
smart
And
and witty. Yeah.
even the way he talked about like being bisexual, he was like, there are many pleasures in the world. Some men only take half of them. I choose to love every. He's like, I like this and I like this, and he's like, I like it all. I want it all. Don't tell me I can only have half of this. I want this.
I like the
and
way
I
he talked
want
about
this.
bastards, right? So this whole notion, like up north and out, I think it was in the east, they they'll take their parents' names. They don't really sort of treat them as full-fledged kids, etc. But where he's from, where is it from? The Dunes or something? Is that anyway?
Dorne.
Horn, where he's from, Dorne. Thank you, Dorne. Where he's from, bastards are considered children of love, and they are given the same kind of honor and attention, and everything is just kind of positive with the guy.
They don't get the last name though. Their last name is Sand. in
Sand,
Dorne.
Sand. Yeah.
Yeah, but you get, and then you got the Mountain, the easily one of the most hateable characters that's in the show at that point in time.
Just a cult killer.
Yeah, just the worst. And if you read the books, he really is just god awful.
Yeah, extra details I didn't pick up in the show.
Yeah,
He's
just a
dreadful.
horrible human being, dreadful. And he's got him. He's better than the Mountain. The Mountain doesn't stand a fucking chance. Like this guy is a fucking ninja. He's out there spinning around and twirling that spear, and you just know, like, based on the way you see the fight, he could have killed him in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
He could have just taken him out like that anytime he wanted to. And then it happens, and it's just it's worse than the Red Wedding, because with the Red Wedding I was already getting a little upset
I was
with
filling
Rob
up with
Stark.
Rob. Yeah. He had
he
lost
was-
his edge.
Yeah, he lost his edge. He betrayed the phrase, as far as I'm concerned. Like, now that I've read the books, Rob fucked up. Like, if I'm Walder Frey, I'd probably pull a red wedding myself. Like, that was bullshit, man. You know, like, that's Plan C right there. Like,
yeah.
You're not gonna like, you know, he's promised him to his daughter, and like, I haven't gotten that far enough into the book. I haven't gotten to the red wedding in the books yet, but like, just what I know already, I know that like he fucked Walder Frey over big time.
It
that one definitely caught me off guard more though, because the I was like, this is a classic case. Like, Mountain is super strong and big, and we've got the fast, agile guy here, so that's his advantage. It looks like he's gonna win. There's no way he comes out. This is Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
The person you're rooting for never comes on top. I don't care who it is, and it's just classic. He got caught monologuing. Like,
you know why I thought he was gonna win? I thought he was gonna win because I think somehow I either knew or just knew in my heart that his character wouldn't be done yet. So the deal was he was fighting on Tyrion's behalf, and if he died, Tyrion died. So I was like, well, I don't know how this guy's going to win. He's so much smaller, and the Mountain, you guys are all acting like the Mountain wasn't like competitive with it. He would have died instantly. That's not how I saw it. To me, the Mountain was the favorite in this competition. He was gigantic. He was a very skilled fighter. He was a knight. He was trained. He was winning the horseback thing, and like he just
all men must die.
All men must die.
He was the baddest character.
He was the favorite
in the land. He was
awesome.
the favorite.
Yeah,
so what you guys talk about, it was like Red Viper was the favorite, but to me the Mountain was the favorite, and I thought there'd be an upset because Tyrion couldn't die, but that's not how it went down.
Yeah, the Mountain was definitely the favorite, but the thing about it was, I knew going in, it was, you're not going to beat the Mountain with strength. You can't. No one on this planet is going to beat the Mountain with strength. So his only advantage is to be quick, nimble, and agile, and get in and take your jabs with your fucking blade. And I saw that coming. I didn't. So
another thing is, like,
he also poisoned his blade.
The wounds he was like,
he was cutting ligaments.
Those are fatal wounds.
Yeah. They look bad. I was like
slicing the back of his legs and shit.
It was like in a football game when you know there's not enough time for the other team to get the ball and score. You're like, sigh of relief. He stabbed him like through the core with a fucking crazy spear thing. Like, all right, good.
The reason why the wedding hit me worse is because I didn't see it coming like that.
Yeah, that's why I didn't see that one coming.
I saw the Mountain going down at some. Well, I saw the Mountain thing working out the way it did, but the wedding just hit me.
Even if you knew something was going to happen, because she feels his cuff or whatever and sees he's wearing chainmail, so he's prepared for some shit.
You see that?
Something's going to happen.
That happens 2 minutes before it happens, or even 90 seconds. Like, it's not like at the beginning of the show you're tipped off. It's like, what? Oh,
right, but you know something's going to happen. But what I didn't expect was you were going to literally kill off 5 main characters.
And you know what really hit me on that? The pregnant woman.
Yeah,
that was, like I said, that's brutal. When that dude
that baby wasn't even born yet. No biggie.
They were gonna name it Ned. They were gonna name it Ned. It was so brutal.
Yeah, that wedding hit me hard, man.
The child that never was.
I will say this though, just by having watched 4 seasons of the show and now being like halfway through book 2, I have figured out who Jon Snow's. I'll figure out how to phrase it. I figured out who Jon Snow's mom is. I know what Jon Snow's place in the world is now.
When did you figure that out? Will you finish the first book?
No, I think he started the second one.
Yeah, I was a little into the second one, like maybe I don't remember if there wasn't like one moment where I was like, aha! I kind of put a bunch of things together, and they kept talking about stuff and mentioning people, and I was like,
I haven't figured it out, and I'm like, am I supposed to know by now?
Isn't it beautiful? A Song of Fire of Ice.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Yeah. Certainly not gonna give any Game of Thrones spoilers because I'm sure that we're not. I'm sure we're not supposed to learn like who Jon Snow's mom is until much later in the show.
I think I know, but
we could talk about it privately, but I don't think you know.
I don't think you know.
Are you guys Walking Dead watchers?
Yeah, I am.
I'm not season 2.
Okay.
Same here. I watched through season 3.
First half.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was
surprised because it's
dude, because season 2 killed a lot of momentum out of people. Man, that was a horrible season of just television.
Last season?
No, season 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was horrible at the farm.
You know the story behind why that season's so bad, right?
Yeah, all the actors or all the writers or whatever got pulled, right?
Yeah. So basically, no. So.
No.
I don't know names. I'm bad at that part. But so the creator of the show, the guy who came up with all this thing, the guy who started and made season 1 what it was,
Yes.
brought along many of the best actors that were on the show, like Andrea, the old guy who was always fixing up the RV.
Yeah.
Guys like who were recognizable actors who you're like, yeah, I've seen him in something before. He brought those guys with him at a reduced cost because they like working with him.
Yeah.
They didn't have a relationship with A&E. So here's what A&E did. They waited until after the creator of the show had promoted the show at Comic-Con, and then they fired him.
Yeah.
Season 2, they cut the budget in half, I believe, and they wanted like twice as many episodes. They went like 24 episodes. So,
I think they kept the budget about the same and doubled the episodes. So they effectively cut it in half per episode.
Thank you. Yeah. That sounds more realistic.
Yeah. Okay.
And you lost a lot of wonderful things that were going to happen. For example, remember the scene where Rick is in the tank, he finds that grenade. That grenade and that soldier who had that grenade had a whole backstory that was going to be a flashback in a future season. There's lots of seeds like that planted in that first season that were going to make this show more on the lines of a Breaking Bad than what the show is now. I'm not saying the show's bad. It's a good show.
Okay.
But there was going to be a lot more in-depth, cool character development, long-term stuff where you were really going to get to know these people. Instead, Season 2, and these are PKA stats, but they made a whole season out of, like, very little reading material. I'll just leave it. Yeah, it was like maybe 1 or 2 of the graphic novels, and I'm just making these numbers up, whereas Season 1 was, like, a lot of them.
Yes.
So they're making more episodes out of less material with the same amount of money or so, and
which is why season 2, all season long, nothing happened.
All season long,
sat around that farm.
And that guy, I think it's Your Movie Sucks, the guy we had on the show. I think he does a video where he tears apart that season, and he points out that like every time these characters are talking, it's just there's no character development here. This is soap opera right here. This is drama. This is bullshit. Like just these characters. He points out that this character's acting in an unusual way for like this character. Like, why is she saying this when she was just over here doing that? Does she think this? Does she think that? Impossible. It's just wrong. And like so, season 2 really took the wind out of my sails. Yep. And then season 3, I really didn't like the governor, and I really didn't like that Andrea didn't kill the governor when she had the chance. And I became a real Andrea hater. I realized I caught on. You know, sometimes you'll be around someone for a long time, and then you realize they've got a tick, and then you just always see it, and it starts irking you and annoying you.
Yeah, me too.
Here's what Andrea does.
Yeah.
She doesn't close her goddamn mouth. Ever.
Yeah.
Always wide-eyed, wide mouth, just like shocked
Same
at
expression.
everything, every step of the fucking way. Like she's a bad actress, in my opinion.
I couldn't stand her, and it wasn't. Her character was annoying, but I disliked her so much. Like I dislike the actress now. If that actress lived near me, I wouldn't invite her to my barbecue. I don't want her in my life. I was so happy when she died.
It was so funny. We were on this. We were doing this show, and we were talking about how much we hated her, and we were both talking about like, I wish she would just get killed off, because you know this is the kind of show where characters get killed off. The next day, the episode aired, and they killed her. And we were just like, Andrea died. Yeah, I wish she'd been gruesome.
I want this guy dead, and this guy dead, and this guy dead.
However, I hear that the new season is like maybe second only to the first season, or maybe even better.
I think the first half. So they did that thing where there's like 16 episodes, but they call
mid-season
one. They
finale.
call 2 season 2s. There's like a mid-season finale. Yeah. So the first half of this season was great, maybe the best that we've seen so far. And I think I've only seen one so far. The second half, which just started up again, and it was fine, I guess. It wasn't as good as last season. This half season, the first half of the season, every episode had like a major thing, major plot movement. They were really telling a story. There were 2 things in every episode that made it a good show to me. 1, plot development, right? Like things actually happened. They advanced the key storyline. 2, action. So with the action and the plot development, I was happy.
I was really disappointed with the black guy that helps out Rick at the very beginning of the of season 1 or whatever, and he gives him the walkie-talkie and says like, "I'll call you every day at noon" or whatever. And we finally get to meet that character at like season 3, I think. And the guy's just gone fucking crazy because his kid died, and that's that. That's the whole episode right there. Yeah. Rick tries to kind of convince him everything's cool and to come back. Dude doesn't come back. I don't know if he gets brought up again in 4 or 5, but I was really disappointed because I was like, yeah, that's a great character. That dude was cool. What's gonna happen? Nothing.
Yeah, you're right. That could have been a thing. It could have been this thread that tied together and been really interesting. You know, stuff like that. Is a
comic. It's like a whole different thing.
Yeah, I don't think the comic is part of Walking Dead anymore.
No, neither's the game. They're all 3 different things.
I don't like that. That irks me as well because I don't. The thing that was great was that comic. You know, you can make your own Batman story, of course, but the best Batman stories are the ones that go back to the comics. It seems those are the stories that whenever I see like I know the next this will be telling. We'll see how it goes. The next Guardians of the Galaxy is not based on a comic book at all. They're taking Guardians of the Galaxy original screenplay. I don't know who wrote it. I'd like to know.
That doesn't bother me. To me, at some point, you get to leave the source material.
It's definitely concerning.
If Walking Dead was just based on the comic, then maybe we'd be out by now.
Because we don't know these if we don't know these characters well. We've just been introduced to Star-Lord. Unless you're a big Marvel fan, you've been reading comics forever.
You need to find out who his father is and stuff like that. There's a bunch of lore behind.
That's where they need to be going. They need to be going after his father because that's the big story.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I'm a Walking Dead. Like I have Walking Dead 1 up till now, so.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Coming to Marvel for no money at all from Sony. None.
Is that what it
Marvel
came
got
to?
a great deal.
Why'd that happen?
Because Marvel Disney offered Sony billions of dollars for the rights to use Spider-Man. They said no.
No, they wanted to buy Spider-Man.
Yeah, they wanted to buy Spider-Man. Which is funny because Disney already owns the rights to all the Spider-Man merchandise. Sony didn't own that. And they said, no, we'll just, whatever Sony Spider-Man we make, we get all the revenue for that. And whatever Marvel Disney Spider-Man you make, you get the revenue for that. And the idea is to, like, market and benefit off of one another's relationship. So, like, I saw the Sony Spider-Man, well, I got to see the Marvel one and vice versa. Even though both of the Spider-Man reboots so far have both been shitty. It's
going to be a collaboration, right? So the way I understood it, so the guys from Marvel are going to be working heavily and helping the Sony Pictures make the next Spider-Man reboot. And then that same Spider-Man, that same actor, will then be appearing in some of the Marvel movies. You'll see him in, with the Fantastic Four. You'll see him. I hope not. Fantastic Four is another Sony one, right?
That's another Sony one as well. Yeah. I am not impressed by the new one. All the casting for Fantastic Four, boo! You picked horrible actors. These are no-name people that do B movies. No recognizable actors.
And the worst part, and here's they made is his name Johnny?
Johnny
Storm.
Johnny Storm.
But, okay, so the Invisible Woman is like Susan Storm or something like that.
Yeah.
Like they're the Storm brother and sister. That's why.
Yeah, I know.
But they picked an African American actor to play the brother. I'm fine with an African American superhero. I'm looking forward to Black Adam played by The Rock, though he's Samoan. That's going to be cool. But
he's mixed.
You can't. That is true.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I watched that whole documentary about him. He's a cool guy.
But yeah, you take you're trying to suspend my disbelief, and you've got a black brother.
Well, no, they're gonna fuck with the lore again.
They're changing the lore.
Yeah.
But don't do that shit.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. Like you've seen it. First of all, is it Andrew Garfield who played last Peter Parker?
Yeah.
I think he was awesome. He was awesome.
The first one was awesome.
The first one was great. The second one,
cry.
The second one was not good. I don't even know if Kyle's seen the second one yet.
The second one, I did not like how they did Electro.
It is so bad. Yeah.
It was Electro in particular.
I liked him better than Toby.
Jamie Foxx should feel kind of upset that that's a blemish on his record.
I agree.
Yeah, it was not well.
It's a really bad role.
Motherfucker Jones fucked up in that movie. That was not good.
Yeah. And they had the Green Goblin in there, too, with the kid from Chronicle. And
but do you remember that scene in the first Amazing Spider-Man, the latest rendition with Garfield, where like all the crane operators extend so that a wounded Spider-Man can save the day? I cried. I cried.
It was a good scene. It
Like
was
a
a good scene.
mixture of like patriotism and like heroism and like brotherhood and it was just like, oh, you go Spider-Man.
The only cool thing about the second one was when Peter Parker finds where his father stored all his research in this hidden subway, which that's the only cool part.
You know what I liked? It might have been the same movie Kyle was talking about, but when he first got his spider powers, right? So the guy was kind of nerdy, he was getting beat up in school, and the actor they play, he was just like, oh, you know, like when he found his muscles, it was like, I like that, you know. He liked his gift. It was cool.
You talking about Toby or Andrew?
I think Toby. The first reboot.
I think that was Toby when he found his muscles.
The first reboot was Andrew Garfield. Toby had muscles.
Ripped.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and if he had to though. And but when that was one of the coolest parts about that movie is like they showed him to begin with string bean, like flat chest, like skinny arms. He wakes up and you're like, holy shit, this guy's been doing P90X for the last year. Like, this guy's a fucking mini act. Like, yeah, he looks like Spider-Man looks without his shirt off. Like this is like, you know, I know that like Chris Pratt, you know, did all that working out and got in incredible shape, but you know, you saw him without his shirt at one point. I think we both agree that he worked out too. It wasn't necessary. Like
he could have been a little fatter because he had one shirtless scene. And it like it wasn't part of the plot. He could have had a shirt on in that scene. It would have been the same thing.
Now Bautista's character, on the other hand, like he needs to be as big as fucking
the blue
humanly
guy.
possible. Yeah, well, no, the blue guy, the barbarian, crazy. Yeah, like of course he needs to be huge.
He wasn't the blue guy. He was the greenish guy. He was
greenish,
kind of red and all wheat scars and.
Wait, the one with the red like veins all over.
The guy who was very literal.
Yeah. He wasn't blue?
Yes.
It would not go over my head.
No, the guy who was the guy who led the Reavers or whatever was blue with the red mohawk.
Yeah, I thought there was more than one.
Yeah, that guy was blue. It was the guy from Walking Dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
only thing I want to see.
Which, by the way, that's retarded. How nobody got out of the way of that arrow is beyond fucking. Hey, duck! Yeah, that thing's flying around.
The only thing I'm excited to see about Fantastic Four is them doing the thing correctly. Because the thing in the last movie
Sony has tried 2 Spider-Man franchises now, and they fucked up 2 Fantastic Four movies already. I don't have a lot of faith in Sony making a good superhero movie. And I don't know who did the 2 Hulks prior, but they're probably now working at Sony.
Well, the first Hulk was directed by the same guy who did like Memoirs of a Geisha, Ang Lee. Ang Lee does these arts. Yeah. Ang Lee made the Hulk, and it's
which explains all of the shots in that first movie.
Didn't he mess up Mission Impossible too? Ang Lee?
I don't know.
Didn't he do the second Mission Impossible movie?
I don't know. I don't remember.
No, it wasn't him. It was the guy who did Hard Boiled.
The second one I thought was the worst one, if I'm being honest, though.
Really,
it was the worst one. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you take that out, and it's one of the best movie franchises out there.
I love it.
One of the most entertaining. Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible. Okay.
Fantastic Four. I like the character names. Like they've always cracked me up since I was a little kid. Because you've got Invisible Woman, right? And she's a woman who turns invisible. You've got the Thing, who's kind of like a big thing, and then you've got the Human Torch, the human who like turns into a torch, and then not Stretchy Man. Right? Not like Elastic Man. He's Mr. Fantastic. He just went all out.
We're the Fantastic Four. We're kind of named after me because I am the leader now. You know, I can stretch. I mean, that guy can fly and he's on fire, but I stretch, all right? So we're going to name it after me, all right?
Mr. Fantastic.
Does Sony own the X-Men, too?
I think maybe Fox owns the X-Men. I'm not positive.
That sounds right, because Fox...
Don't get me started on that.
Because it's another reason why they're not all collaborating right now.
It's a real shame, isn't it? Like...
Aren't
all the DC characters under Warner Brothers?
Warner Brothers, yep.
I hope they have them all.
Yeah, well, because... keep them. Next Suicide Squad, I'm interested in that because the cast they actually got to play.
Maybe.
But it's hard for me to give a fuck about DC lore. It's just not as cool.
I'm not a DC guy. I'm a Marvel guy too. I'm not a big
Like when I see the
Superman,
Infinity Gauntlet being played out in Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm like, fuck yeah, that's an Infinity Stone right there. Do you know what that is? Do you know what it means?
You know, it's funny.
Isn't that the Space Stone?
I feel like
I
like the Marvel movies. I even love them. Marvel movies are great. They're fantastic. But it's easy to forget how good DC movies are. Those Batman movies are as good as Avenger movies. I mean, some of them are fantastic.
But you're talking about just the Chris Nolan.
The Chris Nolan ones are amazing.
Yeah. Fucking nipple Batman and Robin. DC has had a bunch of stinkers.
Yeah, you gotta think about
if you go back to the '90s. But yeah, the Chris Nolan Batman stuff was great.
Jesus.
And I think the last Superman was actually really good too. People don't give it credit for being good, but I liked it a lot. To me, like
the movie was great. The actor's bad.
Yeah. I'm just tired of origin stories too.
Maybe,
but
like
the guy who played the bad guy was good in the last Superman.
Yeah.
I liked Guardians of the Galaxy. I really did. It was a good movie. But I almost root for I've kind of pumped it up more than it was worth because I just want Chris Pratt to be that successful. If I were to grade Guardians of the Galaxy, it was just a good movie.
It was a great movie.
I saw
if
it
you're really into Marvel lore, it's a great movie. Like when you see the Space Stone there, and they start going through the history, and what's his name, the Collector, and all the teasers at the end.
Howard the Duck? Come on, you can't beat that.
I can beat Howard the Duck with almost anything.
See, that didn't impress me at all.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I'm sorry. That impressed me.
I liked that. I liked most of all the soundtrack. I like Pratt dancing when he's like.
Worst scenario is there's a new Howard the Duck movie.
I actually did a video like that.
Oh, that's so great! I love that.
I got a copyright sting for that.
Age of Ultron in a couple months, and then we got Ant-Man. Ant-Man might be Marvel's first flop.
No, I'm not even gonna bother seeing that crap.
You know what's gonna be better than Ant-Man is Deadpool.
Everything.
Deadpool is gonna be one of the coolest superhero movies.
We'll see.
I got a question. Is there a reason why they keep recasting people to play superheroes? Because I feel like they don't think this out. Like Chris Evans, all right, Human Torch, Captain America, Ryan Reynolds, Green Lantern, Deadpool. You know,
because the stars won't do it.
Can we watch the Deadpool movie trailer?
I'm down. I didn't know there was one.
How could you not know there's a movie trailer for Deadpool?
Holy shit! You don't know about this thing?
No.
I think we've watched it on the show before, and I'm worried about the strike.
Link to me and I'll watch it later because I didn't know that.
Oh, it's a shame.
It's the one with the car, right?
It's an anime. It's a CGI movie. It's a CGI movie.
It's very good though. I'll link you to it right now.
It's the one where the cars flip around, right?
Yeah. So basically, the story behind that is Ryan Reynolds said that they leaked that intentionally to sort of drum up some support for the movie, and it worked. That's why they're making the movie, because there was so much fan support for this leaked sort of test footage is what it is.
Yep.
And it is really good.
It was great.
It's that 2 minutes or whatever it is of test footage entertained me more than some of the movies that I've seen lately from Marvel. I really like that. I'm excited. I hope that they can do 90 minutes at least as good as that 2 minutes are. If they do, it'll be
do you think guys think a Black Panther movie will happen? Do you think the character is popular? I don't mean will happen. Are people looking forward to it?
I think the hardcore. Yeah. Well, I'll say this: no one was looking forward to Guardians of the Galaxy until 2 months before it came out. Mm-hmm. It was mocked and laughed at. What are these characters? We don't know any of these people because guess what? The majority of people didn't know who they were. And 2 months later, it's a huge fucking success. So once it gets closer, I mean, they're not rooting and raving because a lot of people don't know who the Black Panther is. Same thing.
Yeah, I think when people know who the Black Panther is, so the Black Panther is the. It depends at what point of his timeline you're in, but he's the leader of the secret African nation of Wakanda. They're sort of technologically advanced, and they've got this metal called vibranium that they got from an asteroid or a meteor that hit, and I'm pretty sure. And one of the things they used the vibranium and adamantium, it seems like, to make Captain America a new shield. Yeah. Really cool people, and he's got he's basically and it depends on which story, but he's basically like a souped-up fucking human being, but he's got the claws, and he's jumping around.
He's got the whole ninja look happening.
Ninja look happening, yeah.
One of my friends is a almost a designer. His name is Ken Lashley. He's one of a really good graphic novel artists, and like I went to high school with the guy and everything. So we've been talking back and forth about it. So he's very excited, but I just wonder if society is ready for a lead black superhero on the big screen type of thing.
I wonder
Oh,
who's
I-
putting
Other than Blade, I haven't. It's not.
I think
really
they are.
happened.
I think they are. Will Smith is casted.
I was gonna say, if it was Will Smith, they'd be like Hancock. They love. I love that
That's
movie.
true. That was a good
not
movie.
superhero movies, but he's played enough type of like this is the guy type movies where like the world is over. Like
Yeah,
they've had,
I was thinking of that. What was
Yeah,
the
but
one where he
the one
played
with his son totally bombed though.
the zombie ones? The Last of
Yeah,
Us.
I love that movie.
Something
no,
like that?
no, that was the game.
I Am Legend.
I Am Legend.
I Am
yeah.
Legend.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even that good of a movie, you know. But he
I
played
liked
the
it
role.
more than most.
I
think.
liked it.
Yeah, I liked that movie a lot.
I liked it a lot.
There's a lot of Will Smith movies I liked a lot. I haven't
I didn't
seen
like
that
it
one
better
with
than
Jaden.
Omega Man, but I liked it.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, Omega
It's
Man.
the original.
Oh man, Charlton Heston's riding along. It comes on. He's like riding around. I don't know if it's a Mustang or Camaro. It's one or the other. He's just
it
like
must have been
cruising.
Mustang.
And he
Classic.
looks cool because Charlton Heston was good looking back in the day. He's
Yeah.
blonde. He's fucking chilling. Fucking take it from my cold dead hands in his head,
Yeah.
just riding around, listening to music, listening to his 8-track. And you don't know what's going on. You don't know what this movie's about. It's called the Omega Man. And then all of a sudden you're just in a shitstorm of fucking mowing people down with his machine gun. Seems like he drives through them, crashes the car. He gets out and like hops in, whether he was in a Mustang or Camaro to begin with, he hops in the other from like a car dealership and he's like, back on my way. And he pops the 8-track in and he's gone again. I like that
It's a
movie.
great
I
movie.
love that movie, brother. I love that movie. Playing chess by himself with the Beethoven statues. The
Is it
classic.
old? Super
There's
old
been a-
movie?
Pardon?
Omega Man? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Charlton Heston is the star of it, and he's young, so.
That's why I asked.
Yeah,
it's
that's the original I Am Legend. You know,
I don't know. I don't know if it's the
Oh.
original or not. There was a British version. I'm not sure if it's older. Or
Oh yeah, black and white with the old horror guy.
Well, I mean, was there a book
Josie?
before it? Because the book was Omega Man.
Uh,
Yeah, the book
Come
was
on.
first.
The guy who was known for horror back in the black and white era,
Alfred Hitchcock.
Vincent They're the ones who produced the dogfight scenes for Galactica.
It looks that's why I thought of it, is because they have a similar look. Maybe so. But I remember I was a big fan of that show. I don't think it lasted more than a season or two, though.
In Space Above and Beyond, there was this one season. There was this big guy, hulky guy, and there was this one episode where he had to do this sniper mission, and there was no talk in the entire episode. He landed in the water, and he came out in a ghillie suit, and he had to hunt down this one alien. He fought with this alien. They kind of made friends or something weird, and then he went back up to the ship, and there was no speaking, and it was just insane. Wow. It was very cool.
Yeah, I like that show a lot. I was young when that was out, though.
Need to stop hating on Supernatural, okay?
I've never seen it. I've seen a couple.
I think it's scarier than if you just saw fucking drawn up demons walking the streets. It's just, how would that play in the story at all? It wouldn't. You'd be like, oh, demon. Well, there's no twist of that guy being a demon because he's got fucking horns sticking out of his head.
What are you comparing it to?
Supernatural is just...
I'll have to watch it. I'll have to catch up on it.
Let me...
There's a lot to watch. I'll tell you. First of all, there's like 9 or 10 seasons out already. Second, they're like 22-episode seasons.
Yeah. So really?
Yeah.
I've seen them all.
Yeah.
I've seen every episode of Supernatural. It's two really good-looking guys. They travel... They're brothers. They travel the country fighting ghosts, demons, and monsters. Sometimes there's an overarching plot line which involves God and Satan and demons, but there's also sort of a monster of the week thing every week. The problem is really throughout the first, like, their budget I'm sure probably grows as they go on, but especially early on the budget's quite low and the monsters suck. There's a monster in the second episode maybe. It's called like a Winnebago or something.
Wendigo.
Something like that. They kill it by shooting it.
Doctor Who started out then.
I don't like the new Doctor. I was so sold on the previous one. What's it, Matt Smith, maybe? Is that his name?
Matt Smith, yeah, that's the one you like.
I love Matt Smith so much.
You don't like David Tennant. Yep.
I can't do it. I watched a couple of them, and like I felt like it was an episode where like I can't remember the Doctor's female companion, the hot one, the girl the Miracle Girl or whatever her name is. Like, she was kind of the brunette. She was kind of reacting to like this new old Doctor.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way as she felt. Like I was like, yeah, I too am disgusted with this guy.
You're creepy.
Yeah.
You came back 30 years older.
Yeah. I agreed with that at first. He's changed my mind now.
Did you see?
The cool thing about the new Doctor is that I watch a lot of BBC. Is that he was the president of the fan club for Doctor Who when he was a kid.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
So imagine how cool that would be.
I bet he loves his fucking job then.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is cool. But Matt Smith he was
the king.
And like
that'll probably be the only seasons I go back and watch. I haven't started.
Everyone loves the tie.
Matt Smith is probably the only one I watch.
Bow ties are cool.
Bow ties are cool.
Yeah.
I almost believed him.
Hey, look, you're wearing one. Did you get around to watching Better Call Saul?
No, but see, I think I'll let this one pile up and maybe binge watch it. I'm up to date
with my dad.
I'm up to date on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I watched that episode today and I love. Do you watch that, Wolf?
What is that on? What channel?
It's on FX or maybe FX,
or FX
now. But you can catch it on Netflix, like the first
9 seasons.
9 seasons.
Is that many seasons?
Oh yeah,
basically.
Now.
There's not as many episodes per season as you might think most of the time, but it's
12 or something.
Yeah, and the first season maybe has like 7. But imagine Seinfeld, but the characters are much more horrible. Like,
really?
They're
literally disgusting people.
The worst people in the world. Now, you got to kind of like get through season 1 because Danny DeVito's not on the show yet. Okay. They've kind of got the idea for what they're going to do, but without DeVito, it's not complete.
It's not
season
really
2, they add Danny DeVito.
Okay.
But Danny DeVito hasn't really figured out his role in the show yet either. He's trying to play in like the oldest guy in the room, the voice of reason many times.
Yeah.
By season 3, however, I feel like the writers are doing this because DeVito is like 80 almost now or something. The writers are making Danny DeVito's character Frank slowly lose his mind from
Crazy.
season 2 to season 10,
Okay.
He's literally going. He forgets stuff, and like he's just like he starts out. He's literally a millionaire. Like he's like he's definitely the voice of reason. He's the financier of many of their like zany ideas. He's a millionaire. He's got everything he could want, but he becomes such a horrible, evil, disgusting human being, literally living in trash, and like you got to give that.
Hilarious.
Give that show a chance. I think it's my favorite show right now that I watch.
Season 1, we are smooth sailing from there. I think you should watch it. You can start on 2.
You could start on 2.
But I think going back and watching season 1, I mean, the first episode alone got me. It's
they're the worst people.
It's a racist episode.
That's awesome.
There'll be episodes about dumpster babies and like.
Oh my gosh.
There was one time where there's like a stain on their wall that they claimed looked like the Virgin Mary just to get bar patrons like.
Somebody poops the bed, and there's a whole hunt to find out who pooped the bed.
It's always sunny. I'm back, by the way, but my camera's going to be gone for the rest of the show.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Dude, It's Always Sunny is the greatest. Do you remember the cats on the wall? I don't know why that was so funny, but it killed me.
You gotta get another cat to get that cat out. All right, I'm gonna get some cats and put them in there for you. Charlie, I've got like 4 cats stuck in there. That's you, D. You deal with that.
We're gonna have a hard time because there's a lot of cats in there.
God has a good accent.
You just have to scream if you want to imitate Charlie.
You ever watch political stuff like House of Cards?
Yeah. That comes on soon. The 28th.
Oh, it came on yesterday.
It came on yesterday, baby.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
So here's what happened. It's supposed to be released February 27th, but by some sort of an accident or maybe a mistake or a marketing ploy, I don't know, they released it yesterday for a little while.
Oh.
And it's not anywhere. There's no torrents.
Nobody got it.
Nobody copied it, eh? Wow.
There wasn't enough time. Wasn't enough time.
I can't believe I missed that.
Yeah. Well, it would be so hard to even catch.
I mean, to get even one episode, it was solved in like 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
For real.
I mean, if you were really on the ball, like I suppose.
Open 12 browsers and hit record.
It would have taken. If you give me.
You need a team of pilots.
Give me 10 minutes and I can make it happen. You just quickly make a couple of Netflix accounts. They're fucking like $8 a piece or whatever.
But you need 12 computers because you can't record them all.
I've got a lot of devices here. All you have to do is like start the episode and then pause it, and then whatever you use to like rip it, you can go back and do that to that device later.
Right,
so
you just need
your iPad playing one, your phone playing another, your TV, your computer, your laptop. You would have like all 12 episodes playing everywhere in your house. You're like a madman running around wide-eyed. Did I get episode 8? Did I get 8?
I need a tape. I need a tape.
What am I gonna do with that 8?
Okay, I have a topic for you guys. Woody, you have any topics? Can I try something?
Go for it.
Worst TV series ending.
Oh, I feel like
Dexter comes to mind.
Lost.
Is that bad?
No, I don't say Lost, and I'm the only person here that's gonna say I like the entire
Lost was
series.
Awful. Lost
I don't
was
think
so
the
bad.
ending
You gotta
was
have a
bad,
good show to have a bad ending.
There you go.
Oh.
There you go. I'll agree with what Kyle said more, because the ending, you can say whatever you want.
The ending was about. The ending was par for the course, you cocksucking writers. You suck so much dick. Those first writers the first writers that were there before the writer's strike, those guys had a plan. They were a team.
Yeah.
They knew what that polar bear was about. They knew what Walt was doing on the island. They knew Walt was going to be an alien or a warlock or something before he hit puberty and grew 6 feet tall. They couldn't work that in. If you're
and the island giving gifts and shit, right? The island gave gifts. You need a guitar, bam, there's a guitar. You need a polar bear.
Let me tell you why I'm a better writer than the people they replaced the writers with after the strike. Here's something that happened on the show. Walt, the young black kid, was obviously supposed to have a pivotal role in the story. However, the character, the actor who played him, hit puberty super fucking hard and like shot up like 6 feet tall, like overnight. Why couldn't we make that some time travel shit?
Everyone fixate on Walt.
Walt get sucked into a fucking time portal or like into an alternate little zone where like time moves faster. Like,
or the same vortex that took the plane.
I've never understood why everyone, when they judge it, they fixate on Walt so bad. Like, this guy was amazing. Like, plenty of magical shit happened during the course of the show, besides the kid who could think something and it would come up.
No, the reason why is because they were served a problem, and instead of turning a problem into an opportunity, they left it a problem, and the show suffered for it.
There's another storyline. The whole thing only happened in Hurley's head because he was in an insane asylum, right? Insane asylum. And then suddenly that was just never revisited. Fuck it.
No, that was they debunked that.
Yeah,
that was written out of the show.
So
how did they?
Was a better ending.
I mean, they proved he wasn't crazy, and none of it was in his head anymore. Like at the end of that episode.
Sopranos ending.
They
So
like
the Sopranos ending was not what I wanted, and we've discussed here like my idea for the alternate ending and some others that we've put forward. It wasn't what I wanted, but it definitely was an ending, and it sort of played back to that episode where Tony and Bobby were in the boat on the lake at Bobby's lake house, and they're talking about what it's like when you get shot, and they're like, I guess everything just goes black and it's over. You know, it's just you're there and then black, and that's what I think happened. I think somebody walked in and shot Tony, and since Tony is the show, you know, when Tony everything goes black for us too. And while I don't like that, while that doesn't like get me excited, and it like the end of Breaking Bad did, I was like, yeah, fuck them all, Walt, get it done. You know, as much as and I wanted. That was a pretty good ending. That really sewed everything up nicely. Yeah. It was realistic while at the same, you know, it sewed everything up nicely. It was a good ending. The Sopranos ending didn't feel that great to me. I wanted, like, you know, Tony had his money over there with the Russians.
I wanted a Scarface ending.
You ever see the Pine Barrens episode where they march the Russian guy out in the wilderness and they try to kill him, but he turns things around and then their car gets stolen, and that guy was like ex-fucking KGB. He was friends with like Tony's Russian contact, where Tony keeps all of his money overseas. You totally could have done a whole nother season of that show.
That's true.
Where Tony goes to Russia to get his money. That guy shows up, and there's a whole conflict in Russia with Tony, and he's trying to get like Italian connections to give him power. Wow. Russian mob versus Italian mob. They're fighting it off. They're fighting each other. They've got Tony's money. Maybe Tony like kidnaps the Russian mob guy's daughter. Like, you totally could have had like there, but instead it was a black. Like,
it fizzled to me. It's a fizzle.
It was a fizzle. Yeah.
Oh, I've got a worse ending. What was the cowboy movie on HBO? Kyle, you know, like
Deadwood?
Yeah, I think it was Deadwood.
Yes.
Never watched that.
Oh.
That was.
I enjoyed that series. I didn't like the ending either.
It didn't end like they just end the show and they didn't tell anyone. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, it's like so sudden and stupid. Am I the only one who liked Dexter's ending?
I thought it was from what I read about it, I thought it was lame, but I haven't watched it.
I liked it.
You know, you see him at the end, like, he's still the same guy. He's just somewhere else. I didn't have a problem with that. Like, he got. Yeah. I didn't like that whole idea of him having those. I didn't like him having those kids and taking care of them. Like, once his wife died, I wanted those kids to honestly die as well. like they could get cut out of that whole thing. Like, they could just go to like
right, barely people.
Yeah, they're barely people, so young. And then his kid, and he was tied down by that. I didn't like all that. I wanted that to be gone. And so, like, shit, I'd watch Dexter 2.0, where he's up in fucking Alaska smoking people. Like,
doing the same thing.
Yeah, same shit, different state. Like, I had no problem with that ending. I actually kind of liked it. I didn't want him to kill himself in the waves. I certainly didn't want that ending.
Yeah.
And I don't want him to get caught. And there's no way he can continue in Miami. So it's either go to South America and play house, or go to Alaska and play serial killer.
You'd see a black guy in a lumberjack going, "Surprise, motherfucker!"
But Deadwood, the thing with Deadwood is, like, those were great characters, great actors playing them, and they appeared to have a budget because that town looked legit. It looked as legit as any Western movie, and it was gory and bloody, and you never knew when somebody might get their throat slit. Yep. And they kept building that thing up at the end. You had that, I don't remember the guy's name, but he was super wealthy, you know, especially for his time, a millionaire in those days. And you had him bringing in his, like, hired guns. And you had, like, all the townspeople getting together. You know, people who are normally enemies are like, we got to get together. We got to do something about this guy. And you had the opposing forces, and there, you know, that guy had taken the hammer to the guy's hand, and like, you don't fucking hit his hand. He's gonna fuck your shit up, bro. And like, I wanted that. I wanted that rich cocksucker to end up like, you know, beaten half to death, and somebody's like, this is dead wood. It don't matter. And, you know, slit his throat right there, cut his tongue out, fucking do whatever they're going to do to him. Give him to the Indians, let them eat him. I don't care. But instead, like, I feel like they just kind of like got on their stagecoach and went, well, we'll be leaving now. Reckon so. And that was the end. That was the end. It was what the hell? I was just like, it wasn't like my heart was ripped out. It wasn't like I was disappointed. I was just like, well, why didn't somebody tell me that was going to happen before I got this far in? Like, I've loved this shit up until that.
I was pretty disappointed with the ending of Weeds. I thought it was
great.
Woody really likes it. I thought it was too happy-go-lucky, a nice little bow on it, and I was disappointed she didn't hook up with the brother-in-law.
I felt like they tied up every loose end. It's one of the things I want in an ending. I want them to answer all my questions, and in Weeds they did.
Yeah.
You knew how everyone worked out.
I know how Kaya feels about this, but Seinfeld.
Very bad.
Good
it's
ending.
the worst.
Very bad ending.
Very bad ending.
Yeah, pretty horrible.
I liked what they were trying to do, where they were, you know, it was sort of a celebration of Seinfeld with all the characters coming back. I like that
Reminiscing
idea.
how horrible these people were.
I feel like it could have been executed better though. Like
the premise alone. All right, let's videotape this guy getting robbed or whatever, and that's illegal.
What if this was the ending of Seinfeld? And this is just like off the top of my head. What if they make it appear to the audience that George has been murdered, and and they're putting someone on trial for George's murder? Let's say it's Newman, and so then they have to bring all these character witnesses in, you know, because they're all interconnected. These people know George, they know Newman, they know how they're all connected, and so you get to bring all those characters in, like clearly they wanted to do. And at the end, George has been faking his own death as some sort of one of his stupid scams, you know, to like get out of paying some taxes or something. And then they like you could have done something like that. I don't know. Like I just didn't like that whole like Good Samaritan law bullshit.
That's bullshit.
And why do they keep hiring that Johnny Cochran guy?
I don't know. He was so annoying.
And I don't know why he keeps representing them after the way they fucked him over so many times.
Well, you know, they had to do that black quota somehow. So.
Who told you to put the bomb on? Nobody told you to put the bomb on.
Oh, this is so bad. Oh, it's horrible.
I've seen way too much TV. I feel like I'm a product of it at this point. God knows how many hours, right? Because I mean, I can quote all these shows. I've seen every episode of just about everything we've discussed except for Weeds. Like we haven't mentioned a TV show that I haven't seen every episode of except for Weeds. I've seen 2 seasons of that. And I didn't like it when she banged that guy on the hood of her car. She kind of like, I don't know, she was slutty to me then, and I didn't like her.
She bangs a lot of people through that show.
She does hit, yeah, she hits a lot. But it was like she was the suburban mom, but she was still precious in some way, right? She was that guy's ex-wife. She was like, you know, a person who was in a rough.
Nah, she broke bad.
Nah, I feel like it was. I feel like I would have liked her character more if she could have found a better way to handle that situation. Really, the only thing you can come up with is to fuck the guy. Like, you couldn't come up with a way to, like, squeeze him or put the cops on him or, like, physically go after him. You couldn't, like, run him over with a car. You couldn't, like, take it up a notch. You had to fuck him in the alley. Like, I was just... I didn't like that.
If that bothered you, then watch the other seasons because she,
I'll pass.
She breaks bad.
I don't remember that. To me, that was her lowest point.
None of that shit bothered me. I don't know.
I didn't care for that.
I enjoyed Weeds. It was a hell of a ride.
Interesting.
But the ending was too happy-go-lucky. I like when there's questions
You're one of those
over.
dark dudes.
No, I just like when there's questions left over, or you can interpret it a little bit.
But why? I need closure.
Breaking Bad wasn't completely wrapped up at the end. Fucking Jesse drove off. Jesse, you have no idea what Jesse's doing.
I don't care what Jesse's doing.
Being a loser somewhere else.
I hated Jesse.
Kyle really hates Jesse.
So do I. He ruined that for me, man.
Yeah, Walt should have poisoned Jesse a long time ago.
Wasted arsenic on the wrong person.
It's all he had.
Ricin.
He had was Jesse.
Ricin, sorry, yeah.
Can someone? I don't know that I fully explain why he poisoned the kid. Why'd Walt poison the kid?
To get Jesse to think that the black guy that had the chicken place poisoned Jesse, or poisoned the kid. So Jesse was supposed to go with Walt and kill the black guy, and his name is totally escaping me, and I used to know it so well. But that was it. He basically
Spanish name, yeah. Roberto.
He basically set it up to make it look like the black guy poisoned
Spanish
child.
Now, how did Jesse figure out that it was actually Walt?
Yes.
I think he told him.
No, he didn't tell him.
I'm trying to remember. He didn't tell him. He told him that he killed the. He basically told him that he watched the girl die, and that's what made Jesse snap at the end. How did he find out again? He finds out.
Jesse was a pussy.
Jesse was a real bitch, and when Jesse lost me 100% when he started throwing the money away.
Throwing the money out the car window.
The best way for a show to almost lose me and piss me off, and the best way for a character to like poison a character to me is have them to like burn or throw away money. Did you ever watch the Shield? There's the Shield is about cops in L.A. It's got Nicholas in it, and it's very good. The Thing. It's very good in my opinion. There's like 7 or 8 seasons. I just watched them all for the second time recently. Wow. And there's basically they're kind of they are dirty cops, and they rip off this Armenian mob money train, and they got like, I don't know, $3 million, $4 million, something like that. And there's a lot of heat on them. The Armenians want this money back. The U.S. Treasury Department is kind of tracking some of the money they got spent accidentally because they're keeping this money under lock and key. They don't want to spend the money for like years until the heat's off. But so one of the guys can't take the heat anymore, and he literally, like when they're going to move the money for safety, he takes off in the van, like before, and like runs away from the other 3. He goes and burns all but like 250,000 of it. He's throwing it in an incinerator, just fucking burning it. And I mean, suitcases of money. Like what? He burnt $4 million.
Walt threw his money in the water.
Walt threw his money in the water.
In season 2.
Did he?
Oh no! Jesse threw his money in the water.
Jesse threw his money in the neighborhood. He was throwing it everywhere, burning
I know that
it.
Too, like Gustavo Fring, by the way, Gus Fring.
Yeah, you go.
Nice.
Boom, remembered it.
Yeah, I didn't like Jesse. I never liked Jesse, and I didn't see why Walt needed Jesse past like the 2nd season anyway.
Because he needed a companion. It's all he had. He couldn't talk to anyone else. You saw how his bitch son reacted to the whole fucking situation. You want to talk about a character that's shitty? That kid is a fucking cunt.
That guy's family is not worth
appreciate shit.
Dude, he calls him up and he tells him to fuck off, basically. He's a piece of shit.
Walt's family were all shit. Walt was the... And I loved Walt. I wanted Walt to succeed in all things that he was doing. Walt didn't go wrong in my eyes. Walt was trying to make some shit happen, all right?
If I was on a jury, I would let him go scot-free.
Bingo.
Hey, there's no witnesses anyway.
So when that cunt of a wife, like, can't handle a little, can't handle it when the brother-in-law just is gone now, it's not like Walt killed him, the fucking white supremacists killed him.
Yep.
Well,
great episode, by the way.
Kind of his fault,
It was kind of his fault, but
But Jesse shouldn't have flipped on him. Jesse shouldn't have flipped on him. If Jesse didn't flip, Hank would not have been tailing him that whole time.
I hated Hank. I was glad when he died.
That's one of the best episodes of television.
That was a great
episode where so much shit gets unraveled. That was a great episode.
I was glad when Hank died. I was glad when Jesse was in that hole and they killed his girlfriend.
Agreed.
All those things were just 100% fine with me. I liked that creepy kid who was like torturing Jesse, the blonde guy whose uncles were the white supremacists or whatever.
Yeah.
He was a pretty cool guy. Walt should have hooked up with that kid. That kid. You get Walt and that kid?
Oh, it would have been over.
Stop that team.
But Jesse seemed more trustworthy, right? Didn't Jesse have a better allegiance to Walt?
Yeah.
100%. And stable. No drug problems. He smoked cigarettes. That was it.
Yep.
That guy had his head on his shoulders.
Jesse was a high school loser.
And he was like down to do anything. He shot that little kid that time. That was pretty horrible. But they corrected him right away. We don't shoot kids.
That was
bad. We don't do that. And he didn't shoot any more kids after that, I don't think.
We don't know. He might have killed a couple more kids.
I mean, everyone needs a hobby, but I mean,
I didn't see him killing kids. He's good with me.
Just because we didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
And we've already established they are on the low end of the bell curve. I mean, that kid had to go. They were stealing all those chemicals out of that train. He had to go.
Kyle, you say you watch like almost every TV show. You ever watch like foreign stuff? You ever watch a show from the BBC called Luther?
No.
Is it about Martin Luther?
It's with Idris Elba.
Oh.
The black guy.
That black guy in it is the black guy from Pacific Rim.
Yes. If you watch it, I will guarantee you will love this show called Luther if you watch it. Trust me.
Okay. Check it out.
It is insanely good.
Keep saying watch Blacklist.
How we got to start. Huh?
Keep saying watch Blacklist, man. Blacklist is a great show.
Blacklist?
Blacklist, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Heard of Black
First
Mirror?
season on Netflix. Really good.
Black Mirror. Have you heard of that one?
Rings a bell.
It's like a Twilight Zone. It's like a Twilight Zone.
Huh.
Very cool, high ratings. But yeah, Luther, you will love that show. Trust me on this one.
Yeah, I've seen like, I haven't seen any of the show, but I've like seen the poster for it or whatever you want to call it. Like I've seen it on like my Amazon thing or whatever. I just never checked it out. I'll check it out. How many seasons are there?
3, and it's disappointing.
That's about right. Oh, does it finish at 3?
Yeah.
Or is there more to
It actually finished at 2 because that's where his movie career took off, and he stopped his movie career to do another season because he loved doing the show so much.
Okay. Well, I'll watch the first 2.
Yeah,
you know
really
that kind of happened. Some shows should just stop when that happens. Like I loved the first Spartacus was very good, and the second Spartacus where they did a prequel to kind of try to let him recover from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, maybe.
Yeah.
I think
okay.
That was it was a step down, but it was still a very good show because the first season was so good. After that, when the guy passed away and like it really went downhill.
I started rooting for the Romans. Like, kill the gladiators, get them, please murder them.
I think I actually maybe watched the third season. Was the third season the one where like they revolt and kill Lucy Lawless and the Domina and Dom? So okay, the third season was okay. Yeah. I was, but after that, it definitely lost.
Yeah, when they started taking on
the gym more,
all the Romans.
They put enough Lucy Lawless titties in that third season to keep me hooked. I was good with that. Cena was naked all the time, talking about ass fucking and stuff. That was a great
girl scenes.
Yeah.
Can't beat that.
Lucy Lawless is great. I think her husband is the creator of the show, or the director, producer, something like that. Lucy Lawless is.
Waited a long time to see Xena naked. It was worth it.
Yeah, right? Doing that fucking thing. Yeah, she was getting it on with Gabriella. Like.
Oh,
I think even did an episode where they like.
The hot tub thing. Yeah.
It was like in modern days or something. It was a weird episode. Yeah. I liked when they had the crossovers with Kevin Sorbo's Hercules.
Yeah.
And his boy servant. Do you know his name?
Oh,
do you know?
No.
It was like. Hercules. Aeolus.
No.
Aeolus?
Aeolus.
Something like that. I'm going to find out. No. I got Google here.
Maybe you're right.
I think it's Aeolus.
I think you're right. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused with Legolas, who is
Hercules' friend.
Damn, that's funny.
It's spelled... Yeah, it's Aeolus. Iolaus. Aeolus.
I met Kevin Sorbo recently.
Ooh.
I was supposed to do a charity paintball event with him in L.A., but he's got a heart condition now.
Ah, well, that's a shame. Is he still
Can't
big?
do any action stuff anymore.
Oh, that's a damn shame.
Yeah, he couldn't even play paintball.
Wow. That sucks.
I wonder if he did steroids and that's related.
That's what I'm thinking.
You too? I thought it was
even though he didn't have the size for steroids, like it must. I don't know. He must have been doing something. Because if anyone's supposed to be in good shape, it's him.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, but he's going kind of the weird, crazy Jesse Ventura conspiracy theory route right now.
No, well, that's profitable.
I was gonna say.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
I've heard Jesse Ventura on the radio a few times. He's kind of a loose cannon.
Oh my gosh.
I like listening to him talk. Bunch of slam-jawed faggots. This stuff will turn you into a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus.
Best line ever of that movie. I was actually playing a paintball game, and I was like under fire and stuff. I was crawling through the brush and go, I'm gonna have me some fun.
Well, that was the black guy. He's the one who says that line. When he's crawling, he's going after. It's the black guy, the big one, the heavyset one. He had dual MP5s, which made no sense for the jungle.
No, he didn't have dual MP5s. Carl Weathers had dual MP5s. It was he took Jesse Ventura's gun.
He took Jesse, but what did he have before Jesse Ventura's gun?
I think he had something normal.
Minigun.
No, that was Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
I think he just had a regular M4 or something.
Yeah, maybe with a grenade launcher on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't think he had anything.
I love that movie. If anyone's out there and they've never seen the first Predator, I love Danny Glover, but that second one's not so great. The first Predator is a fucking... First, you got two governors in there. You got Apollo Creed, Arnold Schwarzenegger, you got Jesse the Body Ventura with like one-liner after one-liner. I ain't got time to bleed. He's so cool. It doesn't get any better than that. Movie. Yeah, he's the manliest manly man of all. He's right there next to Schwarzenegger, but he's clearly more manly than Schwarzenegger. Even Schwarzenegger's like, no, he gets all the pussy. It's ridiculous. He's so manly.
You know what was a good sequel though? Predators.
Yeah, that was good with Skinny Boy. What's his name?
Adrian Brody.
Yeah. He broke out with the AA-12. That was pretty hilarious.
That was very good.
It never runs out of ammo somehow. I don't know where he's keeping it.
We got a lot of shells on an alien planet for some reason.
Yeah.
Must have found some on a dead body or something. But that was good.
Yeah, that's probably the second best Predator type movie because I didn't like any of the AVP stuff.
And then Prometheus.
What do you mean second best?
I think you just named it.
The first one was the best. I thought you meant
the first one was definitely the best. The first one's better than a lot of movies. Period. It's one of my favorite. Nobody won an Oscar for that thing, and rightfully so. But it's an action movie. It's great.
Predators, Prometheus.
Why does Prometheus count as a Predator movie?
Yeah.
It's an alien prequel.
That's the only question you have, not why I would even put it in the rankings.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. How do you make that connection?
Because the Predator and Alien storyline are intertwined.
They're in the same universe. I was just
making a joke because Prometheus...
Okay, same universe,
but if you can throw Prometheus in there for comparison, then why can't you throw Alien and Aliens in there for...
Which is one of the greatest movies of all freaking time.
Because then you have to start with Alien being... I don't know which I like better, Alien or Aliens. They're both completely different movies, but they're both excellent at it. Like Alien is like suspense and horror and terror and like all these like it's clear that they're kind of there's rape overtones. That's what I was going for. There's overtones of rape, like without being explicit about it.
That's the third movie.
No, that's the first movie.
No, that's the first movie.
The third movie, all those guys are castrated anyway. They're not doing anything dirty. The second movie, and it's shit as well. The fourth one's better than the third one. But the second one is an action movie. It's fucking, it's like we're not afraid anymore because we got fucking machine guns.
No, man. Oh, this is great. This is great.
I love that shit. That one's very good.
That was a great movie, man. Especially when the comedian guy friggin' takes off on them and locks them in the room and.
Yeah, what you need is for Ridley is like back in the day, Ridley Scott directing Schwarzenegger and I can't. Alien, Ellen Ripley's played by Sigourney Weaver. If you had Schwarzenegger and Sigourney Weaver like in the same movie, and he's trying to explain to her what the Predators are, and she's like, oh no, the aliens. You don't understand. All they do is kill the predators. They're in the trees. They're invisible. And she's just like, these things have acid blood.
Acid blood.
Mine's blood glows. And it's like back and forth. And like, the claws.
That would have been a better AVP movie.
It would.
They have them at a dinner table showing their war wounds. Who had it worse?
Yeah, Funny or Die should get a hold of them. That would be comedy gold if Funny or Die made like a YouTube video with those two, and they're like explaining to each other like who they're gonna have to face, and it's like, no, you don't understand. Just one of these things took out my entire crew, and if they get down here, it's gonna be game over. And he's like, you don't understand. These things are flying spaceships across the galaxy just to hunt us. These things have your thing's head mounted in their spaceship.
Exactly. Yes. My things hunt your things for sport.
Yeah.
Win. Like, geez. Hey, I like Prometheus, by the way. Don't be a hater.
Oh no!
It's got a lot of...
I liked it. All
right,
so bad. So bad.
Lots of plot holes.
Plot holes up the ass.
Plot holes.
Couple.
Think about this.
It's a landmine of plot holes.
It's like $1 trillion trip, right? Like that Wayland guy who runs the Wayland Corporation, which I think is cool. I love that little like mythology of the Wayland Corp and all that stuff. I love that real big.
The bad guy corporation, yeah.
Yeah, and they, it's like one corporation is the Earth basically now. It's seemingly.
Yeah.
I like that a lot, but. They spent $1 trillion to go to this planet to do this this super important mission. The guy they bring, who's like the geologist or whatever, the guy who's like supposed to be mapping the cave system, gets lost. The alien, the guy who's like the biologist on the team, who's supposed
touches
to be
the fucking alien.
Touches the fucking alien. Oh, look at the crazy alien lamprey coming out of the goo.
Let's touch it. Okay, you got a good point.
He booped it on the nose before it melted the screen out of his face and
that's kind of stupid. Okay.
The robot has emotions and is manipulative all of a sudden. They're running away from a falling spaceship that is rolling forward, and they run
Some people think Charlize Theron is a robot in the movie.
Interesting.
I mean, she's cold.
A lot of theories about that.
Then she die anyway.
If you can't love the one you're with. No,
love the one you will.
There you go. Yeah, okay, you got a couple of points.
Well, look, I think we've crossed the 4-hour mark or so. Wolf, tell them where they can find your stuff at.
If you go on YouTube and just search Wolf Paintball, you will find my insane show about paintball tactics, and everything in between, some cool gear. I even have Playboy models as co-hosts. Go check that out.
I've seen that. Very nice.
There it is.
We really appreciate you coming on the show. You did a great job.
Yeah, you're awesome.
You know what? I'm honored. I've known you guys for a bit, and I've watched PKA here and there, and thank you very much. It was a nice surprise.
Some guests fizzled, and you definitely popped. So.
Oh, you killed it.
Well put. Well
Love it when a woman says that.
All right. PKA episode 218. Bye, guys.
Good night, guys.